Chapter 95 The Secret of the Little Bookworm. I woke up early as Evelyn told me to. The sun was just rising. Next to me were Lily and Eli sleeping. We didn't sleep in the bed because it reeked of vomit and alcohol. We were sleeping on the floor. Suddenly, a cloud appeared in front of me. It was Evelyn's underwear lying on top of me. "Good morning, Razel-san," she said from above, looking at me as if she was a superior being to me. "Thank you very much for the view." "Good morning, Evelyn. Please come down for breakfast, first change into something comfortable." As always, Evelyn was of few words. "Very well. In order to remove myself I must try to remove the girls who won't let me leave. I wore something simple as she said." In the dining room there were few people up since it's early. Among those people was Glenn, who was reading the morning paper. I greeted him. "Good morning, Glenn." "Good morning, Razel-sama." There was also someone else near him. "I want to eat now." It was the Demon King Desmond, who was grumpy. Yesterday he just showed up. It seems he was lost since he came back naked. I imagine Glenn is keeping an eye on him so he doesn't wake Barbara. I don't think Desmond knows about this place, so he must have come because of that smell he claims to recognize. He did the same thing when he got to the mansion. I'm a little scared of that. I thought he was lost forever. "Razel-san, come." Evelyn called to me as she waved her hand from her seat. I walked over. She was wearing a beautiful beach dress that matched her hair and mouse ear bows. I wanted to hug her because of how cute she is. I sat down and asked her, "What's today's schedule?" She said, "It's a surprise, so I don't want to say anything. Let's just have breakfast." Despite the fact that I don't see her smile, Evelyn seems happy. Well, if she's happy, so am I. We're not there yet. We walked to a place she found on a map. The place is away from the county, so no carriages or cabs pass through there since it's not a tourist area. Since I told her it was going to be a long ride, she should get on my back. I've been walking for 3 hours, I had a light breakfast so I'm lacking strength. Just a little more, we're almost there. That's what she was telling me while being carried on my back. I was in so much pain I couldn't enjoy the feel of her thighs or her breasts. I was climbing a hill with no road. So it was riskier for someone without a team. Come to think of it, there is levitation magic, shouldn't I learn how to use it? I think I'll save myself a lot of trouble if I learned it. Razel-san, there it is. I noticed how a building started to appear in the distance. It was gradually increasing in size. After a few steps I managed to reach the top. I put Evelyn down and let out a big breath. As I relaxed, we noticed a granny sweeping near us. Granny came up to us and said, "Kids, did you come up that way? Don't you know there's a road a few yards up that way? It connects to the county so you could come straight up from there on bicycles." This road was destroyed, precisely how dangerous it was. Both Evelyn and I made the same X with our mouths. Only in my case it was worse. I fainted because of what Granny said. "Feeling better?" she was saying as I was lying on her plump thighs. She gave me some water that Granny brought. As I felt better I could see something strange about this building. It has a lot of windows. That's odd since normally a country house doesn't have that many, but this one has a lot. Evelyn noticed my eyes looking around and she replied, "This place is special. I always wanted to come here once, but I couldn't because of how far away it was." As I felt better, I stood up and told her, "We are already here, let's go inside, if Grandma will let us in." "She'll let us in, it's a public place after all." "How nice." After saying that, I regretted later saying it. Glower. Evelyn expressed happiness on her face. The reason for that was something I didn't think about, my fault. "I want this one. Also this one. Oh, this is a good one. Ah. This one I could never get a copy of." The place was an old library. Evelyn was in her natural habitat. Since she was very smart and her hair buns looked like mouse ears, that made her the cute little bookworm. I watched her as she picked up books at high speed. I was sitting on a piece of furniture watching her as she moved at high speed, making her underwear visible. It wasn't so bad this. This place hadn't felt alive for a while. Granny arrived with a silver tray on which were some desserts and green tea drinks. Thanks, but we didn't order anything. Don't worry, it's a gift. It's been a decade since anyone's been here. Granny's words surprised me. May I sit down? Go ahead and do it. She sat down near me and told me a little about this place. This place was recognized as the first library of the Empire. Back then the palace was not as it is now. In the historical books are pictures of what it looked like before. Sure, I'm talking about 5 centuries ago. After several years the palace was expanded and this place became obsolete. I asked Granny. If it became obsolete, why are you still here? She answered me with a smile on her face. This was the place where I met my husband. Back then I came alone because my mother ordered me to do so, but when I met the man who would become my husband, this place became a memory I will always treasure. A memory? I said that without thinking about it. Memories are things that happened to you in your life. In my previous life they are many bad memories. But there is one in specific that I will remember. It was from when my dad and I were going to see my mom to work since her car broke down that day. We went to the movies, to the park and then to the ice cream shop. Back then my father was smiling in such a way that the face he saw before he died was that of another man. Now that I think about it, could my Japanese father have been reincarnated? If I found him in this world, would I ask him to come and live with us? How should I treat my father from this world and the one from the previous one if they ever conversed? I feel like I'm complicating my life. The worst part is that if my father were to be reincarnated, he could be one of the guys I killed, someone with no memories, and even my own family. But it's better to leave things in the past. I looked at Evelyn who was running from bookcase to bookcase like a butterfly flying. Granny handed me a cookie, I took it and ate it. That girl is your girlfriend, isn't she? She's very pretty. Pretty girls are the hardest to conquer. Says someone who used to be a beauty, Granny stood up and walked away. I'll go get some rest. You guys don't look like young people who would do something horrible if left alone. So despite being alone don't do anything improper, Granny left and only Evelyn and I were left. I walked over to Evelyn and as I was about to call out to her, she fainted. I was about to scream for help, but I saw that her face showed the same expression I do when I have Barbara's breasts in my mouth. Evelyn was in a pleasant vivid dream that she fainted. I gently picked her up and carried her to a piece of furniture. Where am I? After several hours, Evelyn opened her eyes. I had a book in my hands so I enjoyed the time. The information in the book could be considered private information as it talks about the prestigious families of the empire. This is all before the current dynasty. The information it talks about is even that of a Simon of the Bayezid dynasty, the imperial family before the arrival of Bryce. Seeing that Evelyn noticed the sun was setting, she stood up fast all at once. What happened? I replied. As you can see. You were asleep because you passed out from excitement. It's been a few hours. Evelyn looked shocked and then wanted to make a sad expression. So I stayed like that all day. You could tell. She became more relaxed and then looked down at the floor. I'm sorry, Razel-san, I was so excited and we spent the day like this. I hugged her so she wouldn't say nothing more. It's okay, you wanted to come here, therefore, it was my wish too. It's still a nice memory because I could see your face sleeping, which was so cute. I looked at her and I could see her face blushing, even she couldn't believe it herself. She took my hand and said, Razel-san, have you ever wondered why my father wanted me to be your concubine when I am a homunculus? I wanted to tell her the truth. No, I never thought about it. Is it important? So let's say something else. Well, unlike Celia it has to do with her father, but your father I don't know who is him. I only know that he is part of the Holy Wizards and that he works in the ministry. Evelyn said as the sun went down. Before I tell you the reason, I'll tell you something you may not know. My heart is not like yours, it's a core called a Philosopher's Stone. I already knew that. In the game it was a normal item that gave you experience in upgrading weapons and was hidden in every corner of the game. I better not tell you that. According to my father, he wanted to create life with his own hands since he gets it fatal to socialize. That's why he decided to create me. He said that in some ruins he found a diary. That journal was written in an ancient language. There he found information about that red stone. According to the diary, the method to create one is to use living beings to convert them into energy. The soul and the magic element are the same, so it can be compared to energy. Evelyn noticed the expression I made when I heard that word, living beings. She reassured me. Father said he didn't use living beings, it would be illegal for him to do that, being a man who must submit a report on his research every so often to maintain his position as a holy wizard. He said he used the magic stone of several high danger level monsters to merge them into one. That results in every time I die and revive, I will have spent my chances of living. She held up her hands. In total there have been 8 times I have died, so this is my 9th life. Father won't tell me how many he used. About why I am with you is because Exner household is a house where there are only the 2 of us left. No one wants to associate with broken homes, ruined by debt or bad relationships. The Rosenbergs at the time were going through a bad situation, so my father used that situation to his advantage. The Duchess knows that, but she doesn't care. Also, she leaned close to my ear. This is something my father said, I hope you won't take it the wrong way, but it's very important for you to know. He revealed to me. What Evelyn said left me in a cold sweat. Hey, what you're saying is real. Is that really real? Yes. But he said it doesn't matter anymore, so there's no need to say. Or, are you angry? What Evelyn said is something I don't want to remember, I'll forget it. And no, just very surprised. She stood up and looked at the moon shining. I of all people know I'm not like the others, I try to fit in with everyone else's pace. But I have my own way of thinking. And that way of thinking says that one day I will die as a homunculus. Father said that homunculus get old as the magic stone wears out. Looking at my body you could say I age like you, but who knows what happens in the future, for that reason. She turned to look at me. The moonlight made a beautiful blend with her waving hair and her bright eyes on her night-darkened face. Razel-san, would you allow me to stay by your side until then? I want to experience more things with you and the others, this journey has been very wonderful for me. I can feel something I've never felt before, that's why. I want to stay with you until the time where my consciousness shuts down. I stood up, walked over and gave her a tight hug. Death is natural, so one day I will die too. Evelyn, you will not die like this. I stepped back so she could see my face as I said the next words to her. You're going to die an old woman like all of us, with our children by your side. I'm going to make you have my children, I don't care if it's possible or not, but I'm going to do it. You're one of my women, and if I say I'm going to make you happy, I will. Because that's the responsibility that comes with having a harem. So Evelyn, you just have to smile, I will make sure you are happy, you are my girl and I keep my promises. Her face showed that she heard words that were unimaginable to understand, but then she burst out laughing. Laughs. Geez Razel-san, with you I always understand that logic is a hopeless case. You've said words that only seem to express a feeling of the moment, rather than an action that shows you'll do it. In short. She kissed me and we embraced after that. Stirring our tongues, she said. Next to you I'm sure this world will make me see things that will never be seen the same way. Thank you for being like this, it makes me feel special. We laughed a little and Granny popped up. Young people these days sure take promises to another extreme. I remember years ago I saw a boy who said he would become a holy wizard. I asked Granny. Did he make it? If I remember correctly, he is now called the Wizard God. So I'm sure that promises made with longing and optimism will always be fulfilled. Hearing that Oscar's grandfather was here and that he proclaimed he would be one of the most important wizards, and in the end he was one far more important than all. That made me say this. Then I'm sure since Evelyn is very smart, she could not only be a holy wizard, you could also become the next magic god. No, goddess wizard would be the right name. There are thousands of people struggling to become one, my chances are the same, but to be considered a goddess wizard is a very childish thing to do. Imagine me saying that Razel-san would one day be emperor. No one would imagine that outcome. Ha 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 ha. I laughed a little because it's scary, the idea. The empire is a scary place, it's full of dangers and ambitious people. If what I read in that book is true, being a member of the imperial family is more dangerous than playing with matches in a room full of gas. Anyway, the emperor will be Sid's older brother, I hope Regulus won't be in the end. I said to Evelyn. We'll come back next vacation, shall we? Yes. This time I want to do things together with Razel-san. I looked at Granny and asked. Granny, can we come back? If you can bring more people, better for me, he 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 he. I turned to look at Evelyn's face. You heard. It's a promise. With her saying that, our day was over. Now there were only 3 girls left. The Rosenberg women. Now I asked who it will be the next. Chapter 96. A mother's heart is as big as her breast. This time when I woke up it was different. I could feel myself choking, something was plugging my nose. I used my hands to touch what it was that was cutting off my breath. A huge soft pillow was buried in my face. Kaya, so aggressive in the morning. I heard a voice. That soft, mature tone only belonged to someone. The final boss of the Rosenberg family, Barbara. I used my hands to stir the pillows, and just as someone surfaces after being without oxygen I caught my breath. Inhale. Opening my eyes and inhaling sharply I found Barbara staring at me. She was wearing a long nightgown, it's a simple sleeping garment, but on this woman's lustful body it makes it look very obscene. Mothers shouldn't exude sensuality, it would be very bad if there were married woman hunters out there. I asked her as I settled my head on her pillowy breasts. Today is our day, isn't it? That's right. With a beautiful smile she replied. She removed her breasts and lowered a little so that our faces were close together. Today I will have you all to myself. I'm so excited that I couldn't sleep much. I really waited for this day a lot. Joy was marked on her face. Barbara really longed for this day. Me too, today would be the day when we would go out as a real couple. Ah! I said that as I unintentionally got overexcited. Something is touching my belly. It's something hard and big. She turned to look at me after thinking something had gotten into the bed, she smiled and said. Rough mornings are the best for a wife, let me take care of it before I go downstairs. With those words she gave me a kiss and then pulled the covers over herself to take care of my morning business. It was certainly a good way to start the day. Knock. Razel, are you awake? We're coming in. Someone knocked on the door, it was Eli and Lily who came in. Eli already accepted that her mother is my mistress. But it would be very awkward to find her mother taking care of the duties of a wife. As they entered the room, the most obvious thing they found was a bulge which was going up and down rhythmically. Lily just smiled while Eli made a complicated face. Mom, I know it's your day, but behave yourself, will you? Barbara stopped when she heard her daughter mention her name. What's more, my morning mood began to dwindle because of the look on Eli's face. They walked over and sat on the bed. Eli said. As you may know, today is Mom, tomorrow is my turn since I switched places with my little sister and then Lily-chan follows. What Eli said left me strange. What do you mean it was your turn tomorrow? She replied. Lily asked me if we could switch places, I was last of all. And since it's a request from my cute little sister I couldn't refuse. So hurry up and come down. Eli gave me a good morning kiss along with Lily. Barbara pulled the covers off and stood looking at the window for a while. I called out to her but she didn't answer. We went downstairs together for breakfast. I went down first, then Barbara, but I went to get Amy. I hadn't seen her for days. The only one I found was Leela, who looked like a dog standing guard. I asked her. Do you know where Amy is? She wagged her tail when she saw me. Master. You're so cruel. For those simple-minded women you've left Amy Onisama and me alone. I wanted to tell her she was wrong, but I couldn't deny it. I know. I want to tell her something. Where is she? I don't know. Leela said as she watched a butterfly fly near us. All I know is that she said she wants some time alone and that she'll be back when you've finished your business with those women. Meaning Amy will talk to me when I'm done my dates with them. I guess she's really mad since I've ignored her for so long. It's not like I meant to do it, it just happened. I gave Leela a cookie and went inside. There I saw something that made me draw a blank. Please let go of me. Same here. Barbara was hugging Celia and Evelyn. Her huge breasts were burying themselves in their faces. Eli and Lily were laughing as they watched them suffer in that huge heart. They say that a mother's love equals the size of her breasts. Does that mean that Barbara has a lot of love to give? I walked up to her and said. Are you ready? There's a lot to do today. She smiled and said. Yes. But I'm just waiting for them to say the magic words. Evelyn and Celia were embarrassed. I don't know what Barbara said to them, but she seemed to deny with all her being to say anything. Barbara hugged them tighter and tighter until they both couldn't take it anymore and said words that made me blanch. Please let me go, Mom. Same here, Mom. Apparently they are embarrassed to say that to a woman who is not their mother, but the mother of their boyfriend's wife. Very complicated. Barbara for a moment looked as if she had received an electric shock as her shoulders jumped and her smile looked like a W. She stood up and began to wobble a little. That was very intense. I can feel myself getting younger just being called Mom by my new daughters. Evelyn with an embarrassed face said. Mom, you said you were getting younger, didn't you? Hey, yeah, why? Evelyn pointed to Barbara. Your face now is different from before. Look in the mirror. We all looked at Barbara at that moment. Just as Evelyn said, we were surprised to see that Barbara's face was different from the one we remembered. The age of an older woman was visible on her face, but now she gave the impression of being the 20-year-old version of Eli. No doubt Eli's future is the best thing that can happen to me when it's time to go to sleep. Eli was the most surprised. You unbelievable, Mom, you've really gotten young. I feel like I'm seeing a reflection of the future. It's like this. Barbara blushed, but then a vein marked itself on her forehead. The only problem with seeing my face in you is that I'll know how old you'll get. I don't want to get your crow's feet when I look in the mirror. Anger. Eli wasn't the only one who said that to Barbara. Eli-chan, I shouldn't tell Mom that. Thanks Lily, you're a good one. Just because Mom had crow's feet doesn't mean you have them too. Annoyed. Cordelia and Seals also entered the discussion. Duchess certainly is the oldest in the house, but that doesn't mean that just because her face is young now, her body stops being that of a woman in her 40s. Phew, I'm sure she used a new face cream. After all, old ladies only seek attention, and more so when they were alone for many years. To add more water to the flaming frying pot, Livy entered the discussion. She was at an adjoining table hearing everything. Elistan's mom is Elistan's future. Which is why she'll inherit those wrinkles, but don't worry, I'll still love Elistan even if she's the ugliest old lady in the world. Gya my head. Livy, only I can call my mother old. You don't have the right to call her old, even if she's an old woman who got young, she'll still be old. I looked at Barbara as Eli threw a bomb into the frying pot. Barbara's face reminded me of Desmond's, her hair was rising from her magic power, fire was emanating from her eyes and her teeth showed a desire to tear her victim apart. All of you shut your mouths now or I'll give you a hard whack on the head. After Barbara exploded, for some reason I felt the earth tremble. It must have been my imagination as it is impossible for that to have happened because she got angry. It must have been the fear of seeing her show her teeth and seeming to tear the jaw of Seals, who was teasing Barbara a lot. While Glenn was trying to reassure Barbara, Evelyn told me the reason for her being this young. Apparently the drink she drank some time ago, which was made from the remains of the Dragon King of Darkness that I defeated in the La Tremont territory, actually had regenerative properties and according to a magical analysis that Evelyn did. Barbara has rejuvenated 20 years, that means that her age of 42 became 22. That is certainly incredible. Barbara now being like Eli's older sister and Evelyn herself creating a potion that doesn't exist in this world. I certainly believe more and more that Evelyn will have a unique future. About Barbara, this explains why she is pregnant at an advanced age. I said to Barbara who was sitting next to me with a grumpy face. Feeling better. After leaving the hotel we went straight to the beach, to sit at one of the tables around and have an ice-cold drink in this embracing sun. Since we had an umbrella over our heads we didn't worry about anything. Barbara stirred her straw in her iced drink. She was upset about what the girls told her. She was watching people playing and having fun. Suddenly she grabbed my hand without turning to look at me to say, "Hey! Do you like the way I look now? What's with the question?" I was surprised by that sudden question, so much so that she looked at me a little sad. What they all said, that no matter how young I look now, I'm still old. Barbara looks like a 20-year-old Eli, her body hasn't changed unlike her face. Her hips are still wide and her breasts are still huge. I should be thankful for that. I won't tell her because it doesn't suit the atmosphere of concern she generates. I told her with a smile as I squeezed her hand. I don't care what you look like. I told you that the age difference was never a problem, even that when you are in a wheelchair every day I would give you a kiss on the mouth. Barbara looked at me blushing and then got up to sit next to me. Are you sure? You don't mind that she's an old woman? Why do you say? I was puzzled by the way she was behaving. She put her head on my shoulder and I heard her mutter. I'm a little bothered by the age difference. If only I were young, we could be together without the thought of me being wrinkled like a raisin one day. But you don't look that age anymore. She looked at me in a cute way, I wanted to hug her. If it wasn't for the potion Evelyn Chan gave me, I'd be the same as ever. And that bothers me. Because of the potion I'm sure we'll have a child, without the potion I wouldn't have gotten pregnant. That's why this bothers me. Even if I look young, I will still be recognized by everyone as a 40-something since I am the Duchess Rosenberg. Barbara. I hugged her to stop her from saying more. I told you. I never cared about your age, even if at first I wanted to be with you because I liked your body, it's different now. I love you for who you are, a woman who is able to sacrifice herself for her family to never suffer, a woman who is able to throw away her pride for the sake of her daughter. Even now you have my son, which is a product of me loving you more since you told me that secret. So, don't think I don't care about you. Barbara, I want to be with you. Not just today, I want to be with you always, like with all the others. I remember how it was before, that's why I will try my best to make you proud of the father of our child. After saying those words, I looked at her, she looked like she wanted to cry. In fact, she started crying at that instant. Razelkun. I love you so much, I really love you so much. Kiss. She jumped on me and hugged me. Forgive me for saying that, I was a fool to doubt your love. Let's go have more moments together as a couple. Yes. I smiled at her and we went on a great date. After the beach we went to the shopping plaza. They were selling freshly polished items. They were accessories made from seafood. We were looking at something to buy as souvenirs for all of us. Then I found one that really caught my attention. It was a pearl necklace with the inscription Barbara written on it. It's a nice coincidence. I told the seller to give it to me. The guy said it cost 100 gold coins. It's not expensive, but that price is very exaggerated for a seafood pearl necklace. I gave him a bill since we didn't carry coins. I touched Barbara's shoulders as she reached for a hat to match her hair. When she saw me, she looked at the gift I had, smiled, and blushed brightly. "Put it on me." She said that, turned around and I placed the necklace carefully so her hair wouldn't get stuck. It looked great on her. After walking around we went to lunch. The restaurant was fancy, people came in wearing bathing suits. As it was a restaurant near the beach this was not unusual. As we sat at a table we saw at the adjoining table something that amazed us. Apparently an elderly couple was celebrating their anniversary. Barbara took my hand and said, "One day I would like to be like this, but with our children and grandchildren by our side, of course. Eli is also my daughter and your future wife, as Lily and the others are too." Barbara seemed to be very complicated with what she said, steam emanating from her head. I said to her, "One day we will be like this, but I will make sure everyone is happy, every year I will make sure to show it." After that we ate our meal. Night fell and we went for a walk before heading back to the hotel. We were in a park where some kids were throwing flying lanterns into the sky. It was very nice, the peace and quiet. I wish the days could go on like this forever. Barbara let go of my hand and approached a little girl who was about to launch her lantern into the sky. Barbara handed her a few bills and the little girl ran off happily to show her friends. Then with the lantern in her hand she came over to me. "Look, I want to try to throw this. I always wanted to do it since Eli was little and because of the fear that it might burn I never tried it." Barbara was happy as a kid in a candy store. I took the flashlight and followed her instructions. It has a little magic stone that acts as a torch. You must send your magic power into it so it can generate flames and rise. If you gave it too much power, it could catch fire. Little by little we watched it rise. I hugged Barbara around the waist. I touched her belly, my son was growing inside. It still makes me feel strange to say that I will have one. I don't know what to do to raise it. I don't even know if I can be a good father. But, they all told me they will support me, so I'm sure we will manage when the time comes. Barbara said to me as she touched my chin with one hand and with the other she took my hands. Today was wonderful, I want to spend more days like this in the future. I told her. Me too. And just like that, our day was over. Now it will be my turn tomorrow with Eli, my legal wife. Chapter 97 Villainess are also cute and whimsical. Today was a special day, it was the day where I would have my date with Eli. This time the pillowy feeling came from Lily and Eli. Having two cute girls cuddling me is the best. I was being squeezed by the villainess and the protagonist. Before I knew it, the air was running out as they squeezed me tightly. "Help!" was all I wanted to say before I passed out. I woke up again, this time with no problems. I got dressed and when I came downstairs no one was there. Except for her. Eli was sitting in an armchair, the way she sat reminded me of the villainess in the game. Crossing her long legs that showed off her white skin and pink thighs. Eli is a rich girl, so wearing fancy clothes was normal for her. Today's outfit was so elegant that I wouldn't want to know how much she spent. I walked up to her and said, "It's finally our day." For some reason she didn't respond. She was quiet for a moment, or so I thought when I reached over and touched her cheek. Eli opened her eyes and screamed. "Oh wow, I fell asleep." "Really?" She jumped up with a start. Her perfectly coiffed hair began to dishevel. "Kya. I wanted to give you a wonderful presentation to prove that today would be the day where you would give me all the pampering I wanted, but I fell asleep waiting for you. Sorry. No sorry. Let's do it again, come back, and I'll call you. Really? I'm serious. Well, she's a villainess, she must be this capricious and conceited. But I love her for who she is, even this side she rarely shows. I listened to her and she called out to me. I am ready. I walked as if I didn't know what was going to happen, and now yes, Eli's aura was different. She was in the same position, but she had a bottle of strawberry juice in her hand pretending it was wine. Eli doesn't like wine. She saw me and smiled with the typical phew a rich girl would say. I'm glad to see you so early this morning, my dear betrothed. Today is our special day, for today is the day where I, your fiancé, Elise von Rosenberg, will be in your care. Today is the day where you will be able to admire for several hours the sole heiress of the Rosenberg Duchy. The finest territory in the empire. As she stood up she said that and even moved her hair to generate an aura of elegance. I approached her and asked her bluntly. What's wrong with you? She stared at me and then ducked her head. She shyly approached toward me and grabbed the sleeve of my shirt. I want today to pay me back for all the times we didn't get to spend together when we were kids. She was really making a face of a little girl who wanted to be spoiled. I told her to stop manipulating my heart. It's okay. For the whole day I will indulge your whims, my lady. Eli placed her arms together, getting her breasts squashed together. Really? Eli's cuteness knows no bounds, between her and Lily I can't tell who is cuter. The cuteness of the villainess and the protagonist is a battle I will one day fight. Eli took my hand and led me outside. We have a lot to do today. With those words we went to please the former little villainess. The first place we came to was a costume store. Eli said she always wanted to wear outfits she couldn't find at home, but was always curious because of what she saw in picture stories. We went in and Eli started dressing up as anything she wanted. First it was a werewolf. Gow! She looked sexy instead of scary as she roared. Next came a vampire costume. Shat, I'll suck your blood. This one didn't make me laugh, I remembered the vampires in the lawless city. Then she dressed in other outfits like cheerleader, sailor, warrior, teacher, and finally the one I liked the most, maid. What's up? Maid Eli certainly was a great find. She combines her beauty with elegance, it's something I'd like to see every day. Eli smiled and lifted the end of her skirt. Master, do you like the way I look? You look very pretty, the kind of maid who is the wife's right-hand woman. Eli smiled, but then remembered that she wanted to do spoiled girl things. Wait, I should be the master here. Che-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-a-on-g. Eli forced me to change into a butler's outfit. There was an armchair nearby, she sat down and then ordered me. My servant, please your mistress. She said like all villainous. She stretched out her leg demanding a massage from me. My mother taught me how to give as she sometimes got sore shoulders, so I will apply that. I gently and fragilely touched Eli's slender white legs, I could feel her skin through her pantyhose. I asked her if she was okay, but Eli for some reason was quiet watching me silently. I didn't understand why she was like that. So I kept going until I was almost touching her thigh, then went to the other leg. This time I noticed that Eli lifted her shoulders slightly and averted her gaze. Before I could touch her thighs she stopped me. That's enough. Let's go to the next stall. With those words she went to the cashier to pay. Her face was red. Come to think of it, when I gave my mom a massage one day, she told me to take Gina to the park after my dad arrived. Curiously, almost a year later my younger brother was born. I don't understand women, do they like massages or not? We went to the zoo. Eli wanted me to take her to the children's area where the small animals are for the kids to play. Razel, look, it's a real long-necked cat. She ran off at the sight of a strange cat with a long neck. There were monsters that were harmless, they also didn't serve as materials when extracting their magic stone, that's why we took them as pets or for display. For some reason I feel it's cruel, but they don't hurt them, they can even get donations so you can touch them, feed them, and even walk them. They came in all different shapes and sizes. Some even looked like mutants or chimeras. A dog with the body of a duck. A sheep with rabbit ears. A fox that reeks of cocoa. Very weird all, and I don't want to know where they came from. Eli paid to pet a strange creature that she said was cute. It reminds me of that anime Japanese folklore monsters that were popular when I was a kid, they were called yokai. The thing is, Eli is petting a dog, with the face of an old man in his 40s or so. I wanted to tell her, get your hand off that thing, but it would be frowned upon for me to order her to do that. So I endured watching Eli petting the strange yokai. My God, how ugly it is. And I'm not one to talk, but how ugly is that thing? After leaving the zoo and disinfecting Eli's hand from touching that thing, we went to eat. We didn't go to an expensive restaurant, we went to a children's restaurant. I looked at Eli and she averted my face, but I know where she was looking. It was a sign that said there were fake crowns for princesses. I asked Eli if she wanted those. She said in a shy voice. When I was a little girl, I always wanted to come to one of these places, but my father said it wasn't suitable for a duke's daughter. I took her hand and said, "Today is the day where it will be all the childish and whimsical you are." Eli ended up embarrassed as the children approached her. The day was coming to an end. The sun was setting. Soon it will be time to go. Today was a long day, we did everything Eli wanted to do as a child. In fact, I remembered that little girl who almost killed herself and me that day. The day I remembered everything. So, I wanted to please Eli with something I couldn't give her. I blindfolded her and told her to come with me. Razel, I don't like these weird games you use. The same way I'm telling you I don't want you to throw anything weird on my face or hair again. Eli wanted to take off the blindfold, but I told her to hold on a little longer. After putting it in a proper position I told him, "Take off the blindfold." She took it off and her beautiful raspberry red eyes sparkled like rubies. This is. I brought Eli to a special place, it was a greenhouse where certain types of plants are grown. In this case, it was a beautiful rose garden. Eli was amazed by the place. She walked through every part looking at the red roses like her eyes. Then she came running up to me. "Razel, I love it, I love you." She jumped up and hugged me. He, this place is wonderful. I hugged her too, I like to see her happy. I rubbed her back and told her something I couldn't tell her a long time ago. Happy birthday. I wanted to tell you that a long time ago, but I never got the chance to, that's why I brought you here. Because I wanted to show you how much I care about you. Eli, unlike before where I thought I was doing my best, I didn't realize how much it hurt you. I told you I would make you happy, and this detail is something I wanted to get off my chest. That's why. With this I hope I've made it up to you for that day. Kiss. She suddenly came up to me and gave me a deep kiss. As she withdrew her mouth, a bridge of saliva formed. Eli's face was so beautiful in this starry sky night that I thought I was having a date with an angel. What a fool you are. But I like that you think about making me happy, so I like your silly side too. Razel, I have long since forgiven you. If I forgave you and accepted you having my mother as your wife, and even having my cute little sister as one of your women, I have forgiven you and accepted many things because I love you. What happened that day was sad, but you have already shown me how much you regret not at least saying goodbye. Razel. I am happy for what you are doing for me, for the others and for the duchy. I am eager to know that when this year is over we will be married and I will officially be your wife. Her smile was shining brighter and brighter, I felt my heart would stop for seeing her smile. But Eli flashed a playful fang and then turned away from me. There's something I can't forgive you for. Really? What is it to make amends for? She wobbled prettily and then turning away said something that froze me. Giggles. I wanted to be the first to have your baby. You know, now I'm having mixed feelings about the baby brother or sister my husband will have with my mother. Will I want that baby? I think I will. But I'll certainly be jealous that my womb wasn't the one that fathered one. I began to sweat. Wait, Eli. You said when we got married you'd be my wife, which I assume is a sign that that's when you'd first want children. Tilting her head to the side she said smiling. No way. I want one now. I don't give a damn about being in class and with my belly looking like a ball. I want to have your kid, darling. My sweat was running down my body more and more. She wasn't kidding. Her gaze and eyes were watching me like a predator watching its prey. Look, Razel, I am the daughter of a duke, I was born to be a princess, that's why I was betrothed to His Highness Regulus, because I was born to live a life of luxury and whimsy. I am capricious, I will never stop wanting things that make me happy. Thanks to living as a poor person I learned to value what I have. That's why what I want is something that only you can give me. And by the way, Lily-chan thinks the same way I do. Eli closed her eyes and smiled as the moonlight gave her hair a divine glow. When we're going to do it from now on, I'll make sure to get pregnant. I won't wait until marriage. Ah! How good it feels to get it out of me, I wanted to tell you as soon as possible. Now that I did. She turned around and walked away as if she was playing leapfrog. Let's go eat. I want to eat a juicy steak. I'll make sure to be a mom this year. I went after her very scared. Hold on, Eli. With only one child on the way I feel like my heart will burst out. At least wait until graduation to want one. Please. I don't want to, he. And that ended our date. I'm scared, Eli doesn't joke around and I love to have fun with all of them. I'm sure Eli will tell them not to do it with me except for her and Lily. Eli, please. Let me enjoy the miracles of not being responsible at least until I graduate. Chapter 98 Lily's Origin. Today was the last day with my girlfriends that we would date. After today, Amy would face me. I got up without a problem. They were all eating breakfast. I greeted them, but there was someone who got up and ran over to greet me. She was wearing a white knee-length dress and her hair was up in a braid. Lily gave me a kiss on the mouth. Razel-kun, I've been looking forward to this day. Really? Yes. Today is a special day for me. Lily's smile lit up my heart. Lily told me we were heading to a special place, she wouldn't give me details. We went to rent some bikes, the contract lasts 24 hours, if we don't return them before that time frame they will charge us double or triple the value. The rental services are very strict. After having breakfast and exercising a bit since pedaling without stretching your muscles is detrimental. I had ridden a bike in my previous life but not like we do now. How much further? Not long. We've been pedaling somewhere for 4 hours. Lily said the ride was long, but I didn't imagine it would be that long. I saw a sign that said we were entering Viscount Grange's domain. We left the county to enter another territory. We passed through some small areas belonging to low-ranking nobles who must be associated with the Empire or this Viscount. I asked Lily again how much farther and she stopped. I did too, and there I noticed an old wooden sign that had a blurred name on it. Nothing was visible. Lily followed the direction where the sign indicated as she shouted at me. This way. She seemed excited. I followed her without saying anything as she accelerated rapidly. Lily really is very energetic when you least expect it. She turned around and just when I thought I lost sight of her, I found her. She stopped, we were both breathing heavily due to all the tiredness we had. She smiled at me and said, "Welcome to my hometown." Lily brought me to the place where she was born and raised. We rested for a bit and entered Lily's hometown. I am totally surprised. In the game it was never revealed where she was born, let alone her past. I always thought it was a plot hole from those mediocre developers, but I heard it was left that way so the players could create their own story. After all, Lily is the heroine of an Otome game, such reasoning I see as questionable, but if that's what the players want, there's nothing you do but spit. Lily was pointing out places to me as we walked down a large street connecting houses and buildings. This place was in every word, a forgotten village. The house over there is where Mr. Eric lives, who always brought us free fish when there was plenty left over. In that thing lives Grandma Roses, a lady who always yelled at us for picking grapes from her orchard. She once hit me over the head with her cane. Lily seemed happy as she told me all about what she experienced here as a child. I always wondered why she wouldn't reveal her past to me. It seems that today will be the day where I will know where she got her powers to be the saint. We stopped at the end of the road, and Lily took a breath as she raised her arms to the sky. Razel Kun, this is my home. The Sisters' Monastery. Lily told me that she grew up in a monastery, how to say it without being offended. This is a really old church. Where the heck is a monastery? The place was falling down, there were several parts showing that they are constantly making repairs to it. Seriously, how come she calls this a monastery? I thought it was either a huge place located here or this forgotten village was part of the monastery's territory. Don't fuck with me, this thing is where the future saint grew up. That's a totally anticlimactic turn of events. Look Lily, there's a chicken pecking at the orchard. This place is definitely wrong. He, I was always getting scolded for sleeping for not tending the orchard. Brings back memories. Really? How on earth did you grow up here to have such a sweet personality? Does Lily have a twisted sense of things? I freaked out at the thought that Lily might have a strange view of the world. Wait here, I'll go tell Mother Superior we've arrived. Sister Raquel. Lily ran to knock on the door. A boy in a torn but baked shirt opened the door and was astonished to see her. She hugged him and they went inside. I looked at this place. I really couldn't believe that such a forgotten place is where the future saint was born. Come to think of it, there are places in this country where there is lousy administration either from the noblemen of the territory or part of the palace. Very incompetent. The closed door opened. I walked to greet the person behind Lily. A beautiful woman with red hair and long eyelashes came out. She wore the typical nun's garb you'd expect to see in any church. She even had big breasts. She was a beauty. Or that's what I wanted to say, since my brain actually created an image so as not to deceive me. Certainly a nun was behind Lily, the problem was, it was a guy. And he's just as tall and beefy as the emperor to boot. His muscular man boobs were more than his split beard with evidence of shaving. It wasn't just one of them, it was several beefy guys dressed as nuns. It was a bodybuilder's festival. I was about to run away while squeezing my butt tightly, but Lily came towards me to say, Razel Kun, let me introduce you to the people who raised me. The one in the middle is Sister Raquel. They even have women's names. Lily introduced me to the biggest and sturdiest nun of them all. She spoke to me in a very soft masculine tone. It was almost like listening to those girls pretending to be boys in anime. So you're the boyfriend our cute Lily-chan has told us so much about, we wanted to meet you so much. Hey! What this person said left me more intrigued than being able to see his nose hairs. You wanted to get to know me? Me? Yes. But talking outside is inappropriate, so come inside. The Mother Superior told me to go inside. I could hear Lily talking to the kids as I walked away. You've grown up a lot, Sam. Dennis, your hair has gotten long, I'll cut it later. Martin, I have great stories to tell you about the capital. She really was happy to be back home. As I walked in, I saw how the place was different from inside. It was much cleaner, organized and above all very childlike. There were books, toys and a small swing inside. The sisters asked me to sit at a long square table. They sat next to me and I could feel their strong arms squeezing me. The huge guy. Mother Superior Raquel asked me. Would you like some water or tea? Water please. understood. One of the sisters went to boil water in a kettle. They were all smiling happily. But suddenly his happy face darkened and one full of anger showed. Okay, let's get down to business. He lifted his hairy foot and put it on the table. The other sisters got into a threatening stance similar to the yakuzas or bikers I saw in movies. Look brat, Lily-chan is a good girl. We've taken care of her since she was a baby, she always lit us up with her warm smile. I don't care who you are, even if you're an illegitimate son of the emperor. We will break your face if you have made Lily-chan, our angel, cry even once. These guys were threatening. But I flashed my smile. HOH? You think you can hit me? To me. Raquel looked at me like a lion watching its prey. Don't think you're a big deal brat. Our job is to protect these kids, and she's a child to us still. Lily, you have a great place where you were born. I understand now why this place you want to protect. I smiled and said. Let's have some fun for a while, you guys are the kind of people like Belange who only understand after breaking your face. You said it. Go get him girls. My battle with the nuns began. It ended faster than I thought it would. All the nuns were scattered around the place. Some had a bruise that grew like a baseball. I didn't have any scratches because blood was taking care of protecting me. I smiled at the Mother Superior who looked like a puffer fish. You see. I'm strong, so you can rest easy. I will protect Lily with all my power. Raquel's blank eyes flashed her light. So you knew this was a sham, even though you were very serious. You wanted me to show you if Lily deserved to be with me. Someone who could protect her, right? Raquel looked at me and then said. Sawyer, how's the water? It's ready. Good. Let's have some while we talk. The long black-haired sister poured water for all of us. Raquel used healing magic on everyone, including herself. She touched her cheeks before answering me. You are very cruel, Razel-kyun. Ladies shouldn't be mistreated. A huge guy like you saying that gives me the creeps. We all laughed at that joke. Raquel looked relaxed and spoke. I'm sorry about what happened, but we've heard that a lot of scary things have been happening in the capital, including things connected with Duchess Rosenberg and her associates. We thought Lily-chan was in bad hands. We want that little girl to be happy. I reassured them as their point of view was understandable. I understand your concern. The Rosenberg family's problems are related to traitors and corrupt people in the palace. I am sorry that you are worried about her. That's why I will protect her. Lily is one of my brides, I will protect them all with all my strength. Raquel stared at me and then smiled. Despite the fact that you say you are a man with several women, including demi-humans, and your own mother-in-law, which should be a warning to stay away from her. Hey! Smile. From everything Lily has said about you shows that she values and appreciates you a lot. Even the other women, including that Elise-chan. As much as I'd like to go on all day about how cute Lily is, I'd like to ask you something. Go ahead. Why are you here? The cheerful mood darkened. You're a very observant boy. Well, this will be quick since we don't like to remember. We were part of an order of knights called the Executor Brigade. Our task was simple. To kill anyone who dared to speak ill of the palace or attempt against the safety of any of the ministers. We didn't question anything. One day, we were sent to kill a family, I will never forget that name, the Ark's family. We were ordered to kill everyone except the current head, to leave him alive to suffer. We went to ask the minister who sent us the execution order the reason for killing women and children, normally only adult men we killed. When we told him what we thought, the minister treated us as traitors. He framed us for crimes and threw us in jail. After leaving us there for several days, he came to tell us he was releasing us. If we told anyone about this, he would kill us and our families. The reason for releasing us was because the Prime Minister was informed of inmates inside the palace, which is rare to see. The minister was very afraid of the Prime Minister, so in order not to raise any suspicion he banished us to this place, which does not belong to any nobleman. We were silent and would not say a word, but thanks to you we can now speak. Us. What Raquel was saying I didn't understand at all until she revealed the name of that minister. Last year, you defeated the criminal, the former minister Marquis Olgren. Olgren. That name is a bad sign, that means the Black Crows were involved with several incidents in the past. By the way, that name, Arx, sounds familiar, but I don't remember it. I continued to listen to what Raquel was telling me. When we arrived here, no one knew us, meaning they were never informed of our situation. The good thing about all this is that we were able to live in peace here. The previous Mother Superior gave us a home, food, and above all she never asked us about our past. Many children came here because of their parents abandoning them in some church. By the way, this place used to be a monastery, but one day there was a tremor and it collapsed. Well, that explains everything, I said. I figure this place must be an abandonment point, right? It is as you say, despite the fact that this place is a historic one. Historic. It was then that Raquel revealed something I never imagined in my life. This place was where the religion of the three gods was founded because of her, the founder, the saint of charity. You said the saint. I stood up and began to sweat. A saint. And also the founder of the temple of the three gods. This was never talked about in the game. This is really something I never expected to hear in my life. Knowing that this place was the origin of Lily's entire backstory. Raquel said as she drank her water. It's normal to be this surprised. After all, the temple itself has never recognized or mentioned that saint due to macho problems. But in this place they talk about her as if it were the normal thing to do. In fact, there are cardinals who come to this place to find out if she really existed. You can ask Lily Chan about the details. You'll find it interesting why. I heeded her and went out to look for Lily. I went out the driveway and Lily wasn't there. The kids watering the plants and running around the chickens told me she was in the woods located in the back. To follow a path of flowers and at the back I would find her. I listened to them and as they said, a long path covered with flowers was visible. I walked for at least 5 minutes and there I saw her. Lily was looking at a large statue. Upon closer inspection, it was the body of a woman wearing a dress and holding a cane in her right hand. Looking at her face which was perfectly carved I said, amazing. I wasn't saying that because of her perfectly sculpted easy features. It was because she, this statue of the saint, looks so much like Eli and Lily put together. The face shape is Lily's, but the eyes and nose are Eli's. Her hair is extremely long and reaches almost to the floor. Lily became aware of my presence. Razelkun. If you're here it means you're done talking to Mother Superior and the others, right? Yes, they told me to come see this. It's real. Lily nodded. Yes, the first time I went to the capital I was surprised too, but in your case it was because no one here knew about her. Saint Olivier is her name. The stories say that she came from a place called Grace Kingdom where she was known as the Saint of Healing because of her high skill with healing magic. She lived at the time when the first emperor of the empire was not yet emperor. Her homeland was razed to the ground and she fled to the then Arklight kingdom. There she met the first founder and helped him stop the 7 countries attacking him by bringing them all together. They say that to do this, she gave a forged sword to the first sword saint. She called him a saint since he was a warrior who fought for peace. They say the reason there are 4 sword saints is a tradition. The founder was accompanied by 2 people and the blessing of the goddess Alexia herself. Of course, they never saw her, but Olivier Sama said that the reason she arrived safely in this country is because of the voice of the goddess and the other 2 gods. She founded the temple and created the official religion of this nation. This town is named after her as thanks for being the first home of the temple. Now that I remember, I also heard a voice on the day of the duel when that monster attacked, but I think it was just my head telling me what to do. It's a wonderful story, isn't it? Yes, it really is. Did all that happen in this world? This has generated a lot of questions for me. Who is Olivier and why did she come to the Empire? How is it that she heard the voice of the goddess Alexia? Why does her face look like Eli's and Lily's? How is it that Lily could hear the voice of the goddess when it is not yet time? It's even weird that she doesn't think she heard a voice, although I don't think so either. There are too many questions to answer and too little information. While I was wondering why those crappy developers never put this in the game, Lily spoke to me. Mother Superior told me a long time ago, one night she was about to give the chickens their leftovers. When she opened the door she found a basket and a bundle in it. A newborn baby lay there, attached with a note that said her name is Lily. She told me before my prayer baptism. The christening Lily speaks of is the same one I had when I turned 10. But before that, my life here with everyone was wonderful. I laughed, I played, and I always had an energetic morning. There was just one problem. Lily ducked her head and touched her shoulders. Whenever nobles came to adopt children, none of them chose me. I always thought it was something I had, that they didn't like my face or I smelled bad. It was always the same, they ignored me and no one would talk to me. The kids who left never sent a letter to say how they were doing. I figured they were better off without us since we were poor. When they all left and only the sisters were left, they told me not to cry. I listened to them. Even when I went with them to sell fruit, I always smiled because there was nothing to be gained by crying. Lily lifted her face and tears touched her cheeks. I always thought I'd be alone. Even if the sisters said they were my family, they have their own loved ones, I never had anyone. I don't know why my parents abandoned me as soon as I was born. Did they hate me before I was born? Didn't they want to have me? If they'd had a chance to know me, would they have abandoned me anyway? I always thought that. That's why I liked the story of the saint. A woman who came from a destroyed place and became an important figure and loved by everyone, although at the end there is no mention of what happened after she founded the temple, they say she died of loneliness. I walked over to her and hugged her. Is that why you didn't want to tell me about your past? It's not something people want to hear. I asked you to come today because it was on this day that I learned to use magic from my mentor. Mentor? Yes. A man came to do an inspection of the place. He found me using magic and said he was fascinated. He taught me how to use my powers since he also had healing magic. Where is he now? I don't know, he said he would come back one day to see how I was progressing and left. Ah, he was also the one who sent me the recommendation to get into the academy, expenses paid and all. I tried to contact him through letters, but he never responded. Strange. A person who taught Lily magic and then disappeared. In the game it was never mentioned how Lily got into the academy. Maybe he really was a good man? You never know what kind of people there are in the world. There was something I wanted to ask Lily. Lily. Do you like living with the Rosenbergs? The way you cry says there are things you keep to yourself. She snuggled her head on my chest. I told Eli-chan this a long time ago, I wanted to tell you, but I couldn't find the words to do it until this day came. Do you hate me for lying to you? I smiled since Lily was a good girl. No. No way, you have things to hide, it's normal that way. You didn't want them to think you were a freeloader, that's why you never told us anything. I'm surprised you told Eli first though. Trust between girls and sisters is different than with boys. And I love being with the Rosenberg family. Despite the fact that I don't have the last name, they all treat me with love and respect and so I consider them my real family, the sisters and kids at the monastery too. If I ever see my original parents, I'll give them such a good slap that their jaws will drop. Ha ha ha. Shall we go back to the hotel? I'd like to spend the night here. Can we? Yes. We went back to the sisters and played with the kids. I learned a lot about Lily, there are many mysteries surrounding her life. With this day I am done with dating all but one of my women, Amy. Tomorrow I will confront her and talk to her. Chapter 99 The Calamity Witch is a girl too. We slept over at the church where Lily grew up. I got up early as a rooster came in and pecked my face. After changing my clothes, went running with my Rajan straight to deliver the bikes, then I came back and went to check on Lily. She was sleeping cuddled up with the local kids. I got a little jealous of a little girl who slept on her breasts. We said our goodbyes and said we would send presents soon and come back next year or whenever we could make it. Raquel told me to take care of Lily after giving me a light smack on the cheek. I smacked her back too, but on her sacred parts. She was a real woman now, I think. After returning, I lay down for a while as I was still sleepy. When I wake up, I will resume what is the most important of the day, Amy. I woke up again and went downstairs to have breakfast with the girls. They were all eating toast with jam and bacon. I said to Eli as Lily devoured a large mountain of toast. Eli, I'd like what's left of this vacation, to be left alone. Of course, she didn't understand what I was saying. She looked cute as she ate her toast and her mouth was full of jam. Why? It's almost time to enter classes, we should spend it together. I know. But there's someone who hasn't been here in a long time and I want to give her the attention she deserves. You're talking about Amy-san, right? Yes. Amy has been alone since the day we all went to the beach. I tried to talk to her afterwards, but she seems to be walking around resenting me. So I'll take this opportunity to talk to her. I'll take Leela for a walk while I'm at it. My relationship with her is just like a master and his dog. I don't know if she would be a member of my harem considering how she is. Eli swallowed his toast before saying, if it's what you must do, do it. I'd hate to have to see a girl mad at you just for giving us attention. It would be bad if she killed you in your sleep just for walking around resentful. What did you say? Nothing. Shoo. I hurriedly ate and after saying goodbye to the girls I went to look for Leela. Master. I greeted her. Leela wears clothes that make her look like a man, she really likes to dress like that. I asked her as a favor to take me to Amy as only she should know where she is. She told me to follow her and we went to find her. Leela led me to the docks where the ships were anchoring. The place didn't reek of seafood despite bringing in lots of it. In the distance I saw a figure dressed in white. A woman was wearing a beautiful long dress, slippers, and a white hat. Amy was using a branch to touch a starfish. Leela, who was next to me watching the fisherman landing fish, I told her to go play around while I thought about what to say to her. Hello. It's been a while. She saw me and made a humph in a very childish way. She puffed out even her cheeks. I asked her, can I sit next to you, and she said, if you want. As I sat down, I tried to slowly move closer to her. But like an annoying child she kept moving away from me. I froze because she was evidently moving away from me. What should I do? Did you have fun? She suddenly spoke to me without turning to look at me. Why yes. If you had been there, it would have been much better. You should know better than anyone that I hate humans. I am one. You're different. You're the one who saved me that day. I moved closer and she didn't try to pull away. I'm sorry. Is that all you can say? I am not good with words. Make something up. I'll wait for you. You want me to make something up? I waved my hands in desperation for Amy caught me off guard. I couldn't think on something. Stupid me. Sigh. Razel-sama. What am I to you? After hearing Amy's sigh, she asked me something. I told her without wasting any time. Someone important to me. One of my women. The first one in fact. If I'm the first of them all, why haven't you contacted me in all this time? It's been about half a year since we saw each other in the lawless city. You don't even remember asking me for your help. I immediately prostrated myself in a dogza to beg for forgiveness. I'm so sorry, Amy. What are you apologizing for? She asked me that, I said. I've neglected you so much. You're not only an important ally, you're also my woman. Because I've enjoyed time with everyone else, I've neglected you. I've made bad choices in my life. But the worst has been ignoring you, thinking you'd be fine. That's when Amy finally looked at me. She wanted to cry. Why are you saying that now? What's the point of just saying it? You know, all this time I've waited for your visit just once. Her tears began to fall. I remember when we were, since the day you found me together. Every day you came to see me, we talked, ate together, and even got to tease the golems who guarded the place. But when you entered the capital, you left me all alone. My only company is Leela, but she's no good for that. I can't have a proper conversation with someone who has an intelligence equal to a dog. I waited every day for you to come to see me, a letter, a gift, something. The only time you contacted me was to ask for help, and then you forgot. It makes me happy to be together, but you don't even understand that I also want to be by your side more than those women. I'm annoyed and jealous that you can have a day off with them while you ignore me like I'm a piece of paper on the wall. Why can't you understand that I too have simple feelings like those girls do? I'm also a girl who doesn't know the world and just wants to spend an afternoon with you, but even that you can't grasp. You haven't bothered to come to see me more than once in almost 2 weeks. I've been completely ignored by you. You treat me like I'm someone else and not who I am. Crying. Amy's cry was a loud punch in the face which I couldn't block. The reason for that is because she is right. I always, when I mention Amy, I do so with the thought that she is the Witch of Calamity. An enemy of the game. But the girl in front of me is not that. She's a normal girl like Eli and Lily. She's not the woman who will lay waste to half the capital city, let alone the bearer of capital sin. She is just a girl who went through a traumatic time in her life and, thanks to me, she did not generate contempt for human life. Amy is strong because of her magical power, but the emotional state is different. I better than anyone else understand the words of rejection and being ignored. I can't excuse myself. I always thought she would be fine without me. But she wants to be with me like the others. Really? I always end up ruining everything. Just like with Eli, with Barbara, and now Amy. I can only say the same thing. I'm sorry. No matter how many times I say it, it will never be enough. I prostrated myself before her to ask for forgiveness. But Amy kept my head from touching the ground and hugged me. It was a gentle hug. I'm upset because you ignore me. But I can't hate you since you are the most important person in my life. I hugged her back. You too. They all are, but it's because of you that I've been able to gain my own strength. If I was my old self, I would have died a long time ago. Thank you for being by my side, Amy. I love you. I love you too. We looked at each other for a moment and gave each other a warm, loving kiss. It was short-lived, but I could feel the world stop. As we pulled our mouths apart, I said to her, I promise to make you happy. This time I won't let you suffer. I was saying this both to Amy present to me and to the Amy in the game. I will not let that Amy exist as she suffers. We stood up and walked down the beach holding hands. I want to spend more time with you. But there's almost no time left before we enter classes. As much as I'd love to say I'd like to miss classes, Barbara will prevent it. Just like Eli and Lily would scold me saying the future Duke must have good grades. If he graduates with a lousy score, it would be very dishonorable for us, something like that they would say. Amy laughed a little. Phew, those girls as you describe them seem to be quite the case. Should I brainwash them? Wait, is there such a thing as brainwashing magic? No. But I could try. Please don't. Who knows what could happen? I began to sweat at the thought of such a thing existing. Brainwashing people is horrible. I say that because the perpetrator could be some lunatic. Amy said to me with a straight face. I said I won't do it, you don't need to be uptight. Sorry. We kept walking and then she took a few steps forward to tell me. There's something I want to know. What's that? Between me and that woman, Barbara I think it was. Who is prettier? They're both pretty, their long hair gives them both a touch of maturity that the others don't have. Good. Now Amy cornered me, she used her hands to lift her large breasts. Between her and I. Who has the bigger breasts? That's playing dirty. Not for nothing is Barbara at the top of my top 3 girls with the biggest breasts. She'll get mad if I tell her it's not her. Should I lie? Yes, this is also for Barbara's sake, as Amy might become resentful of her. I will definitely tell her. It was what I was thinking at the time. You. It's obviously not. I haven't you seen the size of those breasts? They're clearly bigger than mine. That woman is in every definition a cow. I was speechless, but she came up to me and said. If you want me to be stuffed too, you must give me a baby. On that condition alone I don't mind looking like that. What do they all have to do with getting pregnant? I'm only 17 years old. No, I'll be 18 soon, so it's worse for me since according to the laws of the Empire, I'm under the obligation to get married. I want to play a little more before I spend all day in an office and change diapers. I hugged her and told her so she wouldn't think badly of me again. Oh, of course you do. Just let me find a suitable date. Amy looked at me, I could see the darkness in her gaze. It was the same darkness that the Amy from the game showed when she heard about the love Lily was talking about. Are you sure? Why yes. Very much so. Okay. Smile. She smiled in a cute way despite seeing me with those menacing eyes. Meteor. Oni se ma a voice called out to us from afar. It came running at full speed, raising a new one of smoke. It was Leela, who had apparently stolen fresh fish. I said to Amy. Can we go somewhere? Where would you like to go? I saw a nice place yesterday where it says they serve a very delicious seafood soup. Let's go then. Amy held up her finger and both me and Leela were lifted up to fly out of there. What's the name of the place? I told her the name of the place. Wiseland Village. Let's go then. Amy took us straight to that place. No doubt this day will be a great day for us as we will spend it together. Chapter 100 The Smartest Man in the World. After flying for a few minutes we arrive at Wiseland Village. It is a beautiful place where all the buildings are made of wood with rocks. It is a tourist place where people come to rest and spend some time locked up, away from the capital. I discovered it yesterday while carrying Lily back. Layla's eyes sparkled as she admired the place. Master, look. This place smells good for being built out of wood, it's amazing. I replied, well, they keep this place clean and fresh. As we walked, the main street was crowded with people. This place served dishes that were brought in from the county, they had their own hot springs and mostly nightly activities to enjoy as a couple. I said to Amy I'll go check out a free inn due to the fact that this place may have the whole place full. I hope that's not the case. I walked away from them a while ago and searched every inn and couldn't find a free one. At this rate we'll have to use her magic to get back to the hotel, but I want to spend here with her, and play with Leela like the good master I am in passing. I was staring at the ground deep in thought and didn't realize I bumped into someone. Kaya. A cute voice rang out. It came from a girl who fell to the ground. Seeing that she was on the ground I immediately gave her my hand. I am sorry. I was thinking about a free inn that I didn't realize. The girl in front of me was very beautiful, her skin was pale, snow-white hair pulled back in 2 long pigtails, beautiful red eyes. She wore a similar outfit to Celia. A small blouse that perfectly showed her large breasts, exposed her belly, short skirt with asymmetrical stockings, and a red coat. On her head she had a pair of sunglasses and in her mouth a lollipop. The girl in a cheerful tone said to me. Yo-ho! I'm Anja-chan, a pleasure. Her personality was energetic like her gaze. Much pleasure. I returned her greeting. She didn't seem to mind that I made her fall. Unii-san, you're looking for an inn, right? What a coincidence. I just came out of one. Really? Yes. Just keep going long to that alley. There are many that are hidden. Thank you very much. You're welcome. Bye-bye. The girl went off in another direction singing. I immediately went to where she told me and found the inn. I asked the woman who was listening to music on a device similar to a music player if there were any free rooms. She said there was only one left and I booked it for the three of us. I immediately ran to Amy and Leela. This is going to be a great day. Pleven household mansion. In a huge garden full of flowers not normally seen in plain sight sat a man reading a book. The sunlight was beating all over his face, but because he was an expert with magic he activated a light-repelling spell so only the necessary amount of sun touched him. He was wearing casual clothes. He was a tall, stocky, but overall very old man. This man was not like other retirees. He was still working despite his old age. Grandpa. He noticed a young man called out to him. The old man stood up from his comfortable chair and went to hug his grandson. Oscar, what a pleasant surprise. This man was the grandfather of Oscar's capture target, Brian von Pleven, known to all as the Wizard God. Oscar approached his grandfather with a bag of desserts. Both of their favorite was there. They went to a nearby table and while a maid was preparing the dishes, Brian asked him. What brings you back home? Oscar smiled as he imagined savoring his favorite dessert. I finished my magical training. I came to rest until I go back to school. I promise I'll try really hard this year. Brian remembered last year's dueling trouble where his grandson and other important young men were involved. They were all beaten up and punished severely. At first he punished his grandson for losing by using magic. Brian, as the member of the holy magicians with the most renown and authority, felt angry for his grandson. He felt he was a disgrace to the Pleven family name. But then he understood that this behavior of his influenced his grandson. He did wrong too, he recognized it too late. Oscar, since you went on that mission with the Dukes, you have changed. You even try to rely on the help of others since you returned from the Rosenberg's war game against the Second Prince. You've grown up, my grandson. Brian smiled. Oscar noticed this. Why the smile, Grandpa? Did you remember anything from the past? You could say so. Oh, speaking of the past, I remember something similar happening when I was young. Similar? Yes. It was a quiet day like today and I had lunch together with my mentor. Oscar's cupcake fell on his plate at that. You, the Wizard God? The man rated as the best magician in the imperial court, respected and praised by all, had a mentor. Why the surprise? It is natural for an apprentice in magic or in the ministry to have a mentor. In fact, it's thanks to that person that I'm named after the Wizarding God. I never liked that title, it feels like I presume too much. But the Emperor wants to show the superiority of the Empire to the whole world, so there's no other way. Oscar refuted what his grandfather said, to him, no, to everyone it's absurd what he heard. Gee, Grandpa. Do you understand what you're saying? The reason we have all the advances of today is because of you. It's because of you that the Empire advanced decades or centuries in a matter of years. Brian sighed. It's only because my mentor before he died handed me his will. He told me not to give his name to anyone, so I had to swallow my desire to reveal his name. His name is that important? Brian looked at Oscar in a very serious manner. There will always be one person in this world who motivates you to do something unimaginable. For some that person is a woman you marry, in my case, my wife came after meeting my mentor. In Oscar's mind came his reason to better himself, it was Razel, he remembered the duel, he remembered when they went to destroy Black Raven bases and then he remembered the words of Belange who witnessed how Razel took on the dark side of the Empire and won. To Oscar, Razel was a foreign existence which he wanted to overcome. I understand, Grandpa. He clenched his fist in frustration. I'm sure you can at least tell me his first name and not his last name, right? Okay. Brian set his cup of tea down on the saucer and revealed his mentor's name. His name was Linhard. That man is the most brilliant mind in the world, so much so, he was nicknamed as the Mad Scientist. A man was running for his life through a thick forest. His breathing was heavy, so much so that he could barely breathe. His feet were full of blood. The man was running from his captors. Why was he running? This man a few months ago was at the top of the most important people in the world. His breakfast was exotic foods. His lunch was the most expensive animals and seafood in the world. His afternoon snack was the most nutritious. The man had it all. He was also a minister of the Arklight Empire as a marquis. He was the benefactor of a man, that individual one day declared a fake war against a noble house. They had everything to win, but the goddess Alexia flipped the board and lost everything with that defeat. To make matters worse, he is being hunted under suspicion of murder. And not of just anyone, the death of the second prince, His Highness Blake. That man was Gerrit von Olgren. His appearance is that of a middle-aged man, short in stature, without a single hair on his bald, shiny head. Piercing gaze with that foxy expression of his, coupled with his toad-like voice, made him untrustworthy. He was part of the Three Right Hands, the Yatagarasu, of a criminal organization known as the Black Crows. Olgren managed to escape several weeks ago. At first he had places to hide, but they were of no use to him. Both his own allies, in order to wash their hands of him and avoid execution, automatically sold him out. Knights, adventurers and even bounty hunters came after him. No one was his ally, he was a prize. Whoever caught him would be rewarded with a juicy bounty. It was even rumored that the emperor would promote you up to 2 titles depending on whether you were noble or not. Olgren learned of this when he abandoned his horse with his food while the bounty hunters destroyed his camp. His clothes were in tatters, the foul odor on his body was evidence of how bad a time he was having. His face showed signs of sleep deficiency and he was even suffering from malnutrition. The man who had once been at the top now fell to the bottom. Even the very Black Crows are looking for his head. What was his reason for living and not taking the suicide route? The answer was clearer than water. Revenge. Revenge against all those who want him dead. Revenge against those who betrayed him. Against the palace, the imperial family, the emperor, but more than any other. The Rosenbergs, especially Razel. If it weren't for them, Olgren would be at the top now, enjoying his ascent. He also discovered that Razel was Licht, the criminal who has murdered several members of the organization. Olgren was not going to die without first seeing them all bent over licking the solace of his shoes. So, he came to a certain place. An old acquaintance which he knows will undoubtedly help him. He has been running for 3 days and 2 nights in this forest to get rid of his pursuers. Hope for anyone would be lost, but it seems that the goddess smiled on him. After removing some branches, he found a huge castle hidden deep in the forest. It was smaller than the Rosenberg mansion, but it was an ancient castle. Olgren, with his shoes off, his feet covered in mud, blood, and leaves, walked to the door. Open the door. I know you're in there. Open it, please. He knocked on the door with a rock so that the noise would wake the owner, which Olgren knew was inside. Olgren's arms had no strength, but his spirit urged him to knock. After 10 minutes of knocking, the door opened. Olgren showed an expression of joy, but no one was there. The door opened by itself. Why, an unwanted guest. How did you get through the barrier? A male voice spoke to him from the back of his neck. He felt something suffocate him and within seconds he passed out. Olgren opened his eyes. He was inside the castle, but in a dark, smelly room. He panicked at the thought that he was captured by his pursuers, but suddenly. You took your time waking up. I had to heal your wounds as you were indeed unwell. You could have died the instant I knocked you unconscious. Herrera. A man speaking in a strange tone similar to the people of the Kansai region spoke. The man approached and placed a chair in front of Olgren. A small lamp illuminated the area around Olgren. He could see him at last. Wearing black clothes just like a Chinese martial artist, but with a rebellious touch because his left sleeve was torn off. From his arm and build it was obvious that he was muscular, tall and, above all, a joker. It's pitiful to see a man like you. What must you have done to have ended up like this? Looking at his face, she glimpsed his short blue-black hair. Half of his face, starting from his forehead to the middle of his nose, was wrapped in a red cloth which was tied from the left side covering his ear. He had a black Chinese dragon design over his eyes. The man introduced himself. My employer is a busy man, so he hired me to be his bodyguard for a season. Nice to meet you, I'm Judel the Quiet One, part of the 12 candidates to be the next Sword Saint. Olgren's eyes widened as he saw an unexpected man in front of him. He answered him. What are you doing here? No, more importantly, call your employer. He knows me and I came to ask a favor. Judel stood up and began to walk around Olgren. Bring my employer in front of a mysterious man who came out of nowhere. He somehow broke the spell that covers this place, and most of all he was escaping from someone. Your prank is high level, I'd like to do one like it, but I wouldn't know how to end it. Judel moved closer to Olgren's face. Pitifully, that won't happen. Now tell me what I want to know nicely, as I am not a man of little patience. Open. A door was opened. Footsteps could be heard coming down a staircase. What is this commotion? The voice of a young man, possibly in his 20s, spoke. He approached to the point where his feet were visible. Judel, you reported an intruder. I came to see it with my own eyes, since it is impossible for anyone to break through my barrier. Judel stepped aside to point to the man in front of him. But here he is. You can see for yourself. Olgren raised his head and shouted. Linhard. It's me, Garrett. Your benefactor. The man moved closer until his body was touched by the light. He was a scientist, apparently, by his white coat. Black gloves on his hands and slim build. His face was visible to Olgren when he got close enough and leaned in as he saw his face. An attractive man with long dark blue hair pulled back in a ponytail with a metal piece holding it back from the nape of his neck. Through his thin, thick glasses, his grey eyes sparkled. His expression was subdued because he felt no interest in this man. He even told her. Is that your Garrett boy? You sure have aged. Careful with those words, Linhard. You forget that thanks to me you were able to do your research because of my funds. I appreciate that. But you are talking about something that happened 30 years ago. You're old now, what's wrong with telling an old man he's old? Olgren got angry. But not because of his brash attitude, he was angry because of his appearance. Why does he look young? He certainly was older than me, but he's totally different now. What did you do? Release me, please. Olgren was forcing Linhard to release him. Linhard sighed and said. Judel, release him. On command. Judel heeded him and with one motion cut the ropes binding Olgren. Then he went to bring him a wheelchair. We have a lot to talk about, but not here. Let's go to the surface. You're right. The three of them went up the stairs straight to the visiting room. This castle was not that of a king or a prince. It was the abode where a certain person resided. Linhard Weissmann was his name, and he is the smartest man in the world. The one responsible for implementing all the advances of the Empire. Chapter 101 The Goal of a Lifetime. Judel returned with Linhard to the room where Olgren was left waiting. The room was beautiful, you could tell it was high class. But the items inside were strange. They were failed artifacts, experiments of a strange man. Olgren stood trying to analyze the strange painting that looked like a woman eating an octopus for breakfast. Opening the door, Linhard said. Sorry for the delay. I very rarely eat sandwiches and tea. That's okay, they're first class, right? I can't stand to take anything that isn't first class. Yes, they are. Judel poured the cups. Despite the fact that he couldn't see because of the bandana covering his eyes, he perfectly knew how to place the spoon and plate near Olgren and Linhard. He walked straight to the back of the room without making a sound. Olgren stared at him. Before we start, why is that guy with you? Linhard took 3 sugar cubes and threw them into his tea. As he stirred it, he said. He's my bodyguard. As you may know, I am a man who does not exist, therefore, I must not leave evidence. Years ago I made a slight mistake, but it is not one I regret. To get out of the capital I use several of my contacts and this guy is very helpful. My ally recommended I hire him since he used him to take care of assassins who were sent for his head. He charges dearly, but I'm never short of money. I see. Olgren poured milk cream into his tea. As usual, you're a strange man. You're the spitting image of the real dark side of the Empire for a reason. Linhard aggressively placed his cup of tea on the saucer. Don't call me like that. It's not my fault that my experiments and those old idiots in the palace have come into conflict. Olgren retorted. If your dog bites someone's hand, is it your fault or the guy who got bitten? The guy's. Nobody sends him to touch the dog. The dog I'm talking about is the son of Loic IV. You used the former emperor's youngest child to turn him into a chimera. How on earth did you plan that no one would notice? The boy always spent playing alone, he had no one around him. It's not my fault, my breakthrough experiments require humans, it's impossible to achieve the same effect with plants, animals, or monsters. Remember those kids I told you about? Olgren touched his chin trying to remember. Kids? Oh, I remembered. He uttered a familiar name. You're talking about Zorro and the other shadows, right? Their names are irrelevant to me, that's why I was barcoding them to remember them. Anyway, thanks to the experiments I did on them, the dark crystal was completed. Dark crystal. It was a very dangerous gem in the game. There was only one country that used it in the game. You're talking about that stone you sold to the Ideal Empire, right? Exactly. Linhard raised his hand. He stood up and his eyes sparkled. There's nothing more wonderful than managing to create something that doesn't exist. Knowing that mana can be corrupted, just as fresh water can become salt water with only slight changes in its molecules, isn't this world wonderful? Linhard proceeded to tell his story as he recounted the wonders he saw to Olgren. A long time ago a child was born into a prestigious family. The child was christened Linhard Wiseman. One day on his 5th birthday, he caught a glimpse in the sky something that would change his life forever. A meteor shower. From that night on, Linhard's life focused on one thing. Why? That simple question kept him awake at night. Why is water blue? Why do we have to breathe to live? Why is blood red? All those innocent and simple questions were escalating different kinds of levels. Until one day when he was writing down a magic formula, his pencil fell down. The reason for this was simple. Linhard had turned 80. He was already an old man. His entire childhood, youth, and even his old age was focused on research, but without coming up with an answer. Linhard paused briefly to observe his body. He was very old. His teeth and hair had long since fallen out. He didn't have long to live either because of his lousy diet. All seemed lost until one day, something came in the mail. The sender was unknown. It was a small box with strange contents inside. It was a diary and a stone accompanied by a note. Use it. It's a gift from an admirer. Linhard thought it was a joke. But the moment he touched the red stone, a glow emanated and his body began to rejuvenate to a very young age. Seeing that miracle, Linhard began to read the diary. It was written in a language he did not understand. No, it was a language that did not exist. It is impossible that such a language could ever have existed. Linhard set about studying and deciphering that language. With the passage of time he managed to do it and write it down. Little by little he revealed some of them in order to have money and thus expand his horizons. One day, a man approached him. It was the former head of the Granville Duchy, Casimiro's father. He offered him a juicy amount of money and whatever, if he managed to duplicate something. He handed him a vial of blood. It was from the King of the Night, a creature known as a vampire. Linhard was astonished. It was the first time he heard that word, but he already knew the information about the creature. Duke Granville told him that vampires stay young even reaching 100 years old, humans grow old, and that a certain friend of his hated to look old. So he asked him, can you come up with a way to give strength and youth to a human being, to create the red pill? A pill used by the leading members of the Black Crows to be strong and young. For Linhard it was simple. Thanks to that he managed to get a lot of allies and money. His research was known worldwide. But something was missing, he wanted to discover something else. It was then that he said to Olgren while pointing to the sky. Don't you want to know if there is something beyond the stars? What? The stars? I wish to know what lies beyond what our eyes see. Olgren burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha, here we go again with that. What Olgren was referring to was, it's impossible that there were humans living in the stars. The reason for this thought was due to the day he met Linhard. Olgren was young and not yet the head of his household. Linhard was already old, about to be 200 years old. Seeing him lying on the ground looking up at the stars, he asked him, "What are you doing?" At which Linhard told him what he was thinking. "I was imagining how they did to come." They? He pointed to a star. "I have a theory that is not confirmed that there was an ancient humanity. They came from the stars." Young Olgren laughed at the craziness he heard. "Ha ha ha, and how did those humans get here? On ships by any chance?" Ha ha ha. From that moment on, the relationship of these two began. It was even Olgren himself who had contacts in the ideal empire who suggested to Linhard to create something for them and have more bonds. That was how he created the dark crystals, which will serve for the Dark Knights to fight against the soldiers of the Arklight Empire. To top it off, one day before rejuvenating himself, Linhard had to fake his death. But it was a bit difficult to do so as years came a pupil. A bright young man who wanted to learn him. Due to his family, Linhard could lie and say that he was Linhard II or Linhard III, it was very easy for him. So lying again was not complicated, except for this boy. That boy looked up to him so much, Linhard felt remorseful about never seeing him again. It did him no good to be young again when the bond he had with this boy was engraved in this personality. That's why he gave him his notes. A souvenir to help this boy and give him a legacy. He didn't do it for fame or anything, he just wanted to have a bond with someone who understood him. That's why Linhard didn't know that was a mistake. 4 days later, the Sword Saint came for his head. As the boy, young Brian of the Plevin household didn't know nothing, he only unwittingly revealed the name Linhard as part of the answers he gave. The Sword Saint did not say as he thought they were in Confederate. Linhard had no choice but to die at that moment, and thus, the entire Wiseman family was executed. But Linhard was an ambitious man. He wanted to find out everything about this world. That's why he changed his last name to Weissmann. That's why he pretended to die after creating something that wasn't supposed to exist. A homunculus. Linhard did not realize that when he was gathering parts to create his homunculus, a young man by the name of Gregor was working at the place where he ordered the materials for his experiment. When Gregor went to visit Linhard's office, which was being destroyed by knights, he found a page which was soiled with footprints. On that page it said something that would change his life forever. Create artificial life, aka homunculus. It was then that he managed years later to create Evelyn. Of course, Linhard didn't know that thanks to him he managed to help the man who would become the wizard god years later and even help Evelyn to be born. This man managed to make the strange technological advances seen in the game real. Without knowing how, a non-playable character, a real background character managed to do something that the game never revealed. Something like this was impossible to know. Olgren finished his new cup of tea. He was enjoying a quiet moment. Linhard asked him. We've talked about the past for a long time, but this makes me uneasy. What are you looking for here? You still don't reveal how you found this place. Olgren said. I managed to remember you telling me about this place years ago. The password is a special whistle that manages to mimic the frequency of a wind made with magic. Even someone who knows wind magic couldn't find it, although I would laugh if it was by mere chance. Gorororora. And your target? Olgren grew serious at those words. Revenge. I want revenge on the Empire. Everyone deserves to suffer and die in the worst way possible. I want you to help me get to Ideal and sell them information for shelter and food. No. A noble title, no doubt. If I'm not noble, I don't care a damn. Olgren told Linhard everything he wanted. After sighing a little, he said. Fine. I'll help you, but first I want you to see something with me. What is it? Just follow me. The three of them followed down a long corridor where a room was located. After opening the door, a foul smell emanated the air. It stinks. Cover your nose. Linhard handed the three of them an oxygen mask. Upon entering, they found that all but one part was off. They approached and Olgren was shocked. This is it. Linhard replied as he pulled on gloves. It's a corpse, but not just anyone's. It's the deceased body of the Dark Knight of Ash. The body of Curtis, one of the 4 Dark Knights, lay on a metal table. His body showed signs that he was ripped open. He even had a hole in his chest. That was where the dark crystal that gave him his powers was. He died months ago, his neck was broken apparently. Curtis died when Razel and the Dukes went to destroy hidden bases of the Black Crows. There he met Desmond and was killed in such a simple way. Linhard grabbed the dark crystal, which called out to him. This is the main core. This little thing is corrupted mana, it is altered to violate the laws of nature. For that reason. Snap. In a split second, Judel choked Olgren. Linhard, what do you think you're doing? Linhard motioned Judel to a far table. You see, Garrett boy. I have lived 200 years thanks to the Philosopher's Stone. That stone allows me to stay young since it is made of human lives. Human lives have an expiration date, those lives run out fast. I can only live a couple of years, sooner or later its effect will run out. In other words, it's inefficient. But you know, there is something that is supreme. Something that will give me everything I desire. He grabbed something from a table and then held it up to Olgren's face. Here lies the truth. In this journal is everything I want to know to create that. Linhard said. The Holy Grail. An object that in the game was just a simple chalice that gave full energy and could be easily crafted, but Linhard wasn't talking about that item but something else. From what I could understand, the Holy Grail is divided into 2 parts. The Elder Grail and the Minor Grail. The Minor Grail is a physical vessel, while the Elder Grail is energy. If you put them together you get the Holy Grail. The pinnacle of knowledge, that's what I want. But I want more than that, I want to know the truth of the world. For example, what happened 2,000 years ago? According to history, mankind began 1,000 years ago. But the ruins show that there was something else, 1,000 years more difference. Therefore, there is a gap of 1,000 years that we don't know about, but everyone accepts. I refuse to accept that. My years of life are nothing compared to 2,000 years of stories. I wish to know if my theory that humans crossed the stars to come here. For that reason, Garrett boy, you will be part of an experiment. Linhard reached across the table and picked up a syringe. I plan to use you as part of the material for the new Philosopher's Stone. Linhard showed part of his body to Olgren. He was aging, at an accelerated rate in fact. The philosopher's stone wears out if used on the same person, that's why I need a new body. Implanting brains into other bodies is simple, I managed to do it in the past, but I don't want your body. You will be part of what is written in this journal, the SS project. Don't worry. I'll make sure it's a success. Judel, I need him awake to check his condition, but I hate the screaming they do, make sure he doesn't talk. I. Right. Linhard approached Olgren and showed him the black crystal. Your desire for revenge will come true, but not in the way you think. Olgren's frightened face could not reflect the torment that awaited him. Underscore. Wiseman means sage, which is part of demonstrating his level of intelligence. In case you don't understand, Wiseman and Weismann is a play on words where Linhard is still called by the same last name, changing only the meaning. While at the beginning it was called Wiseman equals sage, now it is called Weismann equals white man, a reference to the old thinkers who were treated that way because it was thought that when a man was older he became wiser. Chapter 102 Dragon Meteor. Yesterday I had a wonderful date with Amy. I'm sure with this our relationship has improved more. I was in the hotel bed, next to me was Amy sleeping peacefully while Leela lay on the floor. She was wearing a sheet so she had no problem with the cold. I was more concerned about her drool flooding the floor though. After Amy woke up we went to breakfast. They brought us each a plate of scrambled eggs with bacon, orange juice, and toast. In Layla's case it was fried meat. As Leela devoured her food, I said to Amy, "What should we do today? Tomorrow we have to go back to the Empire. I'd like to stay here a little longer. But if you really want to leave." Again she broke out of her big sister character to become a whimsical little sister. With her, Lily and Eli already have competition in wanting to be spoiled. I replied with a smile. "We'll be back in the morning." She brightened up and said with a big smile. "Really?" "Yes. More important is my time with you than classes, I can tolerate nagging from them later." Amy came over and hugged me. "I'm really happy." Her affectionate hug showed how much she wanted to spend time with me. "Me too, Amy is important to me." "Hey, did you hear the news yesterday?" "Yet. Someone's missing again." "I'm starting to get scared, this might stop the customers from coming. They say they go near the forest and a monster devours them. This has never happened before. I hope someone puts an end to that monster. There seems to be trouble, seriously, call the county knights who are the closest. Problems with monsters must be solved as soon as possible. Who knows what misfortunes they might cause. Some unexpected people came to Wasteland Village. What a tiring trip, isn't it, Chris? Princess, you forced me to carry you all the way here. Livy and Christina came to this place for a reason. It's because of those rumors going around the hotel, access to this place is impossible for now. I really wanted to try that giant snail soup." "Snails?" Christina wanted to vomit when she heard that name. She hates mollusk monsters. It's because years ago for some strange reason a tentacle monster started groping her. She killed it instantly. But she was left with that nasty feeling all over her body. Livy helped her to her feet and they went to a hotel. Even if there were no rooms free, the Princess of the Empire is top priority. Livy began to whistle as she walked. Suddenly, behind her that was the forest, a strange phenomenon began to occur. "Boss, there's a problem." Judel was reporting to Linhard who was wiping blood from his gloves. "What is it?" The barrier showed signs of trying to break. "I beg your pardon." Linhard remembered what Olgren had told him. That damned liar. He revealed the secret to more people, it would be problematic if anyone in the Empire found out. "Judel, go get the one responsible for it. I'll turn him into an amorphous creature." I. Judel immediately left the castle heading for Wasteland Village. The two were in the same territory because of the castle that was part of the properties of his that he bought years ago. The reason the village was called that was because years ago when a village began to form for the servants, not having a name, they named it after the lord of this land. But everyone gave him up for dead, so it only has a mayor now. How tasty this is! Really? Livy and Christina were having lunch in a small park. It was because Livy wanted to eat like this was a picnic. Christina had no choice but to indulge the princess's whims. But at the same time, she was resting. The palace didn't give her a vacation, she was barely given days off for rest only because the Prime Minister demanded it. Despite being a little brat. She's not a bad girl, she's even very pleasant company. Christina usually spent her time alone at work. Even though she had her own battalion, and many of them were women, she could not socialize with them. This is because Christina herself has an intimidating aura. The women in her battalion believe that she is a serious woman and that she despises all weaklings, that's why they never say more than necessary. But the reality is different. Christina makes that grumpy face when she has a bad day or is reminded that she is single. She once got so upset when she overheard one of her subordinates rejoicing because her boyfriend gave her a ring. If a purebred elf like her were to be graded on a human age, she would be in her late 30s. That made her angry. But by coming to this place, that stress was being lowered and she was able to have a nice relaxing time with Livy. Even when she watched Razel with his women having fun, that night she managed to reach the peak of her happiness due to her hand. As a result, her mood has improved. She asked Livy, "Princess, where is that tune from? I never heard it." "Ah, this one." Livy whistled, and behind her, just like a vanishing mirage, the forest barrier disappeared. "It's something I heard as a child. It's actually one of the musical tones in the game. It was my favorite as it was similar to Beethoven's Moonlight Sonata." Livy munched on her food. It was a welcome moment of peace. "You know, Chris. Despite the fact that I forced you to come and we came with other people." She looked at her companion. "It's been a wonderful vacation. I'd like to have one just like it again." Christina smiled. "Same to me, Princess. It's nice to eat like this sometimes. Right? Why don't we go later?" "Sorry to interrupt you." Someone interrupted Livy. "But I have to get my work done." It was Judel who came up behind them. Christina reacted late. She didn't have a gun with her. How did she get here? I couldn't sense his presence. I must protect the prince. Before she could do something, Judel's hand moved very fast, striking the back of Christina's head. This caused her brain to shut down, momentarily falling unconscious. "Chris!" Livy shouted, but her fate was the same. Judel used a slight movement and her consciousness shut down as well. "Careful!" Judel gently picked up Livy's body, but before he left, he stared at Christina. "I feel like I've seen her aura before, but I don't remember it." Judel went straight into the woods. It was midday, we were walking around looking for where to eat. I was wearing casual clothes like Leela, only Amy was the only one wearing a beautiful long dress for the occasion along with the butterfly-shaped headband I gave her some time ago. Amy asked me, "Razel-sama, what would you like to eat?" I don't know. We already ate a lot of seafood yesterday, so maybe meat." "Come to think of it. Amy, aren't you a vegetarian?" "Why do you ask that?" She looked at me as if I had asked her the strangest question in the world. I replied, "Really? I was asking since I've seen you eat animal meat and seafood. As far as I know, elves are vegetarians. I don't really have a distaste for meat. Since I've always eaten animals, but I don't remember how I know that." Amy's memories of when she was a child is forgotten. I'd like to help her retrieve them, but I don't know how to do it. "Then forget it, let's better see where." "Master!" Leela interrupted me and grabbed my shirt. "What's wrong, do you want to go to the bathroom?" It's not that. Smell something familiar. Over here. Smell. Layla's nose remembered smells, so it's possible the girls came. Maybe they're worried about my sudden disappearance. I followed Leela. After a while we came to a park located behind some houses. There I found something unexpected. Christina. Christina was lying on the ground. I picked her up and checked her vital signs. She was breathing, but unresponsive. What could have happened? Master. Leela pointed me to the forest. There's another familiar smell and it's drifting away very quickly. Familiar smell? Livy. Christina was the princess's companion and Livy isn't here. That only means one thing. Livy has been kidnapped. This is bad, and the reason for this is the Emperor will kill me if anything happens to his daughter. Before we left, the Emperor said this to me: I entrust you with my daughter. With those simple words, he stated this in a better context: if anything happens to my daughter, I will kill you in the most painful way possible. There is no doubt that man would say that. The Emperor is terrifying when he is angry. I have seen him only twice, and I did in my pants on the way home. I said to the two of them, we must rescue Livy, my head depends on her living. Leela, where is the kidnapper headed? It's following long. Disappeared. Disappeared? Into the woods. Why yes. I don't feel the familiar smell anymore. Leela, who had droopy ears, was lifted her spirits because of Amy. Leela, don't worry. If they've disappeared, it's not that something weird happened to them, it means they've used magic to hide their presence. Amy stepped forward a little and raised her hand. I don't care about that girl, but if Razel Sama's life, my beloved, is in danger, I will save that girl. Can't I just kill the Emperor and that's it? No. Don't kill the Emperor, I want to live here and not run away to another country. We can create a new country. Creating a country needs support. We don't know how to run one. TCH. You just did TCH, didn't you? Amy, you just clicked your teeth in an annoying way, didn't you? Trace on. Amy ignored me and used her magic. For a short time, she froze. I see. She suddenly spoke. 2 kilometers from here is a blank space. There's no way that's a hole. That's where Livy's kidnapper is. Yet, but seeing as someone went to the trouble of creating a barrier. It's not someone wimpy. Why? I asked curiously. I couldn't detect it when we arrived. There's even a barrier in this forest. If it wasn't for the kidnapping, I would never have detected this. The enemy is someone who must know high-level magic. Maybe it's at the same level as me. On the same level as Amy. That's bad. But we must rescue Amy. My life depends on her being alive. Linhard was waiting for Judel at the reception. He prepared tea and cookies for himself. Judel entered quietly. Linhard did not notice his presence. Warn him at least when you arrive. Sorry. The order's here. Judel showed Livy to him. Linhard stared at her for a moment. She'll be fine. For what? For what I have planned. By the way, do you know who she is? No, and I doubt I'd be interested in that. You should. This girl is the first princess of the Empire. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Judel's cheek. Really? It's not bad to have kidnapped her. No. What I have planned for her is a good thing, for me. They were walking straight into a subway room, totally different from where Olgren was. I was thinking of using her as part of the subjects I'll use to create my new Philosopher's Stone, but I have a better idea. I'll transplant part of my brain into hers. Judel paused. Hey? Professor, I don't think that's a good idea. I don't care about the lives of those I kill since they are murderers or criminals, but I'm still part of one of the Empire's knights and doing this would get my head put on the chopping block. That's why we must make this quick and put her back where she was. Did she have company? Yes, a woman. An escort, it seems. We'll make this quick, then you'll give that woman a sedative to keep her unconscious by the time she can walk normally when the operation is over. They arrived in a huge room and put Livy in a chair. Okay, I'll quickly start the operation when I bring the... Boom. What's going on? Enemy attack. Linhard teased. Go finish off the intruders. But, I don't know how many there are. You have called yourself as the most silent of all assassins. Get off your ass. I'm going to protect myself, no one will stop me from achieving a goal I set out to achieve. All those who interfere with my investigations will die. Judel just bowed his head and disappeared. He bit his fingernail as he heard explosions upstairs. Damn them. I don't know who it is, but you're not getting out of here alive. 5 minutes earlier. Razel and the girls were flying because of Amy's magic. Do you already know how we'll get in? Sure. It's something you can only use once. I see. A race against time to rescue Livy. They reached the location where the castle was. But a sea of trees deceived them. Razel asked. How do we get in? Like this. Amy snapped her fingers and from the sky a magic circle manifested. Amy-san, what are you doing? There's no time to decipher the formula if we want to save her. Amy. Razel began to sweat. For that reason we'll use force. Amy. Level 4 magic. Lightning magic, dragon meteor. From the sky, an angry purple dragon roared and fell from the sky. Hold on. Ha ha ha, what fun. The three grabbed each other and the dragon slammed into something, it was a powerful barrier. It used its jaws to bite into it and after a few moments the barrier was destroyed. The castle was visible. Then, the dragon exploded into pieces. Amy. Why the hell did you do this? It was the only way to do it. Don't lie. I'm sure there was another way. You're using this opportunity to kill Livy and pick a fight with the palace to kill the emperor. I'm not. That pause says quite the opposite. Razel and the girls broke apart in remnants of dragon energy falling like a meteor shower destroying the castle. What will you do if you kill Livy? She won't die. The magic barrier was high level, I managed to destroy it using little magic power, but even a low-level spell of mine is very powerful. I really am very strong. Amy touched her cheek as she bragged about her abilities. The three of them were getting farther and farther away. She said to them. Even if we get separated, our destiny is the same. Rescue the girl and take down the kidnapper, I'm going to kill a lot of enemies. I hope she didn't die here. The three fell in different directions. Starting with Leela, she fell into a room which shattered into pieces after making contact. While Amy was stopped in midair by her magic, the energy beam impacted and destroyed several floors. While Razel, he fell into a room which was shattered. Since he no longer had the energy beam covering his body, he was hit by the falling speed as he went down some stairs. Why does the worst always happen to me? He fell comically all the way to the bottom. He got up and proceeded to dust himself off. What the hell is this place? Razel had no idea where he was, but proceeded to run around looking for Livy. He heard a faint voice coming from somewhere nearby. He approached that voice expecting the worst. There he found a person with tubes coming out of his body. His skin was almost grey. Razel was startled at the sight of him, but was more surprised to find out who it was. Olgren. Olgren was on that metal table. Razel dropped his frightened face and showed him a terrifying face. So you can see what karma does. This is what you get for being an idiot, ha ha ha. I don't know how you ended up here. But you certainly won't make it out alive. He walked away leaving Olgren annoyed, but... Beating. Something inside Olgren began to beat. Beating. This caused him to speak to Razel in fury. You miserable little shit brat. Beating. Razel didn't turn to look at him, just sneered at him. A loser dog like you should stay in his place. Just die already like the crawling insect you are. Beating. Beating. Olgren ripped off his tubes and with all his might tried to stand up. If it wasn't for you, who was on top, who had it all. Beating. 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 Razel sighed and turned to look at him. Like I said, just die. Razel was shocked by what he saw. Olgren stood up, but that wasn't the weird part. His stature was small, but he began to grow suddenly. His muscles were widening and his limbs were lengthening. Many veins were marked on his body. If it wasn't for you, Olgren became so angry that he released magical power. This caused everything around him to fly away. Olgren had grown so big that he was about 8 feet tall. His muscles were so large that his short hands now looked like trunks. His skin was grey and his head merged with his shoulders. He had become a monster. Razel's mouth hung open at the sight of him. While Olgren, I'm going to kill you and all the Rosenbergs. I'll kill everyone in this country. I'll show them that no one plays with Garrett. Marquis Olgren is not their toy. He became a national menace. The battle to save Livy began. How will this end? Chapter 103 Moon Force. Leela was looking for Livy's scent to rescue her. But the place was overrun with different scents, so finding her wouldn't be easy. Where is she? I know it's this way but I don't see her. As he sniffed near a wall. Slib. She noticed an object approaching at high speed from her left side. She immediately jumped to the side and could hear the sound of something hitting the ground. As she looked, she noticed that a man had dug his fingers into the ground. He said to her, "Wow! That was unexpected, you managed to dodge that attack. Normally I make sure to finish off my enemies in one move so as to spare them suffering. But you won't make it easy for me, right?" Leela stood up and put her limbs in combat stance. Her nails grew and her sharp fangs were displayed. "Grr. Who are you?" He introduced himself. "Naturally I wouldn't say since you'd be dead. But it looks like taking you down won't be easy, so I'll answer you. I'm Judel, one of the candidates to be the next Sword Saint." "The what of the sword?" "You are part of the capital where the master lives. I already know that you have a master. And that person lives in the capital." Leela unintentionally revealed information, but she didn't make a big deal out of it, because she didn't know what was important about that in the first place. But she was angry. "You are the kidnapper of the human princess. Give her back now and I won't hurt you, I'll just beat you up a little for trying to kill me. Do you first think about what you say before you speak? Thinking is unnecessary. I must only attack and kill the enemy. It is the belief of my clan." "I see, it's no use talking to you." Judel sighed. "I won't give it back to you, I'm sorry, but my life now depends on a thread, and you and your master who infiltrated are too. Stop talking, you're confusing me." Leela cut off the conversation with a quick attack straight for his jugular. Due to his bandana, Judel shouldn't be able to see, but he dodged it with a strange hand movement. Leela was sent flying away, crashing into a wall and breaking it. Due to the force of the blow, your spine must be. Grr. Judel reacted a little late due to the fact that he thought Leela had died. She immediately jumped up heading for his face. Her nails raked his cheek. As she reached the ground, she felt something in her hand. "What is this?" She unintentionally pulled his bandana away from him. Turning to look at him, she was shocked to see his face. "Wow, it's been several years since I made a mistake. You're certainly an opponent that killing isn't easy." She saw Judel's eyes that were open. Judel burst out laughing. "Funny, isn't it? It was because of his eyes. His eyeballs were fake. They looked like fake pearls just to look like there was something there. These things are just decoration, I can take them out if I wish. They're just there so my insides won't be exposed. You know, losing your eyesight isn't a problem. Like I care. She lunged toward him. Judal calmly dodged the kick to Layla's face. He ducked and he kicked at her, taking the opportunity to steal his bandana. By the time Leela fell to the ground, it was only 3 seconds after he reattached her bandana. Jaw-crushing. His fingers were positioned similar to a viper's jaw. He quickly approached Layla's face. She reacted in time and used her tail to propel her bottom and send him a kick. Judal could sense her presence so he dodged that kick. Leela got several meters away from him. She watched his hands, they had a weapon in it. What's that thing on your fingers? It's my weapon. To be considered a knight you must have one, these metal needles I use as gloves for my fingers. After all, I am a user of the Jakoken. The Watken. Right, I forgot that you're special. Let me quickly tell you a story. Since you really are very hard to kill, becoming a worthy enemy. A long time ago, almost at the same time when the Arklight Empire, the Ideal Empire and the Holy Kingdom were born, there was a country that became the 4th power in this world. It was called the Kuan Kingdom, also known as the Kingdom of Domination. This country was for some reason similar to China. Both its culture and its names were similar. The reason this country was a military potential and with that name was due to one man. He was called the Wise King. That man was a worldwide threat. His strategies, ways of thinking, and he was even responsible for creating the martial arts in this world. It would not be an exaggeration to call him the god of martial arts. He was loved by his people as he single-handedly managed to unify some diverse peoples. Just as he was loved, he was also hated and envied by many. The other countries looked down on him. They began to spread rumors about him under the name of the King of Assassins. Because the martial art he created, Jakoken, was used for killing. It was created for self-defense and defeating armed opponents. That man was betrayed by his people, they were guided by false rumors and no one checked. Everyone turned their backs on him and proceeded to kill his family, friends, and acquaintances on suspicion of treason. In the end the man was left alone and his punishment before dying was to be humiliated. After annihilating his family, the man was thrown into a large pot of boiling oil and cooked alive until he looked like a crispy fish. This was seen by one of his wives who was a secret. She and her son escaped from there, vowing to take revenge one day. That nation was soon destroyed in its entirety. The reason for this was the fear that more warriors who know how to fight without weapons would emerge. Only the royal blood survived and passed on from generation to generation. Martial arts were taught to every child born. But, due to the wars that took place, the lineage became extinct until only one remained. And his name was Xiang Mu. That's my birth name, but since I grew up in this country and in a place called the Lawless City, I was given the name Judal and I'm also a commoner. What a funny life, isn't it? Leela just listened to Judal in silence. Judal was not a character in the game, so his and his family's life was never of importance to the developers. He was just a non-playable character according to the reality of this world. Despite the fact that I was born into poverty and stole to eat, I spent day and night training under my father's test. He wanted to revive our old country, even when I was caught stealing and burned my eyes out, he didn't care about my life, he just wanted me to train and reclaim our home. One day, for no reason, they all died. They were not the only ones, as many people in that place died of a strange disease. Apparently many were spared since they were immune. But you know something? Judal smiled and said to Leela. I don't give a shit about all that. Who cares about a dead bloodline? Who cares about a desire to restore a place I never went to or set foot in? Who cares that my family only wished for something that was forced upon us and not to think about us? That ancestor is dead. Who the hell cares about tradition when you don't have to eat? All that stuff is bullshit. I have to work as a hitman and bodyguard to eat while just following orders from idiots like the one downstairs. What I'm getting at is, you're like me too, aren't you? Judel began to approach. We, the children of immigrants, demi-humans and poor people are just the means of entertainment for these nobles. Always mocking us, belittling us, disrespecting us like we're trash. We're just like them. Our blood is the same. When we defecate it's the same. We're the same and they treat us like trash. Aren't you sick of them? He moved closer to her, he was only 2 meters away. A while ago a guy came to me. He told me he was part of the revolution, those who wanted to improve this corrupt country. He's looking for strong members since taking down the emperor is no easy task and even less so when that demon in red is at his side. He was less than half a meter away from her already. That's why, wolf girl, would you like us to ally and defeat our masters together? Hearing that, Leela reacted instantly. She sent a kick straight at Judel's head. At the same time, Judel's claws came close to Layla's side. The blow was effective, his rib was pierced. Leela felt intense pain the moment her flesh was pierced. Judel said as he got into a fighting stance. What a pity. I was so close. Leela clutched her pierced body. Her teeth as they clenched showed how much she was suffering. I wanted to spare you more torment than necessary. The truth is I like to make jokes, what I told you was a lie. I was looking to let your guard down. But seeing as you don't want it to be easy, I'll kill you in the most painful way. Judel began to move his hands in a snake-like manner. Jakoken means snake bite fist. It's a martial art that consists of matching your arms and wrists equal to the movement of a snake. Usually you just need a simple movement. You hit it behind the head or any vital point so as to kill the target without it suffering and prevent it from making noise. But there are times when guys like you come out. They need 3 hits, 1 is to distract, 1 is to immobilize and the last one is to kill. This rule I'll forget and go with everything I've got against you. Prepare to die, wolf girl. Judel's attack on Leela began. Damn. I was careless. Judel was attacking Leela. She was trying to dodge his attacks. But he was too fast even for her. The reason she was getting hit was, I heard him and that was my mistake. Because she felt identified with him. Her clan was one that lived in the mountains. They hunted, fought each other and slept as much as they pleased. For her that place was paradise. But one day adventurers came and killed almost all of them, her parents and siblings. They trapped several like her to sell her. Leela hated humans. For that reason, she had a secret that Razel didn't know. This was never revealed in the game, but in reality Leela was the advance commander of the Demon King's army when they attacked the capital during the game. Due to her immense hatred, she killed everyone mercilessly. Just like this world, she was with Amy. In the game she was rescued by her while in this world she was rescued by Razel. Leela was angry to see him and even attacked him. But due to the fact that her clan detects emotions through fights, she noticed that Razel was not a threat. After meeting Eli and the others, Layla's heart that was only open to Razel and Amy began to expand more. They are kind. They treat me with affection. These were thoughts she had over the course of this vacation. To Leela, they were her new family, she wanted to protect them. But, even if Livy isn't, she was important to Razel. Therefore, to her it was too. Come on, is that all you've got? Even if I can't see, I developed my other senses to the fullest to even notice an enemy 30 meters away. I thought you were strong being a female werewolf, but I see you're no good in combat. Her body was full of blood due to her insecurities. Judel lifted his leg as high as he could and then with his hand hit Leela sending her skyward. Being high up, Judel used his ultimate attack. Tenjo Tenj. Judel's leg impacted Layla's belly, causing her internal organs and spine to be crushed by the falling force and the force of the leg. The way he was, he looked like a tree touching the sky. Leela spat out a lot of blood. After a while of releasing a lot of blood, she was thrown to the side. Judel sighed at the sight of it. You were a very difficult opponent to liquidate. Please die already. I wanted to do it the easy and quiet way, but you prevented it. He was leaving as he left Leela bleeding internally. Leela was watching him walk away as she tried to stand up. Master. Amy. Were the words she said as one of her eyes wandered around the room. Her eye began to fill with blood as she saw a broken vase. The vase had a circular shape. The moment she saw that round shape, something inside her started to come out. Badump. Judel was already walking out of the destroyed door. Badump. Leela was thinking. No. I mustn't let him go after the master. Badump. I won't allow it. Badump. Badump. I won't let you go after the master. I won't let you go after the austere. An explosion rang out. After leaving the room, Judel heard the floor being crushed by a huge air pressure. He quickly turned to see what it was and could only watch an object flying at high speed slamming into the wall. What the heck? Were his words after seeing the huge fissure in the wall. Hey, don't tell me she can still move. Footsteps were approaching towards him. I'm sure her organs were crushed. It's impossible to stay alive when you have internal bleeding for sure. A foot was placed outside the hole in the wall and Judel, despite being blind, could see it. This must be. He could see Layla's aura. Through her aura she was conveying her appearance. Her wounds were healing, her stature was taller due to her long limbs. Her tail grew to the length of a giraffe's neck. Her hair grew to such an extent that it touched the ground and looked like a coat. The most important change was the color. Her hair as black as night became white as the moon. Her wild animal yellow eyes became red as a demon's. Leela had awakened a new power, the one she used to attack humans during her time as a commander. And it was called. This is Moon Force. An ability that all beastmen can awaken due to seeing a full moon. It causes their animal instincts to emerge and their abilities to exceed 100%. Leela was now as strong as a sword saint. She looked at Judel without interest. But he was calm. You think by getting up and changing the color of your hair makes a difference? You're still defeated. He stepped aside. He used the footwork that knights use. This footwork was originally from the Kuan kingdom, but the Empire learned it as it was very convenient for them. Judel positioned himself to the side of her, but it was a feint. The real one, who was not an image made of magic power, was positioning himself behind her. Before he could accomplish anything. Strike! Layla's tail twitched and he was sent flying into another room, smashing everything in his path. What was that? Judel was covered in blood. It only took a slight movement for his injuries to be severe. A broken arm, his entire right rib fractured, and his nose wasn't spared either. Just that slight movement was enough to. There you are. Leela approached without him being able to sense her presences. She walked noiselessly despite walking on boards and glass. I thought you were still there, but you came here. Good thing you're not dead. Entering this mode, Layla's personality became so serious that she looks like someone else. You said I should kill my master, didn't you? Leela gave Judel a furious look. You suggested that I reveal myself against my savior and my master. I will kill you. But first I will make you taste the pain of having offended the one to whom I swore my allegiance. Try not to die. Judel wanted to escape, but Leela took his arm. At what point did she do that? Was what Judel thought as Layla's hand came close to his face. But he didn't give up. Don't think you won. He sent his needled fingers straight for her hand. Dodge it. A clash was imminent, but Leela. Why should I? Her hand did not change direction. The palm was pierced by the needles. Judel's fingers pierced skin, flesh, and bone to the extreme gold of her hand. Judel could feel Layla's hand coming close to his face. The bone in his arm snapped as she slapped him hard across the face. Judel went flying, but that wasn't all. Leela quickly ran up to him and then gave him a mid-air smack. She moved just like speeding up a movie, at 4 times normal speed. Judel was punished in all directions without being able to defend himself. Only 5 seconds passed and Leela returned to her place. Judel fell on the floor, he was full of blood. She approached him. Her hand was already healed. Her fingers made the same shape as Judel. This is the end. Bon voyage to the other world. The moment her fingers moved to his neck. And may you rest. She collapsed. Snore. Layla's hair and eyes returned to normal. The moon force effect is short-lived. For just like burning calories, when the energy is depleted one falls limp. Leela was the same way. Judel could feel the weight of her body on his arm. Leela was so happy sleeping that a snot was coming out of her nose. Judel thought as he spat blood. If I get out of this alive, I promise never to take jobs like this again. Despite the obvious winner, for him it was a defeat. What is this place? Amy was walking down the stairs. She entered a laboratory. She used a flaming butterfly spell to light up the place. She walked around unconcernedly looking for Livy. After opening a door, she found her unconscious tied up in a chair. She reached over to free her. Hey, are you okay? Does anything hurt? As she was about to touch her face. Zas! A wall of light beams, similar to laser beams, came rushing down from the ceiling. Amy and Livy's distance had grown larger. I figured someone would come for her. But I didn't imagine it was a woman. Linhard appeared from a doorway. No, better would be to say a vortex opened up in the space of that room. He came out of there as if it was the most normal thing in the world. He was wearing a strange suit. It was just like a suit of armor, but it wasn't like the ones they wore. It was armor similar to a combat suit. Combat armor you could call it. It was black with grey on the sides. It even had a yellow mask covering his face. In his hand he held something similar to a spear, but this one had 7 points. Linhard said to Amy. I can tell from the sensor on my magic armor that you have an enormous amount of magic power. I wish to inspect your core. I refuse. Just hearing you say that made me sick. No one except my man can have my body. They both laughed. From Amy's hand a magic circle manifested while Linhard's spear also manifested one. I'd tell you to let go of the girl this instant, but you're not the kind of person who does what women say. You've grown up. I didn't recognize you when I saw you. Amy was speechless for a moment. She was trembling. What did you say? Linhard without changing his expression replied. I know you. After all, I was the one who got you out of that cell. Even though I thought you were dead. Amy burst out in anger. If you don't want to die you'll tell me everything you know. Linhard adjusted his glasses because the mask was just like paper to the touch. Only if you can. The fight between the witch and the scientist has just begun. What relationship does Amy and Linhard entail? Chapter 104 Linhard's Sin. Amy was staring in fury. She had just heard something unimaginable. Were you the one who put me in that cell for so many years? In front of her was the one responsible for her suffering. Linhard was looking at her with a dull expression. If you can move me from this place, even an inch, I'll tell you something. Immediately Amy conjured a powerful spell, but remembered that Razel, Leela, and Livy were here. They could die by accident. She didn't want that. She used a low-level spell and attacked him with purple lightning. Linhard used his spear and the lightning was absorbed. She didn't understand why her attack was absorbed, but she didn't hesitate to throw more at him. Every magical attack of hers was absorbed by the spear. Amy stopped his attacks because these were useless. This time she used something different. Teleportation magic. Teleportation magic in the game was level 8. Managing to unlock this spell cost a lot of points, items, and experience required. It was useful to escape from enemies and reach other places in an instant. The only drawback is due to the depletion of magic power. This ability had a lot of criticism from players. Most comments were from those who complained that it was a high-level spell, but it didn't make things easier for them. Others defended it, saying that they liked it for a better experience and not to make things easier for them. In the end, the discussion came to nothing. Amy teleported them into the sky. She used a spell to make him float and not fall to the ground. She had a look of victory on her face. Linhard sighed and said, "I wasn't expecting this. You're a box of surprises. Good. I'll keep my promise. Do you remember anything from your childhood?" "All I remember is a dark room and I don't know how long it was. I also remember my mother's voice begging to be released. One day they took me out of there and said they sold me to the Imperial Palace." Linhard, hearing that, started to laugh. "Ha ha ha ha, really? That's what they told you? They really did make fun of you. That person undoubtedly wanted to create a sad background for you." Linhard waved his hand and broke Amy's spell. He was falling, but activated his own spell. Flight magic. A magic circle appeared on each of his feet. Then, he began to ascend straight towards Amy. Linhard was walking in the sky. "This is the power of science, the power of my brain creating with my hands. Not even the once recognized Wizard King, of the extinct Albanian Wizard Kingdom, who was called the most powerful wizard in the world and from whom this country after destroying him seized that name to create the Holy Wizards. No one compares to my intellect." Linhard pointed his weapon at Amy. "I'll show you that I, Linhard E. Weissmann, is unrivaled in magic." He went straight to the sky, surpassing Amy's altitude, and attacked her with an attack she was unfamiliar with. Radium Celsius. A powerful color-changing flame came straight at Amy. She activated a shield which blocked the heat ray. But the impact was so powerful that Amy was pushed back. How is this possible? She didn't understand herself why she was pushed. The shield she activated was level 4. He can push me back. That means the level of his magic power is out of the ordinary. He's an opponent that I can't underestimate or hold back. I will use everything I have from the beginning and finish him off." Amy held back to get information out of him, but he mentioned something odd. She will leave him in a state where he doesn't need his extremities, only breathing and eating to interrogate him. She increased the power of her magic and now the shield was level 5. The heat ray was losing power as Amy laughed. "I'm sorry you thought you could beat me. But now the fun is over. I'll show you." Amy was hit on the cheek by something invisible and was sent into the forest. A huge rumbling sound was heard. Amy was with bruises on her body and her dress was scratched, showing her legs and a bit of her underwear. She was slowly getting to her feet. "What was that? Something invisible hit me." Again she was hit and sent flying into the sky. Linhard was attacking her was what she thought, but he wasn't moving. She used a large amount of spells to attack whatever hit her. Thanks to the dust she could see long spectral hands moving like tentacles. She watched the direction and they came from Linhard's free hand. He sneered at her. "Despite having a great deal of magical power, you don't use it, what a pathetic waste of power. I was right in secretly wanting to eliminate you. You are a waste of time. If only that person could understand that you're useless. No, it's not time to remember failures." Linhard stopped the phantom hands coming from the spell and his face was furious. "I'm going to show off the power of the magic armor I created for that Archduke of Ideal. Take is." She approached at great speed. Amy watched him. She reached out her hand and materialized a beautiful sword called Gram. It was the sword Razel used in his duel against Lambert. According to Amy, this sword was detailed in something called sketch to recreate the sacred sword, where according to the notations, it was a failure. Amy flew straight at him and the two collided. A strong shockwave hit the forest. Amy and Linhard were attacking each other with all their power. The battle between Linhard and Amy escalated different levels as they soared between the heights. Energy bolts, fire, lightning, and even combined elemental attacks were sent at each other. The attacks hit different areas of the forest. Amy made sure that the attacks did not land on the castle. But at the same time she was trying not to kill Linhard. She couldn't believe that he was on her level. But what he said makes her feel confused, that being the reason why from time to time she gets hit by the attacks. Why was I locked in there for so long? Why is my magical power so great? What was the reason I was sold? Those questions she once asked herself came back again now with force. That's because Linhard has said things that have made her doubt her existence. He knows who I am and won't tell me. What do you mean by the background they created for me? Who is that person he's talking about? Amy was distracted and failed to see the spear approaching her face. She activated a small spell and it was broken. More defensive spells came and like glass they were destroyed. Just in time Amy avoided the spear piercing her head, but part of her hair as well as her ear were cut off. The damage was minor, but blood was pouring down her wound. She stepped back. Linhard spoke to her. That sword, if I'm not mistaken, is Graham, right? One of my failed experiments to try to recreate the holy sword that was destroyed a millennium ago. If my perfect memory serves me correctly, it was in an underground hiding place, wasn't it? Amy replied after a brief pause. It was guarded by a rock golem, wasn't it? Yes. That's right. He replied without interest. Amy bit her tongue as she understood that even the home where she lived belonged to him. Right now she doubted her existence. This guy is defeating me in every way. I could easily defeat him, but my head has a lot of nagging questions. What should I do, Razel-sama? At that moment, Amy recalled a conversation with Razel from long ago. It was a little while after Amy felt to manage to trust Razel. The two of them were near the fireplace. They were wearing blankets and beside them was a silver tray with cookies and hot chocolate. They were playing cards. Moments like this warmed Amy's heart. She pulled out a card. It was the Joker's card. After seeing it, she became sad. Razel asked her. Why are you crying? If it's because I'm cheating. I'm sorry, I won't do it again. She bowed her head in denial. With tears she told him. It's not that. It's just that I thought about that night. Seeing this clown, I thought my life was the same. I'm worthless. I'm disposable. I don't know who my father is, let alone what I was doing in that place. I also have no idea what they were going to do to me by taking me to that place. I thought that my life is nothing more than a mockery someone made. Razel walked over and hugged her. He told her something she would never forget. Forget everything. Amy's eyes widened. You don't need a past you don't remember. You don't need to know what they hurt for or if they're still alive. All you need to know is this. You are Amy and no one else. You are a special person to me. You only need to think about today and the future, the past is the same as looking back. You don't need to remember what hurt you. She smiled and hugged him. Thank you for everything. Razel hugged her too, and because of the good atmosphere, they did it. Smile. Amy smiled as she remembered that day. She looked at Linhard with a serious expression on her face. What's with that face? Don't tell me you're admitting your own defeat already, are you? Linhard sneered at her. Amy held out her hand and said. Black room. A magic circle with various circles inside manifested in the air. They formed a cube and then everything went dark. Linhard looked at the situation, but remained calm. This will not serve to defeat me. I will show you the power of magic level 6. Amy tilted her head to the side to say. Do it. Linhard attacked. Fahrenheit Novice. A heat ray of great magnitude was sent at Amy. This was a spell that surpassed conventional magic. Blocking it for a normal person was impossible. Except for Amy. She raised her hand and activated a level 7 spell. Black hole. A small sphere that was even darker than the place where it was located was manifested. The sphere absorbed the heat ray and then disappeared. For the first time in the entire battle, Linhard raised an eyebrow. It was luck, a minor calculation gone wrong. Let's see how you can handle this. Kelvin Holocaustus. The heat ray was just as big as a small planet. It was headed straight for Amy. She just yawned and snapped her fingers. Dispel. The heat ray was vanished in its entirety. Unlike just now, Linhard showed a confused expression on his face. Hey? What happened? My attack was level 7. According to the story of the saint, the goddess Alexia gave humans the blessing to reach level 10. Level 7 is something capable of wiping out a small country, and you wiped it out with a single attack. You're wrong. Amy said, flashing a smile of utter confidence. It wasn't an attack. It was a simple dispel spell, the same thing you use to remove someone's sleep spell. The difference is that this was a level 8 one. Level 8 you say? Linhard showed veins on his forehead. He spat at Amy. That's stupid. Throughout my years of life I've only been able to reach level 7, and you, a mere half-breed, a failure who had to have died for that person to not be obsessed with you. You say my magic is inferior to yours. Is that what you're saying? Yes. You are inferior to me. Amy replied without hesitation. The look on her face was different from before. It was the same look she gave Gerhard when she defeated him. The look of an absolute entity. Someone who is above others. Linhard became angry and manifested thousands of magic circles. I will kill you since your mere existence is a nuisance to my future. Amy instead said. Same here. You are a nuisance that got in the way of this day where I was strolling with my beloved. You deserve to die in the most painful way possible. She snapped her finger. And behind her a giant magic circle of rainbow colors manifested. It was so big it took up all the space. Amy said. Level 9 magic, this spell is so powerful that, if I hadn't activated this gigantic cube, this place including the county would be destroyed. She glared at Linhard. Chaos Vortex. You will not die a simple death, you will be shattered on a cellular level and then rebuilt to be destroyed again. The process will last until the magic power I used runs out. And it's not one that will last a little while, even years. Behind them a hole opened up and began to suck. Amy snapped her fingers and disappeared. Linhard tried to escape, but his weapon was the first thing to be sucked out. No. It can't be. I'm the smartest man in the world. Linhard E. Weissmann. I'm supposed to find out why reason is 10 levels of magic and all the secrets of this world. Including that fall mentioned. The Holy Grail was within my reach. Linhard stopped himself from speaking as at the same time to stop himself from being sucked in. He was being pulled into the vortex. Holy Grail, level 10 magic. SS project. It will be, that there is a relation between them. Those were Linhard's final words before he was sucked into the vortex. His body began to shred like cheese in cubes. This torment would not end soon. After leaving the place, Amy went straight to the room where Livy was. She gently picked her up and then used a detection spell to find her family. Leela is upstairs, now where is he? It can't be, Razel-sama. In a room where a large cloud of smoke was billowing out from the flames of the place. Olgren, who had turned into a monster, was laughing. Gorororora. That's all the famous Licht can offer. The reason for that mockery was because Razel lay lying in a pool of his own blood. Razel's battle against Olgren ended with a quick winner. Everyone in this country will be sorry they ever messed with me. Gororororororo. Gororororororo. Chapter 105 Olgren, the Invincible Monster. My situation was bad. In front of me was something unimaginable. Olgren, the traitor who had murdered Prince Blake and was wanted by the Empire, stood before me. The terrifying thing was not that, rather it was his appearance. He became a monster, a hideous, muscular version of himself nearly 3 meters tall. His grey skin and throbbing veins reminded me a lot of a horse's neck. The only good thing was that he kept his pants on. Olgren spoke to me in an angry tone. All the wretches of this nation shall suffer my wrath. No one will go free. Not even children or old people. I will make sure that the last thing they say in their final moments is to beg for forgiveness as they bow before me begging me. Since this guy was talking trash, I walked up to him and punched him in the stomach. Since I activated the blood, it should be easier for it to hurt. But for some reason I watched as my fist sank into his belly. What the hell is this? The contact with Olgren's skin was just like touching a tire. A soft, hard, and above all very supple feeling. He stopped talking and noticed my fist buried in his belly. What are you doing? He moved his hand, I couldn't remove my arm. Seeing how he didn't feel pain, that means I won't feel pain either. Damn insect! I was wrong. Olgren's fist felt the same as carrying a bag of cement. I could feel my bone breaking, but because of the vampire's healing properties, I was regenerating. Come to think of it, isn't blood's defense supposed to be the same as steel? For this blow to hurt, it means Olgren's fist is somewhat stronger than steel? Maybe it's made of tungsten. These questions were going around in my head as I flew straight into the wall. Due to the blow I broke the wall and the debris fell on me. Olgren's skin is just as hard as tungsten, that makes him someone with superior defense to me. Olgren couldn't believe what he did. Did I do it? He looked at his hands, his body, and again at Razel who was rising from the rubble. Then he looked at a mirror that had fallen. His appearance was no longer human. The human being known as Gerrit von Olgren ceased to exist. There was no longer any possibility of returning to his life as a minister and marquis. But that he didn't really care. I am the ultimate living being. I will make sure to conquer this country and be the new emperor. Gorororororo. With his energetic smile, Olgren declared his new wish. On his chest he had a black gem, it was the dark crystal implanted in him by Linhard. But unlike the dark knights of the ideal empire, this was a failed one. Razel rising up threw a lightning spear at him. Olgren did not react in time. The spear hit his body, but nothing happened. The electricity simply ran through his body and disappeared. Olgren as well as Razel made the same face of not understanding what happened. That's because his body was just like rubber, which is a dielectric material, therefore, it is resistant to his attacks. Olgren was Razel's natural rival. Razel had no chance of defeating someone whose body is equal to rubber and also superior to steel. It was a losing battle by any possible means. I was shocked. My lightning spear missed as Olgren's body absorbed the attack and nothing happened. Don't fuck with me. Now he can repel my electric attacks. He means I'm useless against him. But I can't give up. If I escape, this guy will go after me or Amy. Maybe she can beat him, but I don't know where she is now. I must buy time and wait for her to arrive to defeat him. Heavy Kong! Shouted those words Olgren as he came approaching at high speed. His right arm grew to be bigger than his fist. I took cover, but his fist hit me. I could feel pain when normally I should not. I didn't last long covering myself and was sent flying into another room. I quickly stood up and activated my 2 skills. Rage in Phase 1 and Hawkeye. My body was covered in electricity and my eyes could now better take in what was going on around me. He came rushing over like a wrecking ball at me. I jumped onto a bookcase and then a table and hit him with a combo of punches. My fists buried themselves in his body. Because of the speed, it felt like hitting a water balloon. He turned and threw a punch at me. I stopped him and placed my foot on his rib. I was trying to rip his arm off. It was very tough, it reminded me of when my father made me carry a log bigger than my body when I was a kid. It wouldn't budge. Suddenly I felt something strange. As if something was moving, I looked to see and noticed how from his body something similar to tumors were coming out of his body. It was repulsive, but they were not tumors. His body was molding and holes were opening up. What the hell are you doing now? Just like a propellant, flames shot out and his arm propelled me straight upstairs. I took off so fast I crashed into the ceiling. I fell to the ground and spat blood. From the reflection of my blood I saw how badly I was hurt. This is horrible. I went straight to Amy to help me defeat this guy. I shouted her name. Amy. Where are you? Leela. I called out to them for help. Crunch. After crossing the hallway, it was shattered from below. I turned around and saw the hole that opened up. Olgren came flying out of there with his back flying out of it with rockets shooting out of it. How repulsive to see it. He said to me. You're not going anywhere. You'll die at my hands. I sped up the pass and ran away from him. Olgren followed me. I was running at high speed looking for them, but I couldn't find them. Olgren kept up with me. This place was huge, but still Olgren wouldn't leave me alone. I thought I lost him in a corridor with 2 directions. But I heard his voice coming from the wall. Heavyweight champion. The wall collapsed and a giant arm slammed into me. I was hit, my nose was fractured as were some of my bones. I went outside due to the huge punch he threw at me. Puh! I spat blood as I fell to the ground. I spun around and hit a tree hard. Damn, Olgren is fucking strong. Olgren felt like the most powerful human being on the planet. It was because of his body. The strange protrusions on his body was proof of the power of Linhard's science. Olgren descended to the ground and walked in Razel's direction. He was smiling. You see it, brat? I am the strongest being in the world. I have transcended humanity and now, a god. The god Olgren is born. I'll be sure to wipe them all out. Not even the Twilight Saint will be a match for me. I will kill even those despicable crows. The era of my reign of chaos and tyranny is here. Once I kill you, I will enslave the Rosenberg women. I will sow my seed in their worthless wombs. Every woman in this country is nothing more than a vessel for my supremacy to increase. A lightning spear struck his face. Olgren's eye glanced at Razel. Razel with blood on his body said to him. Who the fuck do you think you are to say that? God. The new emperor. You're just a piece of shit who got strong out of nowhere. If it wasn't for what happened to you, you'd be pissing your pants begging to be allowed to live. Since you are. Spit. A miserable cockroach. Many veins scored on the face of the enraged Olgren. I'll kill you in the most painful way possible. Don't think you'll get out of here alive. Razel smiled. Don't worry, Astria, I'll win without your help. Olgren didn't understand those words, but still he didn't care and marched against him. I opened my eyes and I was in a white room. I had been here before. It was the inside of my head. That meant she was here. Astria. I looked around and she was next to me lying on my bed. I always wanted a girl to be lying on my bed, but not like this. I stood up and sat down on a chair. She was watching an anime about pirates going on an adventure with their weird captain who stretches, just like Olgren. Moment. You always seem to end up getting beaten up, kid. Aren't you ashamed? Now you want me to save your ass again. You're off to a bad start this year, you know. I remembered the times where my defeat was assured. Starting with the guy who kidnapped Lily, I defeated him, but after losing my sensitivity to pain. Then came Xerxes on the day of the duel, I lost my Pegasus, despite being a machine, I felt a pang in my chest. Immediately after that came the Demon King who holds us hostage, in a way where we can walk freely. After that came Astria. She said she let herself win. My battle against the Dark Knight and Zorro. All those times I always lost something. Whether it was a part of me or needing help. Even my battle against Lambert, I needed help from the earth splitting to get the upper hand and beat a sword prodigy. Astria looked at me with disinterest. Hurry up and switch with me. It got good this anime after 400 chapters. I replied. No. Excuse me. I said no. I appreciate that you want to help me. But if I can't beat this guy myself, it's no use then my promises. I won't be able to make any of them happy. If I need someone else to help me in my own fights, it won't mean anything. She smiled. If you want to be a man worthy of them, use all your power. The blood isn't just for defense, remember. I'll be watching you become a man. Good luck, partner. She said I was her partner. It felt weird that. I extended my fist to her and she extended hers. They both made contact. I'll win. I said those words and regained consciousness. In front of me was Olgren talking shit. I threw a lightning spear at him. This guy is unbearable. But I won't let him beat me. I'll go all out to beat him. After all, Astria's words echo in my head. Blood is not just defense. Meaning that the attack method I've been using so far hasn't been for attacks. I've been using defense as an attack, but not blood-driven attacks. I smiled and said to him. I'm going to defeat you and end your repulsive existence. The battle between the two resumed again. Olgren walked in Razel's direction. He was coming closer as well. The two ran in a straight line. Olgren threw a fist. From his elbow to the back of his hand, holes manifested equal to thrusters. Razel concentrated his magical power in his fist. It was equal to a small electrical storm in his fists. Razel's electric fist and Olgren's super punch collided. Electric bomb. Heavy world champion. Was what they both said as a loud crash coursed. The impact was so great that they were both repelled. But that didn't matter to them. They went straight at each other again to finish this. It was an exchange of blows. Razel's electrified fists against Olgren's hardened rubber fists. Both fists were moving at a great speed. Muda. The speed with which the blows were thrown could not be followed with the eye. Despite this, Razel was receiving more blows than any other. Damn! Never mind that my fists are imbued with blood. This bastard takes no damage. Olgren laughed as Razel's face distorted from the damage. Gorororo. This is all you can do after saying that crap. How pathetic you are. You really are very pitiful, Gorororo. I'm going to end this now. I've had enough of you. Olgren's fist assimilated a huge spiked ball-like shape. Propelled by his rocket-like elbow. This one was going to hit Razel. Shit. Razel said as he noticed that fist, not realizing that his punch was going straight for the center of Olgren's chest. The moment he made contact, Olgren's breath was cut off. He backed up several steps and began to gasp. What was that? In the center of Olgren's chest was located the dark crystal, which had a crack in it. Olgren knelt down, his breathing seemed to be ragged. Why? I feel my heart being squeezed. Razel looking at him thought. It can't be. He fell to the ground just because of that little bump. Then that's his weakness. Olgren looked at Razel who was rushing over. Now that I know what your weakness is. You're finished. He would not allow his dream to be taken away from him again. Don't think you'll get away with this, you impertinent brat. Olgren turned part of his body into cannons aimed straight at Razel. Die with my ultimate attack. Heavy damage endless. Magical power was shot out of those holes which were aimed straight at Razel. He dodged them by jumping back and forth. He couldn't get close to Olgren, but that didn't matter to him. He moved several meters away and circled him. Olgren wondered what he was up to as he fired non-stop. Being at a far distance, Razel said. I thank you. Olgren didn't understand why Razel was thanking him. Razel smiled as he sent magic power into his hands. Thanks to you, I found out how I can join my magic power with blood. I just have to let it flow like current. When I used the blood, I always used it thinking it was to defend myself. But looking at you, you use your power as you please. You bring your power to life. Which I didn't. Because of that, I know not to hold back with my magic. Lightning, I always saw it as something that goes straight, but it can also be shaped like rubber. That's why Olgren was angry. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. He pointed his cannons at Razel. He placed both his hands as if he was pushing something. Try the combination of mine and her magic power. The combination of electricity with blood. Red vein marks appeared on Razel's hands, the blood was combining with his prana. It was a fusion of magical elements, resulting in a crossover. Vampiric lightning magic. He pointed his hands at Olgren's gem, which was distracted by walking around shouting its supremacy. Olgren glared at Razel. Don't think something like this will be able to defeat me. I am Olgren, a marquis, a high-ranking noble and the right hand of the Black Crows. I am a total loser. After saying those words, Razel revealed his new attack. Thor's Cannon. A blue and red light merged together, giving a beautiful violet glow. The violet light hit Olgren's body, the dark crystal in its center was hit as well. Only a few seconds passed and it began to crack. Olgren's body began to deform each time the gem cracked. After a brief moment, it shattered. His body began to turn to ash. That can't be. Someone like me would never. They were his last words before his existence was erased forever. Razel looked up at the sky and watched as Olgren's remains turned into beautiful glowing dust. It's over at last, it seems. Razel-sama. Someone shouted. Razel turned around and saw Amy flying with Livy and Leela asleep. She hugged him. I was worried when I noticed she was on the ground. I'm sorry I didn't come to help you. Razel hugged her back and gave her warm words. It's okay. Thanks to having an important conversation and this, I'm more confident in myself now. In my power and, most of all, my desire to protect all of you. Amy was crying like a little girl. Razel touched her cheeks to wipe away her tears. That day started out quiet only to turn crazy. Livy's rescue was successful, so it was all over. Chapter 106 Unpleasant Memories. Today was a normal day like any other. What's with that notebook? It's really disgusting, ha ha ha. How old are you to have that? A magical girl anime? How disgusting. I bet when you go to buy them you have to hide your face so the seller won't be creeped out by your age before your face. Again, Suguro and company were teasing me. This time they were teasing me since I bought a new notebook. The cover was from a popular magical girl anime. I watched it a lot as a child. Their insults and taunts have gotten me used to it by now. As they tease me, all I can think about is what I will do when I get home. Today my sister is having her boyfriend over for dinner. That would be good news, but the problem is that I'm not used to men. My father is different. My classmates don't even see me as a girl, so there's no problem there. When the teasing was over, the teacher came in. We will begin class today. Remember to have your notes from last time because I don't plan to repeat what I said yesterday. With those words we started the normal day. Heavy black heart, heavy black heart, heavy black heart. Class was over. Before leaving the classroom I had gone to the bathroom. I left my bag with my things in the classroom. When I came back I couldn't find it. I looked everywhere, but I couldn't find it anywhere. It was already dark. I was scared. My smartphone, bag and even my bus pass was in it. I can't go home without it. Excuse me. A voice came behind me. I panicked thinking it was a kidnapper. Lately kidnappings of women at night have been on the rise. I know I'm not in danger because I'm not attractive, but I still have items that such a person might be interested in. I ran out of the place. Please hold on. I want to give this to you. Hearing his voice, I noticed it was that of a young man. I turned around and saw a black-haired boy. His hair was tousled and covered his eyes, reminding me of those characters that come out in adult anime. He had something in his hands. It was my bag. I immediately took my bag. I thanked the boy. Thank you very much, really very much. I stopped as it seemed strange to me. Why did he have my bag? I looked at him to see and he noticed my look himself. Ah, it's not what you think. It gives the curiosity that when I was about to leave, I saw some girls throw something into the trash can. I noticed what they threw as it had a pori fashion anime pendant on it. Since it was on my mind to see that, I turned back from the train station. Then I saw you running here and there and tried to return it to you. The boy was right, my bag smelled weird. I apologized for thinking badly of him. Thank you very much. You're welcome. What's more, I feel grateful myself actually. Why? I asked intrigued. He said. It's just that, it's rare to find someone in this place who likes anime like me. Even if I try to engage in conversation with other people, they ignore me, even guys from other classes who talk about weird topics, I can't get into conversation with them either. That's why it makes me happy to see that there is someone else like me who really likes anime. Also, that it's from my same classroom. Classroom? Are we from the same classroom? Yes. In fact, I sit in the middle of the second row. I sit almost at the end of the fifth row. I usually get disturbed before the teacher arrives and maybe at dismissal time. How come you don't hear that teasing? I'm always late, Hyama's group teases me. Hyama is a bully who comes from a family said to be linked with the Yakuza. Very dangerous people who are best avoided. I'm very sorry. You're welcome. By the way, my name is Shiomi Akanad, nice to meet you. And you are? He introduced himself, a name I'll never forget. Naoto. Shishigami Naoto. I smiled at him. Nice to meet you, Shishigami-kun. Likewise, Shiomi-san. It can be said that day, I made a friend. But unfortunately we can't be one, I left immediately. The reason why we can't be one is because of that name. Hayama Meisayamai. It's someone that everyone knows. I'm really sorry, but if I get involved with you, my life which is horrible will become hell. Worst of all, I heard that Hayama takes girls from other schools to hotels and records them doing something. I'm really sorry, I'm sorry. Heavy black heart, heavy black heart, heavy black heart. I arrived past 10 o'clock at night as expected. Upon entering I found my family laughing and eating snacks. They seemed to have forgotten about my existence. Since my mom upon seeing me said, "Kanad, you are early." Early, she says. It's time for bed. Good thing it's Friday and some people come home very late from work. In one armchair were my parents. On the other were my older sisters. The boyfriend of my older sister, the first daughter, was on a couch in the middle. He was a man with tan skin, blonde hair, pierced ears, and tattoos on his arms. I heard that he is an actor and because of the current movie role he will be directing he must dress like that. Unlike my first older sister, my second, middle sister Sayori, she is almost similar to my older sister and me. She has a boyfriend, but she likes Otome games. In fact, I heard that she recently bought one which became a quite popular RPG game. I heard her mutter the other time that the easiest character to capture was a guy named Luke or something. I waved to my family and went straight to the kitchen to get something to eat and go to sleep. Heavy black heart, heavy black heart, heavy black heart. After a few hours I woke up. I went out to see if everyone was already asleep since I got hungry again. In the living room I found only my older sister's boyfriend watching TV. On the news they were showing a heinous event, apparently a young man committed suicide on the tracks of a train. I asked him, "Where are the others?" They said they were going to the hotel where your sister was staying as she forgot an important document. I understand. I went to the kitchen, drank some water and then went straight to my room. I was about to close the door, but he stopped it. Wait a moment. I was shocked as I didn't expect this. Something's wrong. Yes. You see, your sister promised me something today. Well, good for you. But you'll have to talk that over with my sister and not me. That's the thing. I can't wait. Like I said, if you need something it should be with her, not me. Suddenly he grabbed my cheek and kissed me. It was my first kiss and it was with a man I barely know and he's my older sister's boyfriend to boot. I used all my strength to pull his hand away from me. I spat on the floor. What do you think you're doing? He came into my room and locked the door. Hey? You see, I'm someone who always gets what he wants. That's why I date your sister, she's the kind of woman worth bragging about. He took off his shirt. But because that bitch thinks she's in control. She's left me wanting, that's why I'm sure you'll make an excellent replacement for her. You have potential, I can see it. Believe me, this experience will help you in work life too. He was getting closer and closer. I screamed for help. I remembered that this apartment has very solid walls so the internal noise is not heard on the outside. He threw me on the bed. Seeing your reaction, you sure are a virgin. I don't like virgins because they scream too much, but for today I'll tolerate that. No. I don't want this. Stay away. Somebody help me. I don't want this. I'm supposed to be unpopular, but this right here is something I don't want to happen. Hey, Conrad. Shut your mouth. I'm trying to play peacefully, but I can't do it for your free. I heard my sister say Aura's voice. I yelled at her. Hell. He covered my mouth and whispered to me. Hey, it would be really bad for both of us if someone found out about this. Don't think about me, think about how your sister would be upset with you. What is this guy talking about? I'm not kidding when I say she badmouths you. Believe me, if you tell her it will come out bad for you than for me. Does he really think I'm going to believe that stupidity? He left after that. Tomorrow morning I'll tell my sister. Heavy black heart, heavy black heart, heavy black heart. Slap. Hey. I went to tell my older sister what happened yesterday with her boyfriend. Sayori was present since I called her as well. After telling her what happened, my older sister slapped me hard. I looked at her to see and said. Why, it's not me you should hit. Shut your mouth, you little slut. My older sister called me in a strange way. You think I don't know that a repulsive otaku like you has no interest in real men? No, sister. You think I don't know that on your computer you have lots of pictures of 2D characters that are men? Obviously you must want to have contact with a real man, don't you? Don't use my boyfriend to experience a real romance, you repulsive otaku. My sister was being irrational. I asked her if he said anything weird to her. Yes, he told me everything yesterday. That he came to your room and wanted to force himself on you, so I beat him up and wrote shameful things like thoughts from his private accounts. For a while he'll be grounded. But you are another story. She came up to me and said. I've always been disgusted by otakus since I was a kid, and you being one is just bad karma for me. My older sister left after that, only Sayori and I were left. Seriously, I don't know who's worse, her or you for not asking for help. I yelled at her, annoyed. I asked for help. If you were here, you could have done something. I was here, playing, but I never listened to you. You came banging on the door because you heard my screams, so you certainly heard me. Wait, you heard me and yet you didn't do anything. I looked at Sayori, who averted her gaze. It's not my problem, other people's problems have nothing to do with mine. Even if it's my older sister or younger sister with the problem, it's none of my business. She turned away. I must finish Jude's capture. That boy is very annoying when the heroine goes around having fun with the other capture targets. No way. My older sister thinks I tried to seduce him and Sayori didn't care about my existence. My parents aren't even useful to help since they only care about the star daughter. I crumbled to the floor. My life is horrible, everyone is horrible to me for no reason. This sucks. Heavy black heart, heavy black heart, heavy black heart. Monday came. For some reason the weather was dark. When I got to the classroom I found something odd. It was a vase on top of a desk. I remember seeing that several times. But this was the first time where it was a white flower and not just any kind of flower. Suguro and the others didn't come to class either. The teacher came in. Instead of saying the same sentence he says upon arrival, he said a new one. Let me give you some sad news today. Your classmate. Shin was it? Shushi? No. It was, I remembered. He said a name I never expected to hear. Your classmate, Shishigami Naoto has died. His father came by this morning to leave some flowers on his desk. Apparently he died while crossing the street. He is not the only one. There have been many more people who have passed away over the weekend, among her classmates, Suguro. I heard that Suguro and the others died in an accident at a theme park. Their families are still processing this, no flower on their desks for a reason. But, that he died. Is this karma? For rejecting a person who could have been my first friend, was I punished like this? Do I deserve to suffer like this without actually doing anything wrong? Heavy black heart, heavy black heart, heavy black heart. At the end of the school day, I went straight home. But when I arrived I found something very strange. The door was open. I wondered if this was something similar to those cases where there is a kidnapper inside. What are you doing? Come in. I heard Sayori's voice behind me. Why is the door open? My keys got misplaced somewhere inside, I didn't mean to lock the door. I understand. That reassured me, I went inside and there was no one inside. I'll go play some more, food will come later. My sister said that and I went to do my homework until the delivery man arrived. Hours passed and I heard voices, it was my family. I was going to ask them if there is food, but I was horrified by what I heard. Really, that girl did that? Ha 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 ha, I know. Conrad really is embarrassing. My mother was talking about me. Why was she doing that? My computer wouldn't turn on and I had to use hers to send a document to the company, that's where I found all this, ha ha ha. As a father I'm disappointed, I mean really, is this 2D stuff nice? There's nothing to understand, Dad, she's an otaku. Otakus are the shame of Japan. They're all losers for a reason. But Conrad is supposed to study hard to be someone important in the future. Check her grades, Mom. You'll see they're not great, even Sayori has better grades than her. Sayori is an otaku too. No. She's more like a fan, whenever she gets something in her head she does it. I couldn't believe my ears. My own family was making fun of me. Here, your food. Sorry, but I ate your pudding. Sayori put my food on the floor, I opened the door to ask her. Do you also make fun of me like them? With her usual cold look she said. You are none of my business for me to be interested in. Certainly, she said my existence was none of her business, she saw me as her sister, but not as someone worthwhile. I get it at last. I am the undesirable one in this family. I can't take this anymore. I went to the bathroom in my room and opened the medicine cabinet next to the mirror. There was a bottle of sleeping pills there. My hand hesitated to grab them. But the voices of my family slandering me were still painful. By the way, what time does Conrad arrive? I don't know, she had to be here by now. They didn't even notice that my shoes are at the entrance? No, I shouldn't hesitate. I never hated my family, but without a doubt, they are the worst. Especially my older sister, they all praise her for the way she is. But they despise me. They treat me like a freak. Even if I try to act like a normal girl. They're all horrible. People are horrible. If I had one wish, it would be to be reincarnated in a better world. Yet, like the world of that Otome game. Even though there is danger, the heroine's life is a field of roses and flowers surrounded by people who love her. I would love to live there. I'm sure a game world is better than this one. I took several pills along with tap water. I sat on the bed waiting. Minutes passed and suddenly I started to get sleepy. This is for the best. If no one loves me, no one will care what happens to me. I hate this cruel world where I suffer for no reason. I want to live in a better one where I am treated well. They pamper me and treat me with love. Yes, like a princess. My body doesn't respond, my heart stopped, my eyes are heavy. I guess, it's over now really. Heavy black heart, heavy black heart, heavy black heart. Eyes. Open your eyes, Livy. I opened my eyes as I heard someone calling my name. I was in a different place than my room. The ceiling was huge and blue. There were many women dressed as maids. Among them a beautiful girl cried when she saw me. Isn't it wonderful that Princess Livy is well, Princess Gale? Princess. Do they mean me? They helped me to my feet. I noticed this, my body isn't too small. I noticed there was a large table, snacks, and tea on top. But one of the chairs was down. Princess, are you all right? Doesn't your head hurt? Princess? Me? Yes. You're Princess Livy of the Arklight Empire. Don't you remember? We should call the doctor in any case. I'll go call him. All these women looked worried about me. I approached the nearest mirror accompanied by one of them. There I could see something that is undoubtedly strange and unreal. In front of me, a beautiful girl with hair just like rainbows and an angelic face was reflecting. I made different faces and after pinching myself, I checked it out. I was reincarnated. I really reincarnated. And what's even better, into a real princess. I jumped for joy. Finally heaven smiles on me. Princess, hold still, please. Sometime later I discovered that this world was the world of that Otome game. It was supposed to be all fun and peace, but... Livy opened her eyes after hearing a voice calling her. She found Razel who was holding her, next to her were Amy and Leela. Since Amy does not possess healing magic, she could only use water magic to help heal the blood and speed up the cellular process of regenerating the damaged parts. After Olgren and Linhard were defeated, they stood there waiting for Livy to wake up while they rested from their battles. It was getting dark. Livy stood up and asked, "What happened here?" "All I remember is that I was eating lunch next to Chris, heard a voice and then fell asleep." Amy answered her. "You were kidnapped by a lunatic who wanted to do an experiment on you. There were remains of other people underground, but none of them survived. We were only able to rescue that one." Amy pointed to the side. Judel was there, tied up as if he were a captured animal. They also dressed his wounds. They were going to release him to the palace. Livy asked. "So I was captured and you guys saved me. Thank you very much, but what about Chris?" Razel answered. "Christina is at an inn resting. She's probably awake by now." Livy looked at Razel. For some reason she had a strange thought. Opening my eyes, for a moment I felt like I was looking at Shishigami-kun. It must have been the loud bang my head. Livy smiled at the three of them and lifted the ends of her skirts. "Please allow me to thank you for saving me. I'll make sure the imperial family rewards you. Leela wants to eat a lot of meat. Give me food. I don't want anything at all. I don't feel any interest in anything coming from the palace." Leela expressed her wish as Amy wished for nothing. Livy looked at Razel who said, I am of the same opinion as Amy. I just don't want the palace looking for an excuse to say they are indebted to me. I want to have as little contact with them as necessary. That's wrong. Livy protested. Leaving aside the wolf girl and the long-eared beauty. I can't allow you to go unrewarded. More so that you came all the way out here. I want to reward you. You want an island. Maybe a new mansion. Or perhaps a high position in the cabinet of ministers. If you tell me what your wish is, I'll make sure you get it. Pinch. Razel stopped Livy after tugging on her cheeks. They're unexpectedly soft. They remind me of Lily, only she gets happy when I do that. Hey! Livy exclaimed, not understanding why Razel tugged on her cheeks. I'm sorry. I meant to shut you up, but I had fun doing this. What I was getting at was, you don't need to give me a gift. But more than that, I'd like you to stop saying that your father or the palace will make sure to fulfill your wishes. The truth is, I hate snooty women. And even more so women whose family is in charge of rewarding others and not them. I don't hate you, but I hate princesses who act like that, sorry. Livy was speechless after hearing how Razel hated the way she was. She thought after hearing that. What he says, that's exactly what I thought. I always hated those kinds of girls. That's why by reincarnating as a princess, I thought acting like one would make my life better. Now I kind of understand my older sisters when they picked on me. I was really irritable. Geez. A mob boy has to tell me I'm a hideous person when I pretend to be one myself. How pathetic of me. Livy remembered her older sister, too. She wanted to act like her, but understood that it only made people angry. She began to cry as she understood that even in this world, her current self is irritable to other people. I'm so sorry. I thought everyone would like it that way. I'm really sorry, I didn't mean to cause trouble for anyone. Razel was upset to see her crying. He was frightened. And no. I'm the one who should apologize. I made you cry just because I didn't like your attitude, or the bullying to Eli, which I feel is wrong, but I don't dislike seeing it. That's why, Livy. Livy looked at Razel. Due to this, I'd like to ask you for a favor. Tears. What? Let's be friends. She couldn't believe her ears. It was the first time in both her lives that someone had said this to her. No, it was the second time. The first time she couldn't give an answer. Again, the image of someone she remembered popped into her head. It's almost like that time. I want to get along because you are Sid's sister, you are also someone who is very fond of Eli. If you had been with her at that time, she wouldn't have had a terrible time. I could also tell how you enjoyed being on the trip with us. That's why I want us to be friends. I'm not doing it because I want to have a bond with the imperial family. You are you, just like Sid. I want our friendship to be honest. Livy smiled at Razel's honesty. I'm sure, if you change your attitude, Eli will stop avoiding you. You want to be her friend, don't you? I'm sure Eli wants to have more friends. Even me, I am a friend with people I never expected to be friends with. Razel raised his hand, Livy too. Thank you. It's nice to be friends with you, Mob Razel Kun. Only Razel is fine. Razel. Nice to be friends with you. Ah. Livy looked at Amy and Leela. Amy turned away and raised her hand, Leela too. It's not that I'm happy to have more people around me. I'm just doing it because I don't want this to be an awkward moment. Rainbow Pigtails girl, I want meat. I'll be your friend if you give me meat. Leela, friends don't ask for that in return. I'll buy you a huge steak all to yourself. Yes. Master will give me a steak. Don't be happy about that, Leela. Livy watched this scene she never saw in her past life. If she saw anything similar to this, it was in anime or games. Livy closed her eyes and more tears fell down her cheeks. It feels warm. To have someone who wants to be with you. It's really nice. Now I understand why those 5 loved the heroine Chan so much. This warmth is something you want to appreciate. Livy had obtained something that I will never let go of. Friends. Chris must be waiting for me, very worried. We'll be right back. Amy added. She certainly must be worried. We took all day here. Amy snapped her fingers and they all began to float. Oh, I'm flying. It doesn't feel weird anymore when you experience it for the second time. Ha ha ha, Rainbow Pigtails girl, your underwear smells funny. Don't smell it. Everyone went back to Christina's to end this busy day. Christina was sleeping at the inn where Razel and the girls were. She was sleeping peacefully, or so one would hope. Christina was in fact deserted. When Judel hit her, it only immobilized part of her nerves. Her consciousness was still awake. She could hear some voices. We must go save Livy. Razel's voice echoes in her head. Christina thought only of that. My job was to take care of the princess and I couldn't do it. I was completely useless. As an escort and imperial guard I'm a failure. What would my father say if he saw me like this? No. My father is not important. What's important here is what the emperor will do to me when he finds out about it. My situation in the palace was already horrible, but with this they will surely seek to lower my salary or take away my vacation. This is the worst. From the window, a strange black fog rolled in. Little by little it approached Christina's bed. Like a cat, it circled her head. A voice said to Christina. You are useless. I am useless. You are a failure as a knight. I am a failure as a knight. Christina began to move. Her fingers clutched her sheet tightly. But, in spite of all that, it's not your fault. It's not my fault. No. It's his fault. Him? Who are you talking about? The man who betrayed you. The man who betrayed me. Yes. The reason for your suffering is his fault. That man is responsible for everything bad that has happened to you since you were a child. The kicking out of your home. The bad treatment by the ministers. And above all, that no one loves you. After all, he's responsible for your eyes being like this. Christina gritted her teeth, her magical power was increasing, but she was acting strange. The air in the room was distorting. Something strange was happening to Christina's body. That man disowned you, used you, abandoned you. He filled you with dreams and hopes and then crushed it like an egg. All your life you've cursed yourself for having those eyes, but it's his fault. It's his fault that all men loathe you and make fun of you. Do you hate him? Yes. Christina's skin began to darken as if she had tanned. Do you despise him? Yes. Her hair starting from the ends turned black as night. But what will you do when you see it? I'll kill him. I'll kill that bastard who betrayed me and made fun of me. I'll make him pay for making me suffer even though he made me love him and then spit on me. Half of Christina's hair turned white and her skin darkened completely. When she opened her eyes. Burst. A huge explosion of magical power had occurred. Christina walked through those flames as if nothing, the mist around her took a strange sphere shape and settled near her shoulder. Listen, the name of the man who betrayed you was. She manifested a sword made of magical power, which was black due to the state known as falling into depravity. Christina had become. I swear I will kill you, Razel Bartlett. The sin of your betrayal of me shall never be cleansed from this world. I swear in the name of the sin of lust that I will kill you with my own hands. At a dark elf, as well as the bearer of the sin of lust. Underscore 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 underscore. You didn't expect that script twist, did you? I leave fan art of Livy and Christina. As Christina has H design, I can't upload it, but I'll leave the closest I found. You can also think of Christina as an older version of Amy or as if Amy is an aunt. Livy, https://danburu.us/posts/3237544. Christina, https://danburu.us/posts/4719724. Dark Elf Ver, https://danburu.donme.us/posts/5507077. Chapter 107 Dark Elf. In the game, the demi-humans known as the Elven race are a special species. They use the power of nature to fight. They are skilled in the art of swordsmanship, hunting and, above all, magic. Among them there are some anomalies, the first of which are called the half-elves. A cross between humans and elves, just pronouncing that is repulsive to it. It is unknown why Amy is a half-elf, unlike in the game where she was a pure blood. That's why her hair is blonde. But, there is something worse than a half-elf, something so repulsive that they prefer to leave it as a horror story. Something that only arises when a great elf manages to fall into depravity, a state where they turn their back on their roots for a resentful state known as Avenger mode. And its name was Dark Elf. Something that in the game only happened with enemies who hated humans. The Sword Saint Christina became one, therefore, she is an enemy of humanity who will never let go of her resentment. The village was on fire. No. Run. Help. The reason for that was because a fire started out of nowhere. Likewise, someone was cutting people down, the one responsible for it was Christina. She had become a dark elf as well as the bearer of the sin of lust. A man was running with his wife, her hair was pulled by a great force. No. Darling, help me. Dahlia. Christina, who had a hold of the woman's hair, became angry at the sight of her husband trying to save her. He confronted Christina using a broom. You, monster! Let go of my wife! Christina's black eyes didn't show her resentment, but her white teeth did. Do you love this woman so much? Then be together in the afterlife. She threw the woman at the man. After catching her, Christina pierced them both with her magic sword. After stabbing the couple, she went straight to another. That couple had a little girl. Christina got angry again and grabbed a large rock from the ground and threw it at the little girl. The rock was about to hit her, but her father got in her way. He went flying, and after he hit the ground her family went to help him. Honey! Daddy! The wife used her magic power to help her husband while their teary-eyed daughter watched as Christina approached. The expression on her face was just like a wild animal. This is your family, hey? You left me for this woman, didn't you? You prefer a black-haired woman over mine, don't you? Are you that disgusted by the sight of me? To the point of having a daughter, how despicable you are! Christina was speaking incoherent nonsense. It was unknown why she was saying that, but she gave it no thought as she raised her sword. The girl stood in front of Christina. Get out! I won't let you hurt my daddy! Get out, you monster! Christina heard those words and the anger inside her only increased. She quickly brought her sword down, slashing the three of them. She walked in search of her next victim as she muttered. Unforgivable! It is unforgivable that you are happy and I am not. I'll make sure you suffer the same kind of pain as those bitches. My resentment against you will never be assuaged, you damned traitor! It was impossible to stop a seething Christina. We arrived at the village and found a very unreal image. The place was on fire and people were fleeing like flies. Everyone was screaming while helping others. Some were injured. This is horrible, what the hell happened here? Amy, can you put out the fire? I looked at Amy, but she was for some reason stunned. This is the first time she's seen a fire? I grabbed her shoulder and she flinched. Is something wrong? She looked confused. No, it's nothing. Okay. Amy, I repeat, can you put out the fire? She looked at the flames. I can, but it will take time, there may be injured people under the rubble. We must help them. I said that and they all agreed. I am the princess of this country and it is my duty to help the citizens. The food in this place is very good. I don't want anything bad to happen to the cooks. A misfortune like this is not something anyone wants to witness. Even the guy tied up said. Let me help, with this at least I will be able to show my regret in the situation. I said to Leela. Hey, and this guy, who is he? He's the blindfolded puncher. He's an enemy of Layla's, but Leela doesn't hate him anymore because Leela beat him. Shall we release him? Right now my life is at stake, if I ran away I'd just make everything worse. Leela gave me a sign of absolute trust. Leela trusts that he won't escape. I'll break a rib just in case. No. Don't break my ribs, I already said I won't run away. Losers say anything so they don't look bad. She released him and I sighed. Let's deal with this quickly. Yet. We split up and went to help people. The moment they parted, Amy floated to go higher in the sky. She had a memory. What was that? In that memory she was seeing a forest on fire. There were people screaming for help, tears streaming down their cheeks. But that wasn't the weird part. Amy had never been in the forest before and besides from her point of view, she was looking down on everything from a high place. She mumbled. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Amy didn't understand that memory. Why did that pop up in my head when I saw it? When we split up, Livy went with Leela, Amy went on her own and that guy went in another direction. I went to an area where the flames were growing in intensity. I saw several people running. For some reason they were with cuts on their bodies. I asked a woman who was running carrying a man. What happened here? She crying said. A monster. A monster appeared out of nowhere and started attacking everyone. She ran away. I looked at all the people running from the same direction. Since it was a monster that was the culprit, I had to stop it. My body is still strong and I don't feel tired, I can defeat it. I ran around looking for that monster, but I couldn't find it. I searched the debris looking for trapped people and only a few had victims. When I lifted a roof, I found a family. I thought they were dead because they had cuts on their bodies. But the wound was not physical, that is, they were cut by something, but not hard enough to pierce the skin or flesh. So what happened here? I asked the girl who had just woken up. Hey, are you okay, what happened here? A monster, with long ears and dark skin. Long ears and dark skin? A rabbit, perhaps? No, a monster rabbit isn't big enough to attack. Come to think of it, where could Christina be? She must be awake by now or still unconscious. The family said her body hurt, but it wasn't serious. I saw them leaving and then an explosion happened behind me several meters away. A man went flying. He was crawling on the ground. Behind him a strange figure was approaching. I activated my Regen to help him. I kicked the strange shadow in the face. For some reason, despite touching its body, it didn't move. What do you think you're doing? I heard a familiar voice. I stepped back several feet and when the smoke finally cleared I observed something impossible. Christina. Christina stood in front of me with an appearance impossible to imagine. She was a dark elf. Dark elves were enemies of the game, I never gave them any importance because I never encountered an NPC who was female. But, this is surreal. She waved her hand and using her magic sword cut the man. Only his clothes were cut off, but not the skin. Why are you doing this, Christina? She looked at my face and her eyes widened. It was the first time I had ever seen them. They were black as a well with no light. Razel. She murmured my name. Yes, it's me. Why? After saying that, she rushed towards me screaming. You fucking traitor! Christina in a split second came to stand next to me. I activated my Regen again along with the blood. It hit me hard in the face. It hurt. It hurt too much. I shouldn't feel pain. It's different feeling when I fought Olgren. I feel an itch inside. She's hitting me, but it's not my face that hurts, it's the facial muscle that feels pain. She sent me flying into a half-destroyed house, now it was already destroyed as the central pillar fell. The whole upper floor as well as the roof fell on me. Christina, seeing Razel, felt her anger increasing with every passing second. How dare you? How dare you? How dare you appear in front of me so nonchalantly as if you hadn't done anything? Hey! Razel jumped out of the rubble with a great leap. He cleaned off the dust, his shirt was almost destroyed like his pants, he was even missing a shoe. He didn't understand what Christina was talking to him. What's wrong with her? More important. She must be stopped. I don't know why she became a dark elf, but it is certainly not good. Dark elves are like suicidal madmen, they will die to kill you. That's why I must stop Christina for whatever reason she is like this. He spoke to her. Night Christina, why are you doing this? Don't you realize you are hurting these innocent people? If you don't stop this instant it will be bad for your future. In the game, Christina was a background character despite being an NPC and a sword saint. Because she was female, none of the players really cared about her role. For that reason, Christina was only mentioned a few times. The only time she appeared was in an illustration, where she was killed by Desmond as the other sword saints during the final battle. Both developers and players made one thing clear. Her fate was to suffer and die being forgotten as a mere background character. For that reason, Razel, if he doesn't come to save her now, no one will be able to prevent her assured death. After remembering that, Razel tried to persuade Christina with words. But it was useless, she only looked at him with a face full of hatred and anger. Christina in anger said, "Do you want to worry about me, at this point? I don't know which is worse. Your hypocrisy or how unmanly you are." Naturally, Razel didn't understand what she was saying. But she kept talking more incoherent things to him. "You've ignored me all this time. Like I've been garbage in your way. And, only now you want to show interest in me. When nothing matters to me anymore. The worst thing a man can do to a woman is forget his promises, and you're the worst of them all, Razel. I don't understand what the hell you've been saying for a while now. Explain yourself better, will you? At what point have I ever ignored you or broken my promise to you? We've known each other for a few days now. So we've never been in a friend's relationship." Christina shouted euphorically. "Are you calling me a liar and a phony? You're the worst of all scum. Just looking at you I can feel how stupid I've been. But I won't let you hurt me ever again." Christina disappeared in the blink of an eye. How did she do it and where did she go? Razel didn't understand why Christina suddenly disappeared. "Pay attention to me like you do with those women." He heard a voice behind him. As he was turning around he was hit by Christina's fist and sent into the air. He was coming up over 10 feet in the air. Christina bent her legs and jumped until she was higher than Razel. She raised her leg as high as she could, it was imbued with magical power and brought her foot straight down to his belly. The force of the blow was so great that Razel's bones were fracturing. This was possible since Christina, being a pure-blooded elf and belonging to royalty, has a higher level of magical power than others. She sends her magical power to Razel's body, managing to nullify the effects of the blood. Therefore, Christina is the strongest woman in the Empire without a doubt, and her strength was not something that anyone could say did not exist. Razel fell to the ground, quickly got up and decided to attack Christina. He manifested his sword and swung it straight at her face. But he forgot that Christina was ahead of him by a century. She had been in hundreds of battles. She quickly used her leg to deflect the sword's trajectory and then using her elbow with her kneecap caught Razel's sword. "You're serious?" After saying that, Christina took his sword from him in a move so fast he couldn't see. As she took his sword, it changed shape. It became smaller and sleeker, worthy of a woman like her. This is a nice gift, pitifully one is useless. She again disappeared. Razel activated his hawk eye to notice any slightest movement. Where are you looking? Christina was above him, she was standing on a magic circle she created in the air. Quick as a bullet she rushed to cut Razel down. She managed to give him a slight cut on his cheek, a lot of blood was coming out. Christina seeing it said, "That small wound is not even close to being the smallest part of my suffering. You have to experience much more than this." She rushed to his side, Razel manifested a lightning spear and used it as a sword. But it wasn't enough to stop Christina's attack. She was moving faster than Razel as she attacked him. Christina's sword swayed in the wind. It seemed to dance along with her as she cut Razel's skin. Blood was pouring out even though the blood was activated. Razel, even using neither his hawk eye nor his ragin, were a match for Christina. She thrust her sword into his left thigh. Razel shouted as he fell to the ground. He tried to use all his strength to pull the sword out, but he couldn't. Christina stood in front of him and sat on his stomach. Normally Razel would be happy to have a huge ass like hers on him, but Christina was purposely compressing the internal organs. She gave him a flurry of blows as she criticized him. "Since the day we arrived in this county I've been watching you. You've been having fun with those women in different ways. Your drool was falling out of your mouth as you amused yourself with them, wasn't it? You prefer them more than not me. I'll make sure that every moment you spent with them turns to hell. They'll get my wrath too." Having a mouth full of blood, he said to her, "Please take it out on me, but not them." Christina's fist stopped in midair. Razel's blood dripped from her fist. Christina made a different expression this time. It was an expression of pain. As if those words had been far more painful than any blow. In one motion she pulled out the sword buried in Razel's thigh and after tossing it aside grabbed him by the neck to lift him to his face. She said, "Why?" But not in the enraged state as before. "Why?" This state was one of melancholy. "Why do you care about them right now? Do they matter that much to you? They matter more than your life." Razel, with a face disfigured by blows, replied, "Yes. They are my future wives, it is natural for me to worry about them." Christina raised her fist and standing inches from his face said, "If you lose a limb, will they love you?" "Yes. They are good girls." "If you went blind or in a wheelchair anyway, would they still love you?" "I said that same thing to them and I'll love them, even so." Christina's fist was shaking like jelly. "If one of them died, would you be sad?" "I know that one day I will die like them, I am prepared to cry on that day, but the others will be with me. So, I won't be alone nor will they if one of us goes first." Christina showed her white teeth covered with her own blood. She drew his face close to hers. "You say those all pretty words that are only too convenient for the situation. They love you because they're perfect. Their faces. Their bodies. Their personalities. There's not a single mark or drop of imperfection in them. That's why you can say you love them." She grabbed Razel's head and their foreheads touched. "Look into my eyes. These repulsive eyes black as night are proof that a woman doesn't need pretty words. Telling them you love them when they know it's a lie. That's why I hate men. I'm jealous of those women who can be happy with their partners no matter what. While I only seek my own happiness and I'm rejected by everyone. No one is my ally. No one is my friend. No one is aware that I too am a woman like any other." Tears were falling to the floor. Christina was pouring out her heart. I ask only to be loved, is that impossible? I don't ask for riches or fame. I'm just asking for someone to love me. To come home and be greeted with a hug. to ask me how I did, to be interested in me and then to tell me that he loves me. That's all I ask for, I don't care about anything else except being happy. The sadness in Christina's eyes was of the real Christina. Her heart was so wounded that she briefly regained her mind to expose her thoughts. As she wept, Razel lost consciousness for a moment. This place is... I see. The beatings Christina gave me brought me to this place. I looked in a certain direction and found Astria standing there. Razel, let me take care of this. That woman is undoubtedly strong, if I were to face her I should seriously go for it. The worst thing is that I can feel the sin of lust is in her. The sin of lust? Yes. Unlike my sin of sloth which was based on my desire to die, or the sin of envy of Zorro for wanting to be free. The sin of lust is based on emotions, just as the sin of anger, gluttony, and greed is based on what your heart hides. That woman really wants to be happy. As a woman, her happiness is based on that little bubble called family. I don't know her past, but the sin is manipulating her emotions so she doesn't know herself what she wants. If we don't stop her now, her emotions will be out of control and she will become a beast without reasoning. By the way, the sin of pride just like mine and Zorro's are based on suppressed desires. So hurry up and change with me. No. I beg your pardon. I stood up and smiled at Astria. Christina is angry because she doesn't accept herself as she is. She reminds me of a certain boy who also thought he didn't deserve to be happy. That's why, I want to save her, and if you go out, she won't be able to save herself. I will use my own power to bring Christina back to her senses. Astria sighed. Fine. Do what you want, but, act fast. Her mind right now is unbalanced so she can still be saved. Save? Yes. Once the sin attaches itself to you, it will leave you just like a tick to an animal, contaminated. That's why you had to defeat me. My body couldn't be saved nor that guy's. This possession had to happen recently. So she can be saved. Once this is over, there will only be 4 more left. I promise to save Christina and defeat that idiot. With those words I said goodbye and saw Christina in front of me crying. Razel looked at the sadness in Christina's eyes. He murmured. What beautiful eyes! Both the crying and her tears stopped instantly. What did you say? I said your eyes are beautiful. They look like shining pearls that you only find in the depths of the sea. Christina blushed at hearing that. She immediately went on the defensive. You're lying. These repulsive eyes aren't pretty, they're grotesque. No. You are beautiful already. Beautiful. Little by little Christina's strength was weakening. Razel took advantage and with one hand embraced her. Christina is really a very beautiful woman. Not to mention that it's true that I like your body, sorry to say it like that, but I'm honest. She was almost in a state of disconnection with reality. And no, it's okay, it's natural to be attracted to someone's physical appearance. Do you find my body pretty? With his other hand, Razel embraced her. I'd be lying if I said I never felt attraction to you when I saw you. You are a very famous and respected woman, and no doubt with a body to rival Barbara's. I would be happy to have the two of you at the altar one day. Christina's ears went up and down from embarrassment. Something like that. I've never had a problem with harems. So, if my husband has one, I wouldn't see a problem with him having more mates and sharing you. I'm not a possessive woman. Razel moved closer to her and Christina looked away from him. Christina, I want to have by my side, you wouldn't be the first elf I have with me. That girl, Amy, she's certainly beautiful, wouldn't you hate it if your children were half-elves? Razel's embrace was stronger. Amy is my woman, I will never turn my back on my women, let alone my children. I will love them all as they all have my blood and are part of them as well. Therefore, if you have my children, I will love them all. Christina had no strength left, she was completely at the mercy of Razel's words. If you want. I can gouge out my eyes so you won't suffer shame. Don't talk nonsense. Razel looked firmly at Christina. You are perfect just the way you are, the imperfections are what make you who you are. Hating a part of you is bad as it shows that you don't accept yourself as you are. Christina, I want you to accept yourself as you are. If you want to be with me, you must not hate your eyes. Christina was crying, she just nodded and her head placed it on his chest. At that moment, Christina cried. He put his hand on her head and then that happened. A mysterious mist appeared in Razel's subconscious. There stood Astria behind the fog. She grabbed it with one hand and then proceeded to devour it. In less than a minute the fog was gone. As she licked her fingers she said, I don't remember feeling its presence when I woke up, where could this thing have been hiding? The fog had disappeared, but the color of Christina's skin was still dark. She was crying like a little girl. Then, it started to rain. The flames of the place were going out as at the same time helping the wounded. Razel looked at the sky and said, it really took her time to do it. Amy looked down at Razel from the heights. She was about to summon rain, but she saw Razel being beaten up. When she wanted to help, Razel said a few words to Christina. That made Amy a little jealous. You certainly are quite the womanizer. She smiled, it was all over. Or so it was supposed to be. She quickly heard a whisper. I found you. The source of the great power I felt. Amy looked around and saw no one, but that mysterious voice was still speaking to her. I always thought you were dead. That's why I looked for a replacement for you, but to imagine that idiot just tricked me, it was my fault for believing it. Near her a mysterious black mist began to form until it created a sphere with an eye in it. It was a big red eye like fire. The voice came out of that sphere. I'm really glad to see you alive, Amy. Or should I call you by your real name, number 58? Suddenly, a strange memory came to her mind. She was in a white room, someone was stroking her head and placed a tag on her arm, it had a barcode next to it in large letters, the number 58. Amy looked into that person's eyes. They were red. She began to tremble. What? More memories came into her head. Syringes. Screams. A strange green liquid surrounding her body. And mostly, someone holding out her hand. Nice to meet you, my name is. Amy put her hands to her head as she shook it desperately. No, you're wrong. My name is Amy. That's true, but it's not how you think it is. I'm glad to see you. Since I now know you're alive, therefore, that girl is no longer of any use to me. The black sphere gradually disappeared. One day we will meet again, and it will be when paradise is reached. So long, number 58. The sphere disappeared completely. Amy was still trembling. She clutched her arms and said to herself. No. I'm Amy. I'm Amy, no one else. So you're alive, hey? The location was the Arklight Empire's inner palace. A concert was being held for a few select people. One person was smiling in a terrifying manner while covering its eye. Removing its hand, it was guided to its mouth. You really did it, Linhard. You saw my face like an idiot. It's been a long time since I've felt like someone was making fun of me. Would you like more tea to enjoy your dessert? Yes, please. As the maid poured tea for that person, this person thought. I guess it's time to speed up my goal. Number 58. Amy, you really are a box of surprises. And just like that, that busy day ended, and a new dawn came. But... Chapter 108 Christina, Sword Princess. I still remember it like it was yesterday. My name is Christina Rosarina Hohenheim. The Crown Princess of the Elven Kingdom, Titania. A beautiful place located in the surroundings of a forest which is under our care, a big tree. We call it the World Tree, as well as the Sacred Tree. According to the stories my mother used to tell me. We elves are descended from her, the High Priestess Angelica. She was responsible for creating life on this planet and for planting that great tree. Before she died she charged her blood, my ancestors, to protect this place. In her exact words it was, "This tree is the lung of this planet. You must protect it at all costs. If this tree perishes, all life in this world will perish as well." Because of those words the priestess was born. A woman who can hear the voice of the sacred tree and communicate with it. Likewise, there is a guardian, his job is to take care of the priestess and the tree. The surname Hohenheim is actually the name of my grandfather who was the guardian. Rosarina is my mother's name. Christina is the name my father, the elf king Oberon, chose. A handsome man with long blonde hair and green eyes. My father said Christina meant clarity and purity. A very beautiful name for a princess, isn't it? Pitifully that name is a waste on me. Good morning. Gee, good morning, Princess Tina. Just like every day, the maids and vassals seem to be scared of me. That's because my eyes, which should be the same as everyone else's, are black as night. According to the royal doctor, these eyes are a curse. A strange disease that does not affect the patient's health or life. I can see clearly, it's just an aesthetic problem, he said. Then, why are you telling me this by turning your face away? I know better than anyone. It is repulsive. The first time I saw myself in the mirror, I shouted, "A monster is in the mirror." My mother hugged me and told me there is no monster. Just my reflection. That terrified me, of course. Just the thought that I would have to live 300 years with these grotesque eyes. At my young age of 5 I knew what hell my life would be. Heavy black heart, heavy black heart, heavy black heart. I turned 10 and today I saw something terrifying. We are the scouting force of the ideal empire. We order you this instant to leave this place and not to return. We will give you 3 days and 2 nights to store your belongings and leave this country. If you do not, we will use human power to raze this place to the ground. We elves were peaceful, we hunted only monsters that wanted to ruin our peaceful life. One day, along came a species known as humans. Unlike us, they live less than 100 years. The reproductive desire of the elves is very low. We do not have so many children because only when we reach the age of 250 years comes our desire to leave descendants. I looked at my father's face, which was very angry. This place was our home. Where we were born, grew up and died. The wool that the high priestess inherited us. And, above all, where my mother, who died of natural causes, rests. No one wanted to leave this place and they were going to fight. But on that same night, the humans showed us that despite living less time than us, their destructive power surpassed us. A dragon attacked and the humans united to kill it. I was horrified to see it. It was so brutal, they killed it as if it were an inferior being. So, there was no choice but to heed them. Heavy black heart, heavy black heart, heavy black heart. Pull. We were on the hill. My father was holding my hand. It hurt so much. But it hurt more to see what the humans were doing to the statue of the priestess in our homes. A human messenger came earlier and told us that the head of this mission did not want unnecessary bloodshed, on his side. That's why he wanted us to leave without unnecessary wear and tear. What pained me the most to see, was how my mother's grave was lifted and dumped along with the others. We burn our deceased and bury their remains in the ground so that saplings of the sacred tree will be born. A sapling is a small part of the sacred tree which gives protection to the place. My father told me that the reason they invaded our home was because the sacred tree releases a large stone known as an orb. The orb has a lot of magical power inside. Humans are greedy and they wanted that. I wanted to cry. I want to cry. It is horrible what greed does. It ruins the lives of others just for satisfaction and profit. We left our land, but not before taking one last look at what was our home. Heavy black heart, heavy black heart, heavy black heart. 20 years have passed since then. We became nomads and went looking for a new home. Some stayed in other countries. Others formed their villages. Along the way many died or were kidnapped by slavers. One day, as we unwittingly entered a war that was being fought, we were covered with them. And also the first time I felt admiration in my life. It was a man in shining armor which shone like the sun. The man finished off his enemies in such an elegant and neat way that it didn't look like he was fighting but dancing. When he finished finishing off the enemy boss, he approached us. He asked us questions thinking we were hostile. At the end of the interrogation he smiled and said, "You have no home to return to. In that case come to our country to live, immigrants are welcome." "Which country is that?" "The Arklight Empire. It is a safe place for many fleeing, as we, the Sword Saints, must protect all citizens. If you become citizens you can be protected." The pleasant way in which the man spoke made my heart beat. For the first time in my life I felt something to motivate me. Was it longing? Was it admiration? Or was it something else? We arrived at the Arklight Empire where we would live our new lives. Heavy black heart, heavy black heart, heavy black heart. 30 years have passed since then. I turned 50, in my former homeland at this age you were considered an adult. My body ceased to be that of a child and entered puberty. By human standards, I would be in my 15th year of life. I entered the Knight's Corps. I am the first woman to do so and also a demi-human. Apparently no one had ever tried it before. The reason for that is because there is a lot of racism in this country. For the simple fact that I am a demi-human I am looked down upon. Not to mention the fact that I am a woman, which these old men dislike very much. I am currently under the command of the same man I admire. His name is James and he is the current head of Atli household. He seems to be a very old lineage of knights, like that of my partner, a boy who is the future head of the Erzberger household. I will train very hard to be a sword saint like him. Since they are all respected by the empire. Heavy black heart, heavy black heart, heavy black heart. I already surpassed 100 years old. Currently it can be said that I would be over my 25th in human terms. I achieved my dream, became a sword saint. There's only one problem. It didn't do any good. I thought they were going to respect me seeing how much I've strived and grown these decades. I'm past the time limit to become a baroness, but they deny me under ridiculous excuses that, if I even mention it, the person who would hear it would end up angry. To make matters worse, I have been given ridiculously obscene attire, making me feel like a streetwalker. The other time while conducting a search of the male dormitories, one of my subordinates informed me that she found an obscene magazine. I was very angry because the contents were of a female knight who is also an elf, who was being touched by tentacles. Worst of all, I enjoyed the reading and then burned the book. Loneliness in a grown woman like me is irritating. I am very annoyed by this outfit, but the worst thing is that for years now, due to stress and eating only sweets and fats, my breasts have started to grow to a very ridiculous size. My butt too. The worst thing is that my cup size is the same as my age. I have to order a bra in my size which also has to fit me tightly. But I must leave that for later, today is special. I am going to meet with the head of a baronet household who has asked me to be his son's sword mistress. I believe that child's name is Gordolf. Heavy black heart, heavy black heart, heavy black heart. Several years have passed and today I am again requested. This time I was called by her, a princess. A beautiful little girl with strange rainbow-colored hair stands in front of me. The little girl stares at me in a slightly frightening way. I am the terrified one. I heard that this girl is the favorite daughter of the current emperor. The girl smiled at me and held out her hand. You are very pretty, like an angel. Those words were very beautiful, they were full of honesty. I smiled back. Pleased to meet you, Your Highness, I am the Sword Saint Christina. Christella. Christina. Chrislita. Just call me Chris if that's better for you. Chris. 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 Her mother spoke to me. I'm so sorry to bother you, Lady Christina, but this child needs someone she can trust who can keep her by her side. The truth is, I think I won't be long in this world. And I'd like her to have someone who's a role model. And that's why I thought of you. I'm sorry to bother you with this. It reminded me a little of me. I enjoyed being with my mother until the day she died. If this woman ends up the same way, this little girl will cry for her. My heart is weak, so I guess I will have to help her through whatever problems she has in her life. After all, what could happen? Tears. Christina was crying. The reason was because she was in a court of law. After what happened in the village, it was normal for the Imperial Guard to arrive on the scene. They immediately asked what happened and they all said the same thing. That woman went crazy and caused all this. They found Christina hugging Razel. They were all taken to the capital as this case is so big that it can't go unnoticed. Breaking news. A sword saint went berserk and attacked a village. The Imperial Palace won't do anything about it. What will happen to the victims? The tabloids would spread that news instantly if they were given the chance. Christina upon arriving at the palace was separated from Razel and thrown into a cell. In that cell were two sword saints guarding her. One of them was a beautiful man with light blue hair and eyes, Lucius Erzberger. And next to him was a man with flaming hair and a big smile, Gordolf Aintree. But he wasn't smiling at the moment. Instructor, is it true what they say? Because they feared she might escape, they placed the strongest of the Empire to guard her. Gordolf was asking his mentor questions, but she was not answering. She was sitting in a fetal position with her back to him. Lucius commented to Gordolf. Right now our comrade is under suspicion of treason. All we can do is wait for her punishment to be reduced. She has done nothing wrong. Gordolf shouted for Lucius to be quiet. The atmosphere that was cool began to heat up. His magical power was causing this. The instructor is not a criminal by any means, I know that. Even if it's you, Lucius-san. I won't forgive you for speaking ill of her. Lucius was serious, he looked the same way at his partner who was angry. I'm not saying it in a bad way. I apologize if you thought so. But that doesn't change the fact that something happened and she's involved. I of all people don't want to believe that a person my own great-grandfather praised as a unique talent would be involved in such a heinous crime. Gordolf, you should understand that right now her life depends on the decision of the ministers and His Majesty the Emperor. I know that. Gordolf clenched his hands. I know. I refuse to believe that the instructor who took care of me in my childhood, and who trained me to be so strong to be recognized as a sword saint, is a woman capable of hurting innocents. I did. Christina suddenly spoke. The two of them watched her as she spoke. She turned around a little and they watched her face. Everything you say is true. I hurt those people. I hurt the one I'm supposed to protect. This dark skin is proof that I had so much hate inside that it was released. Dolph, thank you for your support, but there's nothing to be done. Lucius, even if you are a bit, very, repulsive in the way you are. You are an excellent knight, no doubt your great-grandfather would be proud of you to see your resolve in believing in your fellows. Footsteps quickly approached and the door was opened. Reporting. His Majesty the Emperor, the Prime Minister and the Ministers order the prisoner up now. The interrogation is over and all that remains is to hear her side of the story. Lucius commented. It's taken them a whole day to do this. Christina stood up. It's normal. I destroyed a whole town and they need to take action. Gordolf wanted to say something, but she cut him down. It's okay. You've been very helpful being here for me. There is no better disciple in the world than one who defends his criminal mentor. Lucius opened the door and grabbed her arm. Gordolf bit his tongue and did the same. Christina smiled and said, I really try to be strong, but it's impossible to do. As her tears streamed down her cheeks, she climbed the stairs to her trial. A large crowd was gathered in the courtroom, larger than usual. The reason was due to only one person, Christina, who was in the center of it all, with handcuffs on her wrists and kneeling while crying on the velvet carpet. All of this was seen by several people, but only one person mattered. That person was very angry with her. The emperor, who always has a serious face, this time has a demon-like expression. He is very angry. He asked Christina from his throne on top of this pyramid. Christina, answer honestly, is it all true? The emperor has known Christina since he was a child, so it seems strange to him that she would behave like this. To him, she is a woman worth having as a vassal. But what he heard is something that destroys that image of her. Yes, Your Majesty. It is real what you heard. Christina said. All the surrounding people were left with the same shocked expression while muttering among themselves. Then it is real. I knew that a demi-human should not be trusted. This is bad for our image, that the sword of the Empire is rebelling against us. Christina was crying as she listened to all those cold words. The Emperor continued with his personal interrogation. According to the information we have about elves, the dark color of your skin is something called dark elf, and it occurs when high elves like you fall into depravity, is that correct? Yes, Your Majesty. It is just as you say. So, does that mean you hate the Empire? Answer. Christina. The Emperor's tone of voice was very strong. She wanted to escape from there, but she could not disobey the Emperor's orders. I hate the bad people in the Empire, not the Empire as such, or its people. Only those who are horrible. I see. Certainly there is trash in our fair nation. In this case I will take it that you hate those who slandered you. As the Emperor, I am aware of the gnats who spit in my name, but as I am the Emperor I do not crush them, thus showing superiority to them. Christina, if you really hate that scum, you would have simply ignored it and your hatred would not have existed. It's not that easy, Your Majesty. I really try to avoid their comments makes me. Christina, we are not here to talk about people you dislike. We're here to find out what to do with you. You confirmed that dark skin color is proof that you hate the Empire. Even if there is a culprit, it doesn't change the fact that you attacked innocents, and even if you would have attacked a culprit, there was no order to do so. In both cases it is a crime what you did. People who were not part of the ministers and even the ministers themselves were surprised by the Emperor's wisdom. They never expected a man who sits on high to be so impressive. To finish, he said the coup de grace for Christina. Why did you attack people? This is different than the color of your skin. This is something you, a sword saint, did. Answer Christina, why did you attack the people you swore to protect? In the stands were all the people concerned, including the girl and parents Christina cut down. They looked at her with a face of anger and contempt. She did it because she hates this country. That's right, we can't rely on a resentful demi-human to take care of us when we're attacked from behind. Your Majesty, we implore you to punish that woman severely. This is treason against the Empire. The word treason came out of someone's mouth. No matter what they do or say, that word totally sank Christina. She lifted her face, her nose dripping mucus and her mouth distorted from the pain of what she heard. She opened her eyes and tears fell from them. Yes, it is as Your Majesty says. I did it because deep down I really resented this country. Christina damned herself for saying those honest words. They all booed her, even threw papers they had in their pockets and took from the ministers. Christina ducked her head to the ground. It was shame she felt. She could not consider this an accident when her heart deep down was this resentful. The Emperor stared at her for a brief moment and then let out a long, but deep sigh. I came to an irrefutable conclusion. Wait, Father, please. Livy rushed to Christina's side to defend her. Chris didn't do anything wrong. She was being controlled by something that Guy had to do. When Livy and the others were questioned, they talked about what happened with Linhard. How Olgren was involved and even Judel, who was about to be sent to the gallows but for revealing information about a certain revolutionary. Hearing that Linhard was still alive upset everyone in the palace. But more surprising is the fact that Olgren managed to get that far, but was stopped by Razel. The Emperor was furious. 2 pests were still alive, but they were annihilated. Now he was looking angrily at Livy. She tried to convince him, but now it was useless that. Livy. This is no time for your whims, you idiot girl. We are on very important official business. My title as Emperor is at stake and I am capable of having my children executed if they get in the way of an imperial order. Do I make myself clear to you, child? Livy was frightened. She thought she could convince her father. But both she and the others present were trembling at seeing how the Emperor would not yield to a request from his favorite daughter. Take her away. Knights came and took Livy from his arms and led her away. Wait please, father. As Livy was led out of the place, the undertaking continued. Resuming what I said before the interruption. Silence flooded the place. The Emperor looked with a cold but melancholy gaze at Christina. I expected you to be under enemy control, but you never said so. Until the end you are a human being who faces his deeds. That is the reason why I appointed you as one of the 4 swords of this country, but that is over. In the name of the Emperor, I, Loic V, declare the traitor Christina as a traitor, therefore, she will be sent to the gallows. Wait, you can't go through. Stop him. It's too fast. Voices were coming from outside, someone was causing a commotion. The door was kicked open and Razel entered the place. He was blindfolded, Eli and the others were behind him. The Emperor glared angrily at Razel. You, it's not yet time for your award for defeating the traitor and saving the princess, what are you doing here? Razel walked until he was close to Christina and then placed his hand on her shoulder. Your Majesty, I come to save this woman. I declared her as one of my concubines long ago and I will not allow you to execute her. Everyone was taken aback by Razel's interruption after he declared Christina as his woman. Even Christina herself was in tears as she watched her brave hero come to her rescue. There was only one person who was not surprised. You. It was the Emperor. You dare to interrupt a court trial. Who was very angry. A direct order from the Emperor. His magical power was increasing, his hair was rising and golden sparks were dancing elegantly around him. Do you want to die by my own hand? Are you mocking the Emperor? No. Razel said that without kneeling. That meant how serious he was. It was a clear violation of the knight's code of respect as loyalty to the Empire. The Emperor rose from his throne and in a split second stood in front of Razel. He was very angry. His face showed that he was ready to kill Razel right now. Do you think you'll get away with wanting me to retract an imperial order? Are you that eager to die? His hand grabbed Razel's jugular, he raised it as high as his hand could go. This is the second time you've tried to disrespect me and get away with it. The first time I let it go because it was funny, this time it's different, maggot. This woman committed a crime of treason, death is the only thing she deserves. That's why I've come to stop this injustice. How do you say? The Emperor's hand squeezed Razel's neck bit by bit. Having his neck being slowly crushed, Razel was explaining to the Emperor. Christina is innocent, she was under the influence of a drug that guy created. Which he released into the air, but it only affects demi-humans. Since there were no other demi-humans in the village, only her. Razel's neck was about to snap. The Emperor was already compressing his muscles. That werewolf woman over there is also a demi-human, why wasn't she affected? She can't smell anything because her nose was snotty. The Emperor looked at Leela. She understood that threatening look, so she pretended to sneeze and her nose slipped mucus. Then she looked at Razel. Why didn't you report this when you arrived? My head was a bit in turmoil from the beating I took. I didn't remember that detail, sorry. I mean, I'm totally sorry, Your Majesty. Razel started to get bloodshot eyes, the Emperor's hand stopped and spoke to him. That sounds like a very makeshift excuse to me. But, that individual turned Olgren into a monster, it means he's not someone to be taken lightly. Therefore, I will believe this. Everyone stood in awe of those words. But that doesn't mean the execution is removed. You only removed a plank from her ladder, she is still walking even to her end. Indirectly the emperor said to him. She cannot be saved by this alone, there must be something else that will retract my order. Razel prostrated himself in a position of dogza and said. Please. Use the wish you granted me weeks ago to save Christina's life. I ask it to your majesty. Eli knelt down and pleaded for Christina. Use the wish of the future Duke and heiress daughter of Rosenberg household please. Lady Christina's life is something we cannot afford to lose. Losing a sword saint is the same as losing a ducal house, a disgrace to us as encouraging our enemies to attack us. The emperor stared at Eli. After a pause he said. You have become a good negotiator, child of the Rosenbergs. I beg to differ your majesty. I don't have the level to accomplish that without using the wish you granted me, even 2 wishes we could use for anything, we are using them to save our companion's life, it is most unfortunate that my eloquent abilities are only good for this. The emperor burst out laughing. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr are certainly a woman with a great future in politics. If you were older, I would have engaged you to my heir. Though that's not important at all now. The emperor turned away and then wearing the same golden glow returned to his seat. Very well, I will take the wish of both of you and not only spare Christina's life, I will also excommunicate her of all her crimes. Complaints came toward the emperor, but with a loud stamp of his feet they all fell silent. But his angry face did not go away. You must still pay, Christina, what you did is unforgivable. If I let you go, just as you are, my image as emperor will be tarnished, so I will give you a suitable punishment worse than death. Starting with this. The Prime Minister handed him the imperial scepter. From now on you will be removed as a sword saint, and, what is more, you will cease to be a knight. Nor will you be able to wield a sword of iron or steel in your life. Christina's look that was one of happiness at being forgiven showed horror after hearing those words. She wanted to be a knight. A sword saint. Now that that was taken away from her along with not being able to wield a weapon, her heart was broken. She would be able to live, but at the cost of what kept her alive. Also, because you are no longer a knight of the empire, you will be stripped of your right to be a noble woman after completing 100 years of service. So dictates the law, and the law cannot be changed. Calm down. You are not the only one who will receive punishment. The emperor snapped his fingers and at that moment, the man at his side disappeared. It's your turn, worm. Razel was immobilized in a very simple manner. At what point did he do it? Unlike the emperor who I could feel his magic power, this guy doesn't emanate a single one. Razel was caught by a man in red armor, wearing a helmet with long horns. He was the Twilight Saint, the strongest living being in the whole empire. The emperor looked uninterestedly at Razel before saying, "You don't expect to leave just like that after disrespecting the emperor, do you, maggot? Because you committed 2 faults against me, you will be punished in this way. Choose now which limbs you want to lose. Your 2 arms. Your 2 legs. Or 1 arm and 1 leg. There is also the option of losing your title of Count and Knight." Razel without hesitation said. I choose the titles please." What a quick answer. He snapped his fingers and the red-armored man left Razel. Before anyone noticed he returned to the emperor's side in a very quick manner. "All right. For your 2 offenses committed towards me I will take away your title of Knight and Count. You will go back to being the heir of a baron. I will not take away your position as a future duke because you have not committed another offense. We will immediately begin preparations to select another sword saint. We must not allow our enemies to believe that we are weakening. You can all go." At the end of the meeting, Christina was taken to her office. In it, she had all her personal items. She was given a box. It looked like she was dismissed in the most dishonorable way possible. She always disliked this place. It was small and had no windows. But now it would be no one's. She put away all her belongings and walked out of there, taking a last look around one last time. As she closed the door and handed the keys to a guard, Razel and the girls arrived. Christina stared at them and then apologized. "I'm so sorry for the inconvenience." "No. It's no trouble at all to save you, it was my wish to do so." "Is something wrong?" Christina didn't raise her face. It was embarrassing for her to say. It's just that, what you said a little while ago, that I am your concubine. You dislike me." Her cheeks flushed, she looked like a teenager being confessed to for the first time. "It's not that, it's just that it still seems unreal to me." Razel walked up to Christina, hugged her. She was stunned before that embrace. "I keep my promises. From now on you will be one of us, you will be part of our family. You don't need to worry about anything." "Yes." Christina nodded at those warm words. She finally has someone to love her. It was certainly a wonderful romantic moment. Too bad Razel didn't realize the reality. "Razel. Razel-kun." Two hands were placed on his shoulders. Eli moved closer to his ear. "Same Lily." "Razel. Do you want to explain this to me about Lady Christina being your new lover? When exactly did this happen? Razel-kun is certainly a very bad boy and womanizer. We can't take our eyes off you for a second since you'll be off conquering women instantly." Eli showed a face similar to that of a demon. Even horns were coming out of her head while Lily was showing a smile with her bright eyes which were black. Eli said to Christina, "I can't say this is something I expected, but if a sword saint will be with us, it's good for our knight corps." But I'm not a knight anymore." "You are not a knight of the Empire. To be exact, from the palace. The Imperial Knights are called that exclusively by the palace, thus, if someone from the palace calls them that, it is to show that they are united, but they are not exclusively from the palace. That's why you can still be a knight under the name Rosenberg." "Really?" Christina was crying with happiness. Eli and Lily dragged Razel off into the distance and a scream rang out. And with all those problems solved and a new member of the harem, she ended that busy day. Now we could start a new school year without any problems. Epilogue, Volume 7. In the garden of a large residence stood a man trimming some bushes. He was a big man. He was so big that he could be mistaken for a bear because of his beard and hairy arms. The man was Razel's father, Roland Bartlett. He was working. As he was the head of a small house of barons with no territory, he had to work hard to put bread on the table. He knows about his son's situation. It would even be normal for Razel to give his family a pension. But his parents said, "That money was earned by you. We don't want something you worked hard to get." The parents wanted their son to live comfortably. That's why they didn't bother him with petty things like financial problems that they don't have despite living on a daily basis. Razel's mom works part-time and the pay is good while his dad gets good money because his passion is making artistic decorations. The man who hired him was amazed at how he turned a small bush into a carousel. Or the big bush he was cutting was now a Pegasus. He approached Roland and commented, "It really is impressive what you can do. I thought it was a mistake the recommendation when I saw you." Roland, who was standing on a ladder, turned to look at him. He seemed to be angry at that comment, but that was the look on his face. "I understand. My wife says I should improve my smile, but I tell her I can't since I'm not someone who likes to smile much." With those simple, but imposing words, Roland went back to work. He was using scissors that would normally take 2 hands to cut in one hand. With the other hand he would arrange the bush to look beautiful. The owner of the house watched as this big man with the frightening face made such fine and delicate art. Roland finished cutting and went downstairs to sit down. Before he did, he remembered something. "Right. I must get rid of that. He pointed to a tree which was on the ground, broken because it was so old. Excuse me, where can I put that? Over there is fine. Understood. He approached the tree and put his hand on it. The owner said to him. Hey, you're not thinking of picking it up, are you? No matter how big you are, that tree is a special kind which takes several people using reinforcement magic just to move it a few inches. Your back will hurt if you try. He heard an unimaginable sound. It sounded like someone was driving an axe into the tree, but the sound was followed without stopping. He watched as Roland buried his fingers and in one motion lifted the tree that weighed more than a truck and half as much as a passenger bus. The man's mouth dropped open as he watched Roland carry the heavy tree as if it were a sack of potatoes. He set it gently on the ground, but even with that the tree made the earth tremble slightly. Roland wiped his hands and commented. It's my lunchtime. The man approached him and asked very exalted. How come you can do this? Roland simply replied. My family genetics have always been strange, our bones and muscles are strong and flexible. In my case it's because I inherited a lot of my ancestors' genetics, is what my father said. Roland Bartlett, a normal man who possesses a strange and ridiculous physical strength which his children are not known to have inherited. A new morning had arrived. It was Monday and today was the start of the new semester at the academy. Which means we reached the halfway point of the prologue. I have made many friends, allies, and above all I have defeated several threats. Currently there are many more, like for example the Demon King who is sleeping in one of the beds in the mansion. Or that old knight is still breathing. Or the other Demon Kings that don't appear yet like the remaining Dark Knight. The Ideal Empire and the Black Crows are enemies I can ignore as they are getting weaker. After breakfast I changed into my uniform. The girls entered the room where I observed the new uniform the academy prepared for us. Razel, we are ready now. I'm excited to enter a new school year. I want to stay on vacation. I miss the beach, I got a nice tan. Celia-chan, you shouldn't say that when you were barely saved from going to supplemental classes. They weren't the only ones to come in, Seals and Yukiheim came in as well. Honey, I want to spend more time with you, but I was informed that they need my presence at home. I'm very sorry I have to leave now. Razel-sama, I will accompany Seals-sama to her territory as she informed me that there are many demi-humans belonging to Kami Shiro who are there. I want to help them in some way, so I ask your permission to stay for a season. You don't need to ask my permission, you can go whenever you want. In that case. She came up to me and gave me a kiss on the mouth, Seals did too. All right, we'll be on our way. It's going to be a tiring trip so we should leave as soon as possible. Goodbye everyone. They said goodbye to the girls and me. It's a little sad that my harem is splitting up, but they all have their own lives and it's normal for them to have their own things to do. The next people to come in were Leela and Amy. Master, help. I told you my ears are real. They were being assaulted by the twin Lolas, Claudia, and Sophia. Sophia was squeezing Layla's tail while Claudia was hugging Amy to touch her ears. It was a very comical scene. I laughed and we fixed the situation. We were about to leave, Glenn went to get the limo ready. Cordelia who was in her maid outfit came from a hallway to inform me. Razel-sama, Madam is calling you to the office. To the office? Is it something erotic this early? In her condition she was already warned that doing that can be harmful, besides they are all waiting for you. All of them. I was intrigued and went along with her. This is... Inside the office were the girls and Barbara. Which was smiling in a very cute way, but her smile was very wicked in a good way. You look really cute, Tina-chan. Gah, this is embarrassing. Christina Tina, as she wants us to call her now, was wearing a maid outfit. The weird thing was that the costume was very erotic for a cosplay type outfit. The skirt was so short that the underwear was visible. Black stockings as high as they could go squeezed those plump thighs. Two pigtails at the sides gave her a cool, Teenage girl feel. The chest part was so tight that Tina's huge breasts looked like they wanted to pop out of their sockets. To humiliate her further, Barbara handed her a headband in the shape of cat ears. The skirt came with a cat tail, so it looked very cute and erotic. Tina was in tears. "Madam, this is very humiliating for someone who was labeled a sword saint in the past. Please let me dress more appropriately." "I refuse. It is my revenge, I mean, it is my way of training you. Since you will be Razelkun's woman now, you have to train your arrow side. It's not because I'm envious that you're a woman 100 years older than me and you look so young. You just said it's for revenge." "I didn't say it, you make things up. You just said it." Everyone heard it. Cordelia put her hand on her shoulder. "You get used to it eventually." Tina yelled. "No, I don't want to look like a pervert, and at my age even less so. The best revenge is the one where you feel the humiliation of the victim. You revealed that without a doubt it's revenge." I laughed, they all did. I looked at the girls. But more at Eli and Lily. This year will be a big one since the events of the game are destroyed or distorted, but it doesn't matter. Since I will defeat them all to save this world. Like Razel. As Licht. As a background character, I will prevent the bad ending. No one will stop me. Meanwhile, in another place. To be exact, the destroyed Weissmon Castle. The knights came to inspect. Nothing was found, everything was destroyed. What they could salvage they took to the capital for study. In the middle of the dark basement where the faint moonlight shone, a strange hole opened up. It gradually expanded until it was the size of a small door. A hand came out of it, then another hand which kept expanding the hole. After a while Linhard's head emerged. It had somehow managed to survive Amy's attack. Linhard took out half of his body and then was ejected to the ground. His magic armor was shattered. He sighed, but still sang victory. Gasp! Gasp! Damn you, number 58, if my intellect wasn't superior to yours, you would have beaten me. I managed to discover the secret of how to undo your spell. To reach my spear I lingered many years in there. I swear you will repay me, I will take revenge on you and all of them. Unlike in the past, this time I will kill you with my own hands. Who are you going to kill, Linhard? A mysterious voice spoke to him from behind. Linhard had no strength, he turned around and observed a silhouette in that darkness. The silhouette had red eyes. It spoke to him in a tone of disinterest, but with much anger in its words. I was surprised to hear that. Number 58 is alive. Wasn't she dead, Linhard? The mysterious figure was still staring at him with furious eyes. Linhard tried to stand up, sweat sliding down his forehead, nose, and cheeks. Wait a moment please. I understand that you're upset with me. But I made it a purpose. She would never have served to reach the paradise, it was a failure in every word the research I did with her. Who decided that, you? Yes. I made that choice based on my personal analysis and response. That woman is a flaw as she had feelings and pain. I remember you saying you needed her to be someone who was emotionless and didn't cry. She always cried, even creating an identity for her was unnecessary. In that case it would be your fault and not mine that she failed. It's certainly my fault for giving her a background. But to go so far as to destroy emotions one must break the heart and mind. You, who have never felt love for anyone, don't understand how powerful a broken heart and mind is. But leaving that aside, it really bothers me that you did something without permission. And you know. That mysterious figure raised its hand. I'm someone with a great resentment towards traitors. And snapped its fingers. Behind Linhard a strange magic circle appeared. The drawings, writing and runes on it were strange. Not to mention that it was red. Something was emerging from that circle. It was a large red door, decorated with black skulls and chains. It looked like something had scratched it. That person said. This is your punishment for traitor, and also the end of your role. You were an excellent pawn, but you will never be a queen to protect the king. Open up, Gehenna Gate. Bon voyage to Pandemonium. 2 of the locks were removed, and at that moment mysterious voices were heard from within. Gya ha 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 ha. Fresh meat. I want it myself. Red eyes in a black void glowed. Several black hands with sharp claws grabbed Linhard's legs. They were dragging him inside. We're going to have so much fun with you. It's been a long time since I tasted a human. The heat from hell will turn you into a skewer in seconds. Linhard's feet were inside. He was crying because of the heat he felt as the pain of the claws burying into his flesh. Wait please. What do you mean, pawn? You've always helped me. Thanks to you I was able to learn about the wonders hidden in this world. In the same way I've helped you advance in your desire. If it weren't for me, you would never have found the minor grail. That person's red eyes looked at him without interest. That is irrelevant. I would have arrived at the same solution with or without your help. You're lying. You told me yourself that it was thanks to me that you were able to arrive at that solution. About that. I lied. I was bored. I respected you as a brilliant mind just like mine. Half of Linhard's body was sucked through the door. Black hands grabbed his back and slowly pulled him inside. Linhard had no choice but to hold on to the door to keep from entering. That's why I put your name on mine. To show whom I respected. That's unnecessary. The red-eyed figure turned around and spoke its final words. Goodbye, Linhard. I had so much fun watching you grow up and in helping you with your experiments, it reminded me of the old days. Even when you sent a virus into the lawless city slums to test your bacteriological weapon which only works on adults. Ideals people paid you a lot, but it doesn't do them any good that the range is so short. Before Linhard's head was sucked in whole, he said, an unimaginable man. Please help me, Professor Epstein. Linhard's head was sucked in, and the door closed. It slowly descended and the magic circle disappeared. That person, Epstein, stood thoughtfully watching the scene. Then he walked out of the castle and the sunlight hit his face. He commented. It's a beautiful golden dawn. It's the kind of sunrise I like, because thanks to you, Amy, my project will move forward smoothly, so I must help you get over you and I will advance several steps in seconds. Smiled and disappeared from there. Epstein had arrived at a strange place, everything was dark. He opened a door and said. Hey, Brain, you've got work to do. In that darkness some lights came on. A man was reading. Really? I thought I'd never get out of here. It's time for you to work. At last our deal will begin. Brain smiled. It can't be helped. I must help my benefactor. When will that be? Epstein smiled. At dawn tomorrow. When the sun rises you will begin. Somewhere else in the world. On top of a castle made of wood. There was a man sitting. He heard footsteps approaching. A voice spoke to him. Isel is dead. Desmond killed him. Said a large man with horns coming out of his forehead which curved backwards. His hair is white and his grey eyes have no eyebrows. The man was one of the 4 demon kings, Iskandar of Tyranny. I see. It's sad that Desmond killed one of our own. Replied someone sitting on a railing. He had 7 black wings on his back and 7 horns forming a grim crown. As he turned around, his 7 rainbow-colored irises looked at Iskandar sadly. He was the final boss, the main demon king, Faviel of Annihilation. Faviel said to Iskandar. Was it just as you saw it in your visions? Yes. 2 monsters of the same level fighting on a secluded island, the winner ended up sad, was what I saw and Tame Eamon reported. If you knew it was going to end up Isel dead, why didn't you avoid it? You can't change fate, what I see is something that will happen whether we want it to or not. Like the time I saw how Xerxes died at the hands of 2 humans, or the time the tower that pointed to the red moon was destroyed by a shadow that thinks it's light. I saw it in my vision, that was going to happen. I understand. Now what's next? Iskandar said, looking up at the sky. I saw it. Before the chosen day, there will come these events that will shake this world. A giant turtle will spit its venom into the earth. A great long-necked dragon will attack a butterfly protecting two innocents. A living mountain will eclipse the sky due to sadness. And finally, the day when the light is extinguished where the other stars dwell, it will be our day. I see. Faviel stood up and asked. The day when we purify this world of human filth will come soon, it seems. What say you, will you again offer me your help? Iskandar of prayer. Iskandar replied. I swear it in the name of the goddess Alexia. Faviel of salvation. Faviel smiled. Soon will be the day where this world will be saved, the monsters called demons will no longer live in fear of humans. The day of the rose will come. The declaration of the end, the event of the final war, is already marching and no one will be able to stop it. Underscore 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 underscore. Golden Dawn arc completed. Reincarnated in an Otome game as the ugly character in the background. End of Volume 7. Interlude Master and Dog. Before Razel and Leela found Amy, they had an ideal master and servant moment. Leela took Razel to a park. What are we doing here? He asked. I want to walk. Leela answered with sparkling eyes. Right now. Amy is waiting for us. She's been waiting a long time for me to come and see her, but before that, Leela wants to walk with the master. We can walk another day, but not now. I want to walk. Leela showed her fangs, it was the same as any pet that gets angry at its owner when he lies to it. Razel sighed and said. Fine. It'll be a short walk. If we come to this park it's because you want to walk here. There are a lot of people around here. It was a dog park where she brought him. Razel looked at Leela who handed him something. As he took it, he realized what it was. Leela, are you making fun of me? Why would I do that? Are you serious? It's a walk, Master. Leela wants to take a walk with Master. Leela has been lonely since Master hasn't taken her out for a walk in a long time. Leela wants to make good memories with Master. She was right, just like Amy, Razel has neglected her. All right. Just this once. Yes. Walk. Walk. The walk began. Is this real? I can't believe it. People watched Razel and Leela walking. That wasn't weird what was weird was the way they did it. That's why I didn't want to do it. Razel was walking beside Leela, who had a dog leash around her neck. She was walking on all fours, very happy she was. Her tail was wagging in happiness. Razel covered his face as they walked all over the place. I want to die. I've never felt so ashamed in my life before. Everyone thinks I've got weird fetishes at this rate. Leela met a Saint Bernard and a Labrador Retriever. Just like any other dog. She barked at them. Woof. Growling. Leela looked more like a dog than a demi-human. Razel cried in the background as he listened to the surrounding comments. How disgusting he is. Shouldn't we call the Imperial Guard to stop him? I'm a little envious of that girl. After barking a bit, Leela and the other dogs started sniffing their butts. After that, their eyes flashed. The dogs in the place started barking in happiness. They found a new companion. The Imperial Guard arrived after that and Razel grabbed Leela and they ran out of there. Master, I still don't mark my territory. It's necessary that to complete my walk. With a shit you'll do that. Despite that, Leela had a great time. It was a nice master and pet walk, one that Razel will not forget. Interlude Saint or Demon. In a remote neighborhood of the imperial capital, several men were gathering. One of them was walking with a group of escorts. It was Serge's father. One of his companions was speaking to him. "Chief, are you sure about this? There is no turning back, Byron. The revolution must begin bit by bit. Your son, Gunter, was a victim of the corruption of this country. If we want to avoid more innocent victims in the future, we must start small and start moving. Today's guests are agents of the unified government, right? Is it safe to trust foreigners?" Serge's father hesitated for a moment, then answered. "Currently we already know that the Black Crows are infiltrating the palace. Olgren was one of them, so they have lost several of their cards. That does not detract from the fact that the highest authority of this nation is not a member of them. Since, if the Emperor truly knows everything, why doesn't he do something?" This man's question was a sincere one with an equally sincere answer. "He can't do nothing. That's what the Prime Minister would tell you if you asked him. The Emperor is just one man. Even if he is feared as a monster, he can be killed by a bullet or lack of oxygen. It is because of the fear of strict treason laws that several people consider the Emperor a tyrant. What they don't know is that these strict laws were imposed by Loikai several years ago. They were implemented to keep in check nobles who tried to outsmart or circumvent the laws under excuses which were backed by allies. Corruption will always exist. Strong laws exist to prevent this. If the Emperor were truly corrupt, he would have half of the capital executed for no reason. But he does not, as he is not one." Serge's father and his companions arrived at the warehouse where the meeting was. Inside were a group of men in suits, including an elf. It was Oberon, Tina's father. He asked them, "Why the delay? We've been waiting for minutes for you." "Sorry. We have to be careful." The reason Oberon was with them was because they promised to help him take back their homeland if he would help them. Oberon agreed, since there was nothing more important than the sacred tree to them. His age was already around 270 years old. When he turned 216 he joined the revolutionaries when he was looking for information about the Holy Kingdom. After hearing details that no one knew, he decided to help them. Currently a secret war is being waged that no one knows about. The Ideal Empire, the Arklight Empire, and the Titania Holy Kingdom. They are the three powers of this world. A war between the Bezarius United Kingdoms against them started last year. No one can stop it. Nobody can prevent it. Just like the game, the war that will gradually destroy the Empire's defenses has arrived. But, this time it is different. There is someone who can stop it. Steps. What's that? They heard footsteps approaching from behind. It's impossible for them to be heard normally. Whoever it was, they're doing it on purpose. Byron began to panic. It can't be. I don't think he noticed us. The footsteps were getting closer and closer. Damn it! Serge's father cursed from within. Did he set us up? Everyone take your weapons. The steel door was ripped in half like paper. A smoke screen showed a silhouette and flickering spotlights illuminated a wicked silhouette. It was a red-colored demon. Shoot to kill. They aimed their rifles at the mysterious individual. Bullets flew like flies, impacting the body in all directions. Even magical attacks came. Seconds passed and the cloud of smoke vanished. There they could see who was in front of them. A man wearing red armor. That man spoke. Louis Seeberg. I have been watching you for some time now. For a long time now your actions as well as those involved are clear evidence that you are trying to harm the Empire. This is treason according to our laws. The man began to walk as he was shot from all directions. Therefore, I will proceed to mete out the appropriate punishment for the worst criminal act in this country. With the exception of the elf over there, so as not to violate the law against harming demi-humans. He will be sent to jail for an investigation. The rest will be executed this instant. In that horned armor, 2 black holes were for eyes, a golden light shone, and then 2 Imperial guards were walking down the same neighborhood as Serge's father and his accomplices. They were conversing. As I was telling you. My son is really fussy, he insists that I buy him that toy. I know, the worst thing is that this toy is expensive. Why are decorative figures of sword saints so expensive? They are very popular. Even my wife bought one of Lucius Dano. They sell like hot cakes. I understand that, the truth is I bought one of Gordolf for my collection of legendary sword saints. It's amazing that the most expensive figure is from him. It can't be helped. We're talking about him, the strongest sword and shield in the nation. I still remember when I was a teacher at the Swordsmanship Academy, everyone was commenting on how great it would be to be just like that guy. What do they see good in him? He's just a weird guy passing by the Emperor's side. He probably made it there because of his connections, or his sister or daughter is one of the Emperor's mistresses. Hey, shut up! Haven't you heard the rumors? Are you talking about those rumors that say that guy can hear everything? Don't be ridiculous. It's impossible for a human being to hear what's going on in a place as big as this. Good afternoon. A voice suddenly spoke to them behind them. They turned to see who it was. There they saw a man in red armor holding in his hands 2 things. In the left was an elf, it had been knocked out plainly, there was no scratch on it. He picked it up as if it were a market bag carrying bread and juice. I must go to the palace to make my report. I charge you to take this individual to jail. Inside his pockets is my report of all he has done for years. Since the former sword saint Christina is his daughter, I thought they were in cahoots, but they were not. Also, when you arrive, make a direct mobilization for 2 criminals. Linus Arx and Serge Siegburn are treated as traitors for conspiring against the Empire. If you'll excuse me, I must go give this to the palace. He pointed to his right hand, it was a large leather pouch which was leaking something. It was red liquid from something that was there. Call housekeeping and have them take care of it. He pointed to the warehouse up ahead. The Imperial guards saluted him, shivering. We understand. Thank you for your work. There's nothing to be thankful for. I am the sword of the Emperor, I will move to eradicate all evils that threaten his life or the Empire's. The man resumed his walk and went in the direction where the guards came from. One of them noticed the red drops falling from the bag. He approached and touched it with his hand. When he smelled it, he was startled. This is blood. It's someone's blood. His partner was shaking, he spoke to the man who peed on himself. Hey, did you know why they call him the Twilight Saint? At that moment, the man walking casually disappeared. The man swallowed spit and said. They say that the first day he came here, an invading army came, and before we could mobilize the army to repel them, he just took care of them. Everyone's report said the same thing. That was the work of the devil itself. They said. For that reason his armor is red and his helmet has horns, to let the enemies know that their death is guaranteed. His companion vomited as the one who narrated said. Since calling a demon to a saint would terrify even the citizens. That man was jumping from building to building at a great speed. Today's work is still far from done. I've carried 674 executions today. That's less than yesterday's. This man was the sword and shield of the Empire. I must hurry back and report this. The strongest man in the world. I must not stay away from the Emperor, my master. A character in the game who never appeared and in the end died without his face coming out. Because I am his escort. The Twilight Saint, Sox Linhard. The strongest sword saint of all, he will always protect the capital, since that's where the Emperor lives. Underscore 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 underscore. Sox is pronounced as 6 and is a fusion between 2 words, 6 which is 6 in German and ox for the horns. Leonhardt. It means Leonard in German as Lionheart as well. Side story: Frankenstein's report, 2. A few years ago, Linhard finally managed to finish translating the diary he found. Today I will finally be able to read everything that is written. He poured himself some wine and some tuna sandwiches with tomato. He was sitting in his favorite armchair with the fireplace burning. He rested his feet in a small armchair. Tonight's going to be a great read. Today is July 7th in the year X990. My name is Professor Frankenstein, some call me Franken or Frank, neither of which I like. We have been fighting creatures called dragons for almost a millennium. Our ancestors arrived on the mothership Olympia. As you all know by now, our ship got separated from the fleet it was with and we ended up on this planet. We are unable to contact you as there is too much distance for the message of help to reach you, therefore, we are left living here. The dragons are a hindrance to us as they destroy our cities and drones. That's why we use fighter ships and armed units to fight them. That's what we were taught and what we believe in. Truth be told, I'm a little disappointed in humanity. Is it necessary to extinguish a species in order to survive? We came out of a seminar today. Apparently the higher-ups are complaining about the electrical failure and want us to replace the use of electricity. A man stood up. It was an old man with a wrinkled face and grey hair. It was Professor Mengel. My department needs a lot of electricity, we can't work without it. If we want to smoothly advance the program of creating fake humans who can replicate the strange element we call ether, we can't leave the natural research department without power. Hey old man! Another man stood up. He had a perverted expression with a not at all trustworthy smile. It was Professor Asimov. Are you trying to say that the weirdo department is less important than the machine development department? Thanks to us we can fight those pests. Giant robots are the future for victory. Again talking that nonsense, Professor Asimov. Giant robots, what nonsense? What's next? Robots that can assimilate human appearance. That doesn't sound bad at all. Everyone calm down. Everyone shut their mouths as someone stood up without raising his hand. Like me, he belonged to a special ethnicity. Our hair was white and our eyes were red. Unlike mine, that person was unkempt and his hair grew down to his back. You have something to say, Professor Epstein? Yes, yes. Professor, I have an answer. It's no longer the academy for you to call us professor, go ahead and say it. He took out the candy he had in his mouth and said. If we're having energy problems it's because we're using an outdated method. Why don't we upgrade? Upgrade? We've been using the same method for almost a millennium, what makes you think something like that could be so simple? Because it is. In fact, that no one else thought of it proves they're all fools, the fool sings fool, he. Naturally everyone got angry. He didn't mean it maliciously in his criticism. But seriously, he should learn to measure his words. We should only use ether as energy. Everyone, including me, was equally as surprised. Use the ether? That's not possible. Ether is energy that dragons use, that's why we're creating humans who can assimilate it. It can be done, in fact, right now this room is using ether energy. I created it 2 days ago, I could have done it in one, but I fell asleep at my desk. He pulled out a device similar to a small tablet and then pressed a digital button. The lights briefly flickered off and on. The ether is just like solar energy. We just have to gather it and absorb it, unlike the sun which requires solar panels, ether just needs some turbines to suck in the air. Really no one else has thought of that. Professor Asimov was annoyed. You idiot! If you knew that you would have said so from the beginning. Hey! Are you saying that I should sacrifice my valuable hours of research, sleep, for you people? Unacceptable. My work is vital. Eating cookies and lounging around is justice. That doesn't make a damn bit of sense. They all shouted that. After we left the seminar, we went to the cafeteria. A robot delivered our food. At the tables there were 4 of us. Myself, Professors Mengel, Asimov, and Epstein. Mengele asked. Epstein-kun, if you knew about using ether energy as a replacement for electricity and solar panels, why didn't you do it? Professor Epstein was sipping his drink as if he were a small child. No one asked. Idiot, it's not about asking. It's about helping humanity, replied Professor Asimov as he tried to steal a French fry from him. Epstein jabbed his fork into his hand. Asimov dropped to the floor to scream. If no one asks me, then it's not necessary. To all this melee. How's your research going with the fake humans? Not bad, but my problem is humans with animal parts and humans with long ears. For some reason the ones with animal genes upon seeing a moon-like object change radically. Apparently it's something foreign in their animal genes, we can't remove it. Instead with long-eared humans, they have a flaw. Flaw? Yes. When their stress reaches an abnormally high level, their skin darkens, as if in a state of resentment. We've also identified a genetic disease that darkens the eyes. I'm thinking of discarding them since I don't need impurities. Too bad. Oh, I forgot, how is the SS project coming along? I hear it's the best of the best, that project. Yes. As you heard, or better I tell you. It's certainly the future, and I'm sure it will replace the despicable armed units. I heard that, you bastards. Asimov stood up. You think armed units can be overcome no matter how many fake humans you use? Machines are the best form of combat, and I'll prove it. I will create battleships and mechanical soldiers that surpass every living being. Machines are the superior fighting force. Thanks to you, Epstein. I know that using ether as energy will make machines superior to dragons. The day where I will be recognized by all and have a harem will come true. Get off already. After leaving the cafeteria, I went with Dr. Epstein to our lab. But before that I asked him. Hey, what's this about the SS project? He had a sugary apple in his mouth. Stop eating. He answered me after swallowing what was in his mouth. It's a weapon. I know it's a weapon, give me more details. I didn't really pay much attention. I only vaguely remember this. Its physical capabilities are unimaginable, it has potential to evolve as the next pinnacle of humanity. Humanity? Is it a human being? Yes. So far he is the only one of his kind. He can't use magical power like the dragons, but he can assimilate it, as if he were a mimic. The curious thing about it is not only his fighting ability, his muscles and bones can flex, break and even regenerate. Sure, it can't regenerate cut parts, but it can regenerate minor injuries. That's amazing. Yeah, but like I said, that's not what's curious. It's this. His mouth said something odd. Just like an eel, his body can produce electricity. It's like electricity and him are one, it's like a human current. That's why the name of the project is the strongest creation of mankind, the project of an ultimate warrior, the one who can exercise the title of one-man army. The super soldier. Linhard had finished reading a few chapters of the journal. Humans who are not human. Many theories and explanations confirmed. But a human who outsmarts everyone in combat. I need to know what happened to that humanity. He kept turning pages and pages until he reached the end. There he found something odd. The typeface was totally different than before and it read: The day of the end, December 32. What the hell is December 32? That date doesn't even exist, unless there were more days in ancient times. Linhard kept reading and was getting more and more surprised. But what he didn't know was that someone was looking at him through a red floating eye outside his window. Side story: The Secret of Arklight. A few years ago, Livy was looking for books to read in the Imperial Library. Normally she wouldn't be able to go in there because it is designated only to certain people. She went in because she asked her father to let her in and the Emperor agreed. She was looking for some interesting book to read. Unintentionally in a certain bookcase she found a false wall and there was a diary there. As a cover it had nothing, you couldn't identify what it was about. She opened it anyway and the first thing she did was to read what was written. Property of Theodore, only those who want to know the truth of the Empire, must read this. With that introduction she began to read curiously. My name is Theodore. Theodore Gazef von Arklight. The current king of the Arklight kingdom. I am frightened. A few months ago a war started. The war was not caused by me or anyone in this country. The war is something the neighboring countries decided. 7 countries in total. Granville, Lunenburg, Wimlet, Carlisle, Mercury. The worst are these 2. Fitzclarence, Rosenberg. I must say Rosenberg is the most ambitious of all. I once spoke to the present king when we were crown princes and he wanted to conquer the world. He wanted to form a new kind of government that he heard exists in the deepest part of the north. An empire. That's why he was the first to attack us. The other countries wanted to do it too. Fitzclarence is a braggart who does not want to lose, for that reason he has attacked other kingdoms. Rosenberg does the same because he wants to take over every one of them. He takes it easy. I'm scared. I really have no idea what to do. They have already taken over almost the entire nation except the capital. I'm scared, I don't know what to do. Your Majesty, don't worry. I will take it upon myself to protect the capital with my life. You can be sure that with my last breath I will make sure that none of them will penetrate our walls. The one who spoke those words of confidence was my commander of the Royal Guard, my childhood friend and right-hand man. Lionel von Atli. He is a trustworthy man, but his sword skills are not. My sword skills aren't either. The worst thing is that I'm even better than him. Lionel is terrible as a fighter, he's an excellent strategist, but a lousy warrior. If it wasn't for me preventing him from going to the battlefield, he'd be dead. On the other hand, the one who is in charge of protecting the capital is the second most loyal baronet household after Lionel. The Erzbergers. They are very rare people, but they are loyal. Your Majesty, I bring good news. Now the one who spoke with words of confidence was that woman who arrived in our kingdom days ago. Olivier, she is a beautiful woman and everyone treats her like a saint. We get along well, my problem with her is different. I am afraid of her eyes. Despite being bright, I can feel a dark aura as they stare at me. Maybe I'm imagining it and it's due to stress, maybe that's why my hair is falling out too. I ask her. What do you have good news for me? She pulled a sword from her back. It's something I created by using a lot of my magic power. You call it the sacred sword Camlan. Remember my scepter? Well, I used it to create this sword. Her beautiful smile was a symbol of hope. Lionel was astonished as a small child. Oh! As expected from Olivier Donneau. I'm sure that with this sword we can win. Please Your Majesty, allow me to use it. I assure you that I will bring victory to our kingdom. About that. How to tell him that I don't want him to die in combat. I don't doubt Oliver's magic skills, but for some reason I feel that sword is nothing more than trouble. No. She's helped us a lot, it's me who's rambling on about nonsense. It must be because she possesses large breasts and I like small breasts. Your Majesty. A servant came in making a fuss. Now what's the matter? There's trouble. Trouble. Yes. A thief. A thief has stolen a pig. Is that all you've come to make a fuss about? It's not what you think. The thief. At that moment, I didn't realize that indeed the blissful Alexia that Olivier was telling us so much about, was going to smile at me. He's extremely strong. He took down no more than 100 soldiers all by himself while running away with the pig. The pig is not small either. It weighs more than 100 kilograms and flees at a great speed. The thief. He has currently arrived near the palace N. Ah! Suddenly we heard some shouting. A man came in through the wall. I dropped the bread I was holding in my mouth. How did a man get here? Grab him. Don't let him escape. He's too strong. Outside we could hear the shouts of our soldiers fighting something. I peeked through the hole. Lionne tried to stop me. What the hell is this? I couldn't see what my eyes were seeing. A human being carried a heavy pig on his back, at the same time he grabbed a broom and with it sent the knights protecting our royal capital flying. The escape would hit them lightly and they would be sent flying hundreds of meters in the air. Execution is the only punishment a thief of his ilk deserves. But in this situation, only an idiot would do it. Let's all go outside. I shouted and everyone joined me. Arriving outside, the knights threw ropes to immobilize him. As they caught the pig included, the guy stopped moving as the pig mattered more to him. They were about to slit his throat. Stop! I yelled and they stopped. I approached the individual. His hair and eye color were odd. I had never seen anyone with those characteristics. I asked him. Why did you steal property from the kingdom? Come on, talk. Can't you talk or did the mouse get your tongue? Yes, I can speak. But I do not wish to. Answer then. Why did you steal that pig? I am hungry. If I do not eat, I shall die. You can die now for these men if I wanted to. I'm waiting for a sign from you, go on, say it to ask you the obvious reason for not wanting to execute you. Go ahead. Whether I'm killed by you or famine I don't care. Starvation? Despite the war situation in our country there is no famine. There is. At least for my family, or it was since there is only me left. Where do you live to have been starving? In the forest over there. He pointed to the Black Forest. A forest where dangerous monsters and wild beasts live. No, no, no. Don't look at my face like an idiot, it's impossible for a human being to live there. It's too dangerous. We have been living there for many years. We have reproduced with women from other places since there are only men in my family. This is taking too long, let's speed up the process. I ask, foreigner, do you want to die? Not really. In that case, I propose this. Become one of my knights, with you by my side. We will win this war. Will I have food? Every day. Also water, your own room, and when it's all over, I'll grant you land. Good. I never imagined that, with that simple discussion, I have made it into history. 2 years have passed since then. We have not only defeated the other kingdoms. We are also conquering part of the world. All thanks to him. Your Majesty, we bring good news. I was in the courtyard playing with my heir, Roderick. Lionne came through the door shouting. Thanks to the last few months, he has become famous. They've been calling him a sword saint lately. Because the holy sword was forged by Olivier. She passed away a few weeks ago, apparently she contracted an incurable disease. Before she passed away, the holy sword broke into 7 pieces. That guy did it unintentionally. She used all her strength and created 7 unique swords. One of them can generate tremors, the sword we gave to him as it is the most suitable for his ridiculous strength. The others we keep under lock and key. I asked Lionne about this good news. Tell me. What's good today? Yes. Our vassal states have agreed to become dukes. You will be crowned in a few days as the emperor of the Arklight Empire. There was something that no one knows, but when that guy was ravaging the enemy armies, 2 people approached us. One of them was Mercury, who suggested to me some methods I don't want to say about how to defeat Fitzclarence, which was the last of the kingdoms to fall. By the way, the first one surrendered and the weirdest thing was that they did it after they saw the power of him. It was the Rosenbergs. I said to Lionne. Emperor, hey. I never thought of that happening. There are a lot of things to prepare, by the way, Where is he? For some strange reason, when Liane hears me talk about him or mention him, he looks like a child throwing a tantrum. I don't know where he is, but he sure is in that place again. Good heavens, I should think about his situation. I don't understand why Liane looks jealous, as if a toy has been taken away from him. I arrived at the place where I was sure he was. The Black Forest. The monsters here have been exterminated, this place has nothing to offer for the capital. But it's his home, so we left it untouched. I found him roasting a huge boar. I greeted him. It's good to see you healthy. He turned around, his hair has grown so long it reaches the ground. Wow, it's you. Don't say it's you to the future emperor. Oh, emperor. Good for you. As usual he is of few words. I sat down and he offered me a whole leg of wild boar, I declined of course. In these 2 years you have been a blessing from the heavens. Thanks to you we have been able to not only defeat our enemies, we also control them as a vassal state, and little by little we are expanding. I am sure this nation will prosper well. You are right. That's why I will leave this place. I beg your pardon. That surprised me to hear. I don't like killing. I know better than anyone how strong I am. I'm so strong that I can crush my enemies' heads like eggs. I don't like to hurt others. That's why yesterday was the last time I killed for you. That's why Liane is called the Sword Saint and not you, right? I don't like that guy, he's very conceited, but he's not a bad person. That's why I made sure to give all the credits to him. You're almost like Mercury. Doing something behind everyone's back and no one knows about your involvement. You can say the empire has 7 founders. But only 5 of them will leave their name in history. I highly doubt it will be 5, looking at those ministers, I'm sure they will erase evidence of her and Erzberger. I don't think it's as you say. Olgren and the others are respectable people. Their hearts are black. I can see that. That's why I'll go somewhere else. If you want to stop fighting and leave, let me deny you the latter. I told him the truth. I may lose a valuable warrior, but not a friend. I will make sure no one knows of your existence. I will erase your identity and give you a new one. He stared at me, I could never forget someone with hair and eyes like his. A beautiful jet black. There are other people with black hair, but only he has those eyes that look like a predator's. In that case, only my last name changes. In my family our name is sacred as it is proof of respecting our ancestor. I stood up and said. All right. In the name of the future emperor of the Arklight Empire I baptize you as. I baptize you as. Livy has already turned 15. She has been coming to read that diary every day. And just today, she brought a different book. That book was the national census. In it are the origins of every family in the empire, whether native, refugee or immigrant. She said aloud the name she couldn't finish as she ran her finger down said document. Raziel Bartlett. He found a certain family there. The Bartlett family is a family no more than 100 years old. The current head is Roland Bartlett. But, according to this journal, the Bartletts have existed before. You mean someone erased their record? I don't understand why anyone would do that. But more importantly, it's this. In the journal it also said this. I could never imagine that a human being could lift a tree with his hand. When I asked him if he used magic power, he said no. His body was that strong. I see. It's a very mysterious and interesting family. Livy stood up. From her pocket she pulled out a photo. Let's meet you in person to see what you're like, Raziel Bartlett. What no one in the empire knew, is that the Bartlett family are part of the secret founders of the empire. But, this story will be told another time. When Arklight shines the brightest. Side story Amy Root. Today is my date with Amy. We arrived at a place called Weissland Village. After asking for a room we went straight to check out the place. Leela looked like our daughter, as just like a child she was curious about everything. Amy took my arm and wouldn't let me go. It was a pleasant moment for both of us, as this was our first date in a long time. Amy asked me, "What should we do today?" "Whatever you want," I told her as I took her hand tightly. "Today is the day where I will grant you your every whim." She smiled and said, "Then, let's go for a ride on the lake." At this place there was a lake. We rented a swan-shaped boat and went on it. Leela was on the shore. She wanted to go up herself too, but she gets very dizzy, it seems. So from the shore I could see her crying. Amy used magic to make the petals move by themselves. I hugged her and we gave each other lots of kisses. "We're supposed to spend time together and all you do is kiss me. Didn't you want to do this?" "Of course I wanted to. But right now all I want to do is just enjoy my time with you." "I understand." I took my lips off hers and this time I hugged her the way I wanted to. Her head rested on my chest. I could notice a smile on her mouth. This is happiness. It reminds me a little of when Eli or Lily get spoiled and want me to spoil them. I guess Amy is the same way too. I patted her head. She looked up at me and pouted. "I'm not a girl to be patted. But you're one of my women, so I want to spoil you." "Geez. In that case go on," she said as she hid her face. Her ears were reddened from embarrassment. It was a sign that she is undoubtedly happy like this. "All right, it's time for the patting," I said, and then for 2 hours I was coddling Amy like she was a little girl. When we left the park we went to lunch. We both sat at a separate table from Leela. Amy ordered fine dishes. The food for her was a variation between vegetables and fat. I was going to ask her where all that fat was going on those skinny curves until I saw her breasts. I apologized inwardly and we proceeded to eat. She drank a fine, expensive wine. I drank only orange juice. It was expensive, but it was not alcohol. My body does not tolerate alcohol yet. She asked me as she cut her asparagus and bit into it along with her beef. "Have you ever gone to restaurants with them?" "Yes. I wouldn't want to go out with them to restaurants that much, though. Since one of them is a bottomless barrel and one of them is a black hole. Not to mention the one who buys everything expensive." Sweat was pouring down my forehead. If they were here, they'd no doubt be beating me to a pulp. "I see. It's the first time we've been like this together. Do you remember our first dinner at the mansion?" "Yes. It was just cookies and jam. Even if it had been bread with cheese slices and juice, it would have been a special moment," Amy said as she touched my hand and smiled at me. Her smile was so beautiful I could feel my heart bursting like crazy. It was getting dark. The street lights were on. There was a skating rink in a small dome. The three of us were skating. I was laughing seeing how Leela couldn't skate. She wanted to wear skates on her hands. Amy, who turned around while skating in reverse, said, "It's been a very wonderful day. But the night is not over yet." "That's true. There are a lot of places to go yet." "No. I'm talking about something more intimate," she exclaimed with red cheeks. I walked over and hugged her. "Really, you're all bad girls. Whose fault do you think it is?" "Because of those words." I said goodbye to Leela and left her there. I asked the manager to take care of her, and if she breaks anything I will pay for it. Since I don't want anyone to interrupt my intimate moment with Amy. As we entered the room we started kissing passionately. She was kissing me like it was the last time we would be doing it. Our tongues were intertwining in such a way that we could only think we were wild. She took off my shirt and began to caress my chest. Her hands touched my toned chest all the way down to my abdomen. In one motion she removed my pants with the exception of my underwear. Now it was my turn. After kisses on her neck, I delicately removed her dress. Her shiny, elegant, sensual underwear was in my sight. It was the underwear you would expect from a very mature, high-class woman. But I know she wore that just for show. just like Eli likes a certain kind of color and prefers to wear it all the time. From her neck I gave kisses down to her chest. I used my hands to rub those beautiful soft white fruits against my face. She was talking to me while hugging me to enjoy this more. You really are like a child, do you want me to give you my breast perchance? I replied as I kissed her skin. Barbara and Yukiheim do it every time I ask them. It seems like she got angry because of that, that's what she was looking for. Teasing her makes her jealous and competitive. Oh yeah. In that case. She pushed me away and then in one motion removed her bra. Her breasts were in the air. Amy's nicely firm pink nipples looked at me as if they were ready to be picked like carrots from an orchard. Go ahead. I won't lose to any woman you've ever had. With those words, I was grateful for this. Thank you for the food. My mouth immediately went straight to her nipple and I listened as she let out a slight moan. She moaned in a very sweet way, she reminded me of Lily. To the other nipple that was free I fiddled with it. I grabbed it. And I squeezed it like it was a button. Amy likes it either way, gentle or rough. For my part, it means she's very submissive like Eli. That's a good thing. The game witch who was a tough enemy fell to me and now she's my woman. I wish this was an Iraj's world so I could ridicule the Demon King while making love to Amy and the others. Let's concentrate on her. Ah, that place. A little softer. On. I understand. With my mouth full of her nipple, I gave a suction and at that moment Amy arched her back backwards. Apparently she climaxed. I didn't give her time to rest, I immediately went for her other nipple and started playing as well. Amy was moaning as I played with her body, it was a wonderful feeling to have a woman's body all to myself. After playing with her breast, I kissed her belly and went for her bottom. I removed the thin fabric and found Amy's paradise. It was golden like wheat, there in the middle was a juicy, pink bean. I bit into it and played all over that area. I was giving her all the strokes she hasn't had in a while. I spent at least 20 minutes giving Amy's bottom some love. I could feel several times as she climaxed. As I removed my tongue, I watched her face which was very pleased. I pulled my bottom closer and showed her my bulge. Amy, I want you to take care of this part. Her eyes that were looking at the ceiling now took in my manhood that wanted to come out. She positioned her face, her nose was smelling my scent. It smells so good, I feel like I'm getting drunk on it. After saying that, she used her mouth to remove the cloth and my shaft came out firmly. Seeing that, she tasted her lips while saying, "Let's eat." With that said, she placed it in her mouth and began to gulp it down. I leaned back, as the window was next to me, the light from the street illuminated the room a little. I watched Amy who was pleasuring me as she sucked on my shaft like it was the most delicious thing in the world. Her head was bobbing up and down endlessly. Her mouth was so warm and so wet. Her tongue felt like a velvet carpet which melts you the moment you touch it. With her free hand she was playing with the spare part of my genitals. She was giving it her all to make me feel good. She was doing it, I can't hold it in anymore. Amy, use your breasts. I asked her that and she instantly removed her mouth and placed her breasts on my rod. It was a wonderful sensation. Amy was raising and lowering her breasts as she fondled my rod. She was slurping, kissing, and licking it all at the same time. I stopped Amy because I was going to explode. Amy. I want to. Me too. With those words said, we proceeded to get comfortable to do it. I told Amy to lie down, I was going to move. Both she and I were sighing heavily. Our breathing was fast-paced. It had been a while since we last did it. My rod was rubbing her entrance, I could feel how slippery it was. Before I put it inside I said to him, "Amy, I love you. I'm really happy to be by your side." She smiled at me and replied in kind. "I love you too. You're the best thing that ever happened to me." We kissed, and as we did, I inserted my rod inside her. Amy's insides are different from everyone else's. It's a sensation similar to touching jam, the smoothest and freshest in the world. Its taste even leaves you drooling from just sniffing it. That's what Amy's insides feel like. I started to move my hips in a hurried manner. Amy. 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 My hips sped up so fast I couldn't hold back. Amy. Both I and she screamed as we both climaxed. But that didn't stop me. I was so excited because I could do it with her no problem from now on that immediately my energy came back. I lifted Amy up and she put her ass in front of me. It was a great ass, not as big as Celia's, but certainly no comparison to Barbara's, but a great ass all the same. I shoved it all in at once and started moving like there was no tomorrow. Amy was enjoying it too. She was calling out to me as I watched the drool drip from her mouth. Razel-sama. Razel-sama, harder please. I couldn't refuse in the face of that pleading. I spanked that majestic ass. If I compare it with the others, Barbara and Celia are competing for the first place, second place would be for Lily and third for Yuki Haim. The fourth place is tricky, but without a doubt Amy's ass competes with Lily's. My lust was overflowing and we changed positions. This time it was a position where I was lying down with her while lifting her leg. We were kissing as my hips entered the most intimate part of her so hard. I wasn't giving Amy any breaks. We were doing it non-stop. Not just one or two positions. Several in fact. I made sure to give Amy everything I had in store for her. My body couldn't take it anymore and I told her so. Amy. I can't take it anymore. I want to finish and rest. In this position her ass was at my mercy, she lifted it up while biting the pillow. To end this, I'll make Amy lose her consciousness. I reached up to her ear. Wait, that place is not allowed. Her ears were her weak spot. I nibbled on them weakly and then I was too rough and Amy's insides squeezed me so hard I might have thought I was going to rip it out. This caused me to not hold on and I ended up inside. Amy. I love you, receive it all. I love you too, I want to be like this forever. We both climaxed. I lay down next to Amy, I couldn't do it anymore. I looked at Amy who was tired like me. From now on, whenever, wherever, I'm going to show you my love. You are my first woman and also the one who has helped me so much. She came closer and rested her head on my chest. I hugged her in response. And you are what I have longed for so much in my life. And so, with a kiss to sleep, and Layla's entrance, this day ended. I'm looking forward to what tomorrow holds. Author's Notes, Volume 7. My dear readers, greetings once again from your favorite author, Siegburn. There really is a lot to say in this volume. But what hasn't already been said? This volume was mostly about harem development. As you saw, Eli and Razel's relationship entered a new level. Eli the kook XD. Well, seriously now. This volume was exclusively about Razel's harem development. There were many times that my head hurt. Since I had to think of a cute moment between them and him. I sincerely wanted Emily and Clarice to be harem members in this volume as well. They just aren't recognized by the others. The reason Christina took so long to join the harem is because I was thinking of an excuse/reason for a woman like her to stay with Razel. The only answer I could come up with was something like this. About Desmond and Isel, it's a relationship that brought tears to my eyes, don't you? They are mentor and disciple. Big sister and little brother. But Desmond's goal is to become the great demon king. Why is that? I don't know. That's how it is in the game, but also the story should reveal the reason. Without a doubt Linhard is one of the best antagonistic characters I've made as a bit of his way of being is based on Ixion, that's why every time he spoke it seemed like he wouldn't shut up. Olgren is my second favorite character as he's a scumbag. The author is someone who really enjoys antagonists, as he can go to the dark side and make life miserable for our heroes. That's why the fights are never that easy for anyone. Honestly, just like Grin, I didn't want to kill him. I wanted him to keep screwing around, but it can't be helped. Razel needed to stop being saved by others and getting his ass kicked. Astria is hands down my favorite girl. Not only is she the only non-harem member who has a bond with Razel, she's also the only woman who can be considered a friend to him. Should I get more female friends for Razel? Difficult, but not impossible. To wrap things up, let's go to the revelations. Did you expect anything from what happened here? Not for me. Layla's moon force is something I want to see more often, since it's based on the Spartans. Hopefully Leela can fight an enemy worthy of her. Livy is an example for them to see that karma is real. Her life was horrible, and let me tell you, I had to rewrite several scenes as I deleted them. For example, her sister's boyfriend raped her and her older sister accused her of seducing him because she was a virgin. Her other sister, Sayori, is someone I won't go into spoilers for, but she does appear in my novels. You should just read carefully as she has already come out. I originally wanted Livy to be competition for the position of the new emperor. Since leaving aside that Blake died, now the position of the second prince is vacant. Who will take it? That only I know, and I'm excited to write it. I had to delete that part since that would mean Livy and Cid would have to fight for the throne, but I put in something much better than that. Let's talk about Barbara. I already want her child to be born. I don't know if it's a boy or a girl yet. But I already want to see Eli's face when she carries her mother and boyfriend's child. More because Barbara will get all lovey-dovey with Razel and Eli will have mixed feelings about seeing the seed of a forbidden love. It's Amy's turn. She has left more and more mysteries. Her origin. Her memories. Everything that has come out about her is a mystery that grows each time. Since I talked about the sacred tree for a reason. That will be a very important arc for Amy and Christina, as something will be happening in the ancient land of the elves. Before I finish, I want to say thank you very much for reading this work. I wish it had socialization and you could buy it. This way the author wins and you can see a possibly different version of everything. Before I close this, I would like to say that Volume 7 of my novel World Ixion/Saga will soon begin production. Due to the events that transpired in the previous volume, this one will focus on something totally serious. Just like Cheat Lord, these next volumes will be totally serious. Razel will get serious too, as I reveal to you the name of the next arc. Otome Volume 8, Phantom Lord, The Return of the Ghost. Sounds mysterious and intriguing, doesn't it? Well, it certainly will be. Since it's the official debut of several characters like the Saint of the Twilight and a certain man who is also mentioned a lot. Introducing the upcoming arcs of my other novels in passing. Cheat Lord Volume 3, Tournament of the Magic Sword and the Frasier Principality War. World Ixion/Saga Volume 7, The Sacred Tree War. The author is going to make you explode with adrenaline as the fan service is over. My last words before the final thanks. New novel. Yes. New novel. I have a lot of free time, but that's good for you because you can keep reading what comes out of my head. The name is not so definite since it's 99% secured, but I'll leave it to you anyway. Encore Record. A totally fantasy story which is original. There will be no reincarnates or games. Pure fantasy in all its splendor. Best of all, we have characters based on my novels. There will be many similar faces as backgrounds. That includes enemies which will be enigmatic and powerful. Here the author went crazy, as even you will scream with madness. I leave you a fragment of what I have. Why are you going away sad, hero? Are you regretting it? We had good times and bad times like anyone else, but I never took them into account for what I did. This is the goodbye. Demon King, my best friend. Now indeed, it is a sadness to say goodbye, and I thank you again for reading what I write. It is much appreciated. And reincarnated in an Otome game as the ugly character in the background. Volume 7, End. See you next time. Underscore 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 underscore. Something I forgot to say. Those who are waiting for the spin-off, Razel Quest. As it is not part of the novel and only comes out when a volume is finished, so I will apply, chapters will come without any doubt. Remember that this spin-off is not canon, it doesn't bring anything new or serious to the plot. It's just fanservice about Razel having his harem. The chapters will be published from time to time, that is to say that before Vol 8 there will be some chapters and there will be quite a lot of them. Look forward to it, it may start this week. Short Story Witch Academy. My name is Razel. A young man of average appearance. Nothing average about me, based on the aesthetics of today's society, I am categorized as very ugly. I don't stand out either. So you might as well treat me as an ugly character from the background. Why am I introducing myself? Well, a few minutes ago I was about to enjoy my teenage life as every loner. I bought a doujinshi centered around cute girls with big breasts who are in a magic academy. The protagonist would have fun with them and form his harem. Harems are good, they are the demonstration of men with power and popularity. I'd like to have one, since I'm the ignored one in the classroom. But that's not what I meant. Just before I started my activity, a strange red light appeared in my room. I was about to scream as I thought it was a bomb. Next thing I knew, I opened my eyes and woke up in a strange place. The blue sky had strange flying octopuses. The word flying is inadequate, rather they were inflating and expelling air. As I looked down a little, a castle-like structure was visible. There was a flag on each peak of that castle. I looked around. I was surrounded by several beautiful girls. Their outfits were weird, they looked like the obscene anime outfits I see. Their skirts were so short that their underwear would become visible. Their blouses were black and a small cloak rested on their shoulders. Their heads, besides having rainbow hair, wore pointed hats as if they were witches. I could hear their voices. It's really a human. As expected of the princess, she summoned something out of this world. He's really weird, he has black eyes. The girls looked at me like a freak. It gave me a bit of anxiety that they are looking at me like that. Suddenly, in the crowd someone was removing the girls. Move aside. Let them pass. It's an order from the princess. The girls were removed in front of me and I could see how a girl with long, radiant blonde hair and intense red eyes stood in front of me. The detail that caught my attention most was not her hair or her eyes, but her firm and large breasts. Even her hat that was pointing to the east reminded me a bit of the Villainess in that doujinshi I bought. The girl came up to me and pointed her wand at me. Rejoice, commoner. I, the crown princess of the magic kingdom of Rosenberg. Elise von Rosenberg is your master, said the blonde girl by the name of Elise as she smiled like a whimsical girl and stars floated above her. Miss Elise, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but the class is still going on. Please proceed to finish the summoning contract. That's right, I'm so sorry. Elise approached me after kneeling down. Be grateful, you are the first to receive this. She cupped my face, her cheeks were red. She came closer and gave me a small as light kiss. It was short, but I could feel her lips with mine. The texture of her lips was just like touching a cherry. Soft but fleshy. She stopped kissing me and stood up. As I had said previously, I could see her pink underwear. It's ready. Good, the contract is set. At that moment, a chain appeared around my neck. It extended all the way to her hand. At that moment, a bell rang. Come on, class is over, play the next one, which is magic theory. The girl pulled the chain and like a dog took me with her. Wait a minute, I don't even know what this place is or who you are. I have so many questions. She just stared at me. Wow, you can talk and understand me, it's really physically. Don't say it like I'm a dog. In that case I'll tell you along the way. Apparently this is another world. I already knew that from seeing flying octopuses, crows sweeping the entrances, and worms delivering letters via subway travel. This is a bizarre fantasy world. Right now, the girl named Elise was in a college-type classroom taking classes. From what I could see and hear, this world is centered on one of the 9 planets in the solar system. Magic is something everyone is born with. But it doesn't interest me since I don't possess magic. One thing that has caught my attention is that I don't see a single man around here. Elise told me I could wait in the central garden. The class would take at least 2 hours. So I took advantage of that time to walk around. The corridors of the place are huge. There are too many surreal things around. One broom was using another broom to clean the bathroom. In the kitchen I watched as dwarf pigs were cooking nutritious food, even meats were being cut up. I went straight to the garden and went to sleep under a tree. I have many questions about this place. But the most vital of all is one. Will I go back home? I couldn't say. After all, do I gain anything by going back there? My life was horrible. Both social and school life was something I hated. In this world I don't know things, but surely it must be better than living there. There are pigs that cook, that's something much more interesting than watching cooking shows where old women put something on their faces to look young. There are even skeleton soldiers hanging around here. They are even polite, quite the opposite of real policemen who only use their force when it suits them. Thinking about it is annoying. I'll go to sleep. I was waking up. The nap I took was very pleasant. Even my head was comfortable. When I opened my eyes, I found a girl looking at me. She was a beautiful girl with blonde hair and aquamarine eyes. Her hair was pulled back in 2 pigtails near the nape of her neck. I was startled at the sight of her. I screamed. She screamed too. We scared each other. I asked her after my heart stopped racing. Who are you? She introduced herself. Her dress reminded me a lot of a nun's habit. And nice to meet you. I'm Lily and I belong to Academy Holy Headquarters. I saw you in this place and worried that something had happened to you. But thank the goddess Alexia nothing happened to you. Goddess? Are there gods here? It was what I thought. I thanked her for taking care of me. Thank you so much. I wasn't hurt or anything, but that you cared about a stranger like me is something to thank you for. Lily's smile filled my heart. There's nothing to be thankful for. My job is to help others, but I do it with pleasure since I really enjoy doing it. Ah, looks like classes are over. I must get there quickly and proceed to elaborate on today's mass. It was nice to meet you. Suddenly, she became quiet. I asked her, is something wrong? And she just stared at me a little embarrassed. I am sorry to ask this so rudely, it's none of my business to say. But, are you by any chance, are you a man? I replied a little confused. I am. Is that weird? She looked at me with a strange look in her eyes. Then she smiled. No. It's just, thank you. Being able to feel your hair on my legs, it was a feeling I'll never forget. Goodbye. She walked away. That was weird. But I should go back. Elise will be mad since it looks like it got dark. First of all, how do I get back? You're seriously a lousy servant. Elise was lecturing me. After looking for her, I was lost again. She found me in a corner about to cry. After eating, we went to the bedroom. Apparently summoned ones are pets and these sleep depending on their size in their master's room. Elise finished lecturing me. At that moment, she lowered her face and said, by all this, I didn't ask your name, you have one don't you? Yes. I replied as I adjusted my neck because of the awkward position I was in. My name is Razel, nice to meet you. I told you before but you didn't answer me. What am I supposed to do now? I don't have a job or family here. It scares me a little to think about my future. Elise answered without looking at me. You don't need to worry about that. Since I'm the princess, I'll give you a life of luxury. That sounds nice, but that doesn't put my mind at ease. I feel like at any moment I'll be used for a really weird pagan practice and have my intestines cut open. I know I've seen a lot of movies and novels like that, but it scares me to think there's a bit of truth to it. We're not barbarians to do. You're exaggerating. We certainly can't return you home because the magic circle doesn't work to reverse. But I won't let anything bad happen to you. 4. You are more vital than you think. She came up to me and before I asked her the reason she said that. She kissed me. The kiss was different than before. She used her tongue to enter my mouth. We were both clumsy, but her intention was to push her tongue in as far as she could. She withdrew it and I saw her very wet red eyes. You asked yourself this question, why are there no men around here? Well, men don't exist in this world, the goddess blesses us with a daughter when we reach a certain age. That's why men are not necessary, they are a myth of ancient mankind. But she began to unbutton little by little her blouse. I found among the treasures of the palace a manual. In that manual it had pictures of what we suppose men are and they used a rod that grew from their body to please a woman. Deep down I wanted to see one, the goddess granted my wish by calling you. So Elise approached me. Razel. Show me your rod, I get really itchy down there when I think of those images I saw. This is something so surreal. I love it. ___________. And